The Notekeeper by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Taylor Higgs didn't spook easily, but right now, the hairs on her neck stood at attention. Perhaps taking the garbage bin out to the street in the dead of night hadn't been the best idea. She'd arrived in GraceTown this evening, in time to see several neighbors hauling trash bins to the ends of their driveways. The sight had brought a smile to her lips. Her world might have been knocked off its axis, but at least one thing remained constant: the garbage trucks still made their rounds on Monday. When she'd stepped into the stale air of her childhood home and been struck by the stench of rotting food, Taylor had known what her priority had to be. She would clear out the food and clean the kitchen. But before putting on rubber gloves, she'd taken a few minutes to wander the house that held all her childhood memories, both happy and sad. Those memories had flooded her, tugging at her heartstrings and bringing fresh tears to her eyes as she went from room to room. When she'd reached the doorway to her father's bedroom, well, that had brought a sharp stab of pain. There would be his clothes and personal items to go through, but Taylor wasn't ready for that. Simply being back home and knowing he wouldn't be here ever again was difficult enough. She hadn't been able to muster the strength to step inside his room, much less open a drawer or closet. Perhaps tomorrow, when she wasn't so tired from a day of traveling, she would tackle that chore. Tonight, ridding the house of spoiled food was her priority. Once that job was completed, she would collapse on the sofa, utterly exhausted. For a brief moment, she'd contemplated waiting until Thursday, the next trash pickup day, to set out the bin she'd filled with expired and rotting food. But that had made no sense. In her mind, the job wouldn't truly be complete until the garbage was gone. That was why she was standing at the edge of the driveway, positioning the bin for easy access in the morning. She was ready to return to the house when an icy chill traveled up her spine, a feeling of foreboding made worse by the darkness wrapping around her like a shroud. The sky overhead was a dark abyss. Streetlights were of little help. They ran a scant 2 to a block in this section of Maplewood Village. The neighborhood was old, with many places to hide, especially when the moon had gone into hiding. Taylor knew this part of GraceTown, had grown up in this house on this very block. Back then, she'd often walked home after dark. Not once had she ever been afraid. But that was years ago. The world had changed, and right now, her inner alarm system clanged loudly in her head. As Taylor released her grip on the container, she was seized by the knowledge that someone was watching from the shadows. Oh, so casually, she glanced around, looking and listening for the slightest movement. The only sounds were the hoot of an owl and a dog barking in the distance. Since it was late, nearly 1, and this was a family neighborhood filled with adults who had to go to work and children who had school in the morning, the houses around her stood dark and silent. There were 2 vehicles on the street, both several houses down. The white Toyota SUV, parked under a streetlight, was clearly empty. The other, a dark-colored sedan, sat in the shadows. From where Taylor stood, she couldn't tell if anyone was inside. If this were a horror movie, she would stride over to the vehicle to confront the occupant. Taylor had no intention of being so foolish. Though she didn't run, she quick-stepped back into the house. When she slipped inside, her heart pounded and her breath came in short puffs. Her hand shook as she fumbled with the locks, and she sighed with relief when the deadbolt clicked into place. For several long seconds, Taylor stood with her back against the solid oak door and waited for her galloping heart to slow to a trot. Once it did, she turned toward the living room. That's when she realized that the blinds on the front window remained open, giving anyone outside a clear view of the inside of the house. Her heart was back to the races, this time in a full-out sprint. Earlier, the view of the majestic maple tree out front had buoyed her spirits. Now, the unyielding darkness brought fear to the pit of her stomach. In several long strides, Taylor was at the window, shutting the blinds before sprinting to the kitchen. She prayed she'd locked the back door. Thank goodness the deadbolt was in place, but the night breeze ruffling the curtains at the window over the sink brought fresh worries. All the windows. Open. Her heart did a tap dance against her ribs. As soon as she'd arrived, Taylor had opened every window in the modest Cape Cod home. Now she went from room to room, hurriedly pulling each one shut before locking the sash and closing the blinds or curtains. Once she finished, she looked down at her trembling hands. "Buck up," she told herself. "You're in GraceTown, not Chicago." The sound of a car engine outside had her skirting the bed in her old room and moving to the window. Sliding the curtains aside with one finger, Taylor peered out in time to see the sedan drive slowly past the house. She was too far away to see facial features, but from the size and build of the person behind the wheel, the driver looked like a man. A neighbor, she assured herself, perhaps one who worked the late shift and was heading off to his job. But how many night shifts started after 1 in the morning? Taylor let the curtains fall back into place and took several calming breaths, telling herself that in the next few days she would discover which neighbor owned the car and find out his story. She looked forward to feeling very foolish for worrying. The next morning, Taylor's alarm sounded much earlier than she wanted it to. Maybe it was the lumpy mattress on her childhood bed. She hadn't been able to bring herself to sleep in her dad's bedroom. Or maybe it was the feeling that someone had been outside watching. Regardless of the reason, Taylor had slept poorly. As much as she wanted to roll over and bury her face in the pillow, she had to get up. She needed to start getting things settled. But first, coffee. 30 minutes later, after checking for signs of the sedan, Taylor took a seat on the front porch. Except for the Ugg slippers keeping her toes toasty warm, she was dressed and ready to seize the day. She'd nearly finished her second cup of extra-strong French roast and was contemplating a third when a white Honda minivan pulled into her driveway. Taylor set her cup on the wicker table beside the glider, pulled to her feet, and strode to the edge of the porch. The personalized license plate read, "Twin Mom," and sported brightly colored flower stickers on the side windows. Seeing Polly Cooper step from the vehicle into the bright sunlight brought a smile to Taylor's lips. Though she and her high school bestie hadn't spent much time together since graduation, they'd remained connected through social media. "I was planning on texting you," Taylor called out. "Now you don't have to." The bright smile Polly offered Taylor arrowed straight to her heart. Texting and an occasional FaceTime call were nice, but seeing a close friend in person, well, nothing beat that. Polly's hair, as dark as Taylor's was light, fell in waves that stopped just short of her shoulders. In her jeans and sweater, she looked more like a college girl than a woman pushing 30. Taylor still found it hard to believe her friend was the mother of 5. Instead of heading off to college with Taylor, Polly married her high school sweetheart and started having babies, a lifestyle that appeared to be working well for her. When Polly reached her, she surprised Taylor by wrapping her arms around her and enfolding her in a huge hug. Taylor gave Polly a hard squeeze before stepping back. "I was sorry to hear about your dad." Polly's voice thickened with emotion. "How are you holding up?" Taylor forced a shaky smile. "I'm hanging in there. He was a great guy." Yes, he was. "I heard it was a brain aneurysm." "That's right. 1 minute he was here, and the next he was gone." Taylor cleared her throat and gestured to the container. "What's in there?" Polly glanced down as if she needed to be reminded. A sparkle lit her brown eyes. "Brownies? With peanut butter fudge icing? They used to be your favorite." A hopeful look crossed Polly's face. "Please tell me that hasn't changed." Taylor's heart became a sweet mass at the thoughtful gesture. "I can't believe you remembered." "Duh, we're besties." Polly shot her a wink. Of course I remember. Of course, Taylor thought. Polly had always been a thoughtful friend, someone Taylor could count on in good times and bad. For the next hour, they sat on the porch, drinking coffee, eating Polly's amazing brownies, and reminiscing about the past. When Taylor grew teary, Polly took action. I know what you need. Polly stood and lifted Taylor's cup from her hand. Collecting the other dishes, Polly disappeared into the house. Taylor was about to follow her when Polly reemerged, carrying Taylor's shoes and bag and locking the door behind her. It's time to get out of the house. She placed Taylor's shoes at her feet. Shoes on and follow me. Follow you where? Polly's phone dinged. She cast a quick glance at the message, then dropped the phone into her bag. If you have plans, Not unless an emergency crops up with one of the kids. Polly smiled. You're number one on my agenda for today. I'm the room mom for Lulu's class, and that text reminded me of that fact. I have loads of time before I need to be there to set up. Polly made a get-up motion with one hand. Taylor pushed to her feet, experiencing a surge of anticipation. Where are you taking me? Do you trust me? You always did like answering a question with another. And you were always nosy. Polly's wink took any sting from the words. She turned and clicked the key fob to unlock the minivan. Follow me, chickadee. Taylor arched a brow. Chickadee? My twin's new favorite word. Polly's lips twitched. Next to one that shall not be mentioned. You can't leave me hanging. Buttface. They learned that from their big brothers. Polly rolled her eyes. They know better than to say that word within my hearing. Last time I saw the girls, the twins were infants, and Lulu was barely talking. The two oldest, both boys, had undoubtedly also changed a lot in the past 5 years. It's hard to believe they're all in school now. The years go by so quickly. Polly sounded more wistful than relieved. I was telling Zach the other night that they'll be out of the house before we know it. You've got a while, Taylor said with a reassuring smile. She didn't know what else to say. As her life and Polly's had followed completely different paths, it was difficult for Taylor to imagine what Polly's world was like. Not only did her friend have to wrangle 5 kids in grade school, but she also did the books for her husband's automotive repair business. The thought of such a lifestyle exhausted Taylor. Yet Polly had still found the time and the energy to bake brownies for an old friend. Taylor quickly discovered shopping was what Polly had in mind. Going from store to store had been a favorite pastime when they were young. 30 minutes later, after checking out several boutiques, Taylor found herself following Polly into Nifty Thrifty. This thrift store was a cut above the ones she and Polly had visited in their youth. The hardwood floor beneath their feet shone as if it had been freshly polished, and the layout appeared designed to maximize browsing ease. Sunshine streamed in through large windows adorned with whimsical curtains. The soft overhead lighting complemented the natural light, illuminating the aisles and displays without being harsh. Taylor appreciated the faint but enticing aroma of spices filling the air and the soft instrumental background music. Both had her relaxing as she walked the wide aisles with Polly at her side. They paused as a display of artfully arranged purses in shades of red, gold, and olive green caught their eye. The banner atop the display, declaring, "Pumpkin spice and everything nice, fall handbags galore," made Taylor smile. Though she and Polly had enjoyed thrifting and exploring such shops when they'd been in high school, Taylor hadn't been in one since. She wouldn't be in one now if not for the shirt Polly had seen in the store window's fall fashion frenzy display. She'd grabbed Taylor's arm and dragged her inside, insisting she wanted her opinion on a shirt for her husband. The multicolored Madras plaid, in rich fall shades, had gotten Taylor's thumbs up. Is there anything else you want to look at? Taylor asked, ready to head out the door and back into the sunshine. Since we're here, I'd like to see if they've gotten in any new cookbooks. Polly gestured toward the back of the store. I'll be quick. Are you searching for a special one? I collect vintage cookbooks sponsored by churches and various civic organizations. Polly's lips curved. I love the ones that include a story from the person who submitted the recipe. Each time I make one of the dishes, I read the corresponding story to the family. That's cool. Taylor couldn't recall ever seeing such a cookbook, but she found herself intrigued. Do you want me to help you look? Thanks, but I know exactly what I'm looking for. While I'm doing my thing, you can check out the rest of the store. Polly gestured wide with one arm. There's so much you haven't seen yet. Going along with Polly's dictate, Taylor continued to browse. She let her fingers lightly brush against cotton, flannel, and wool fabrics on circle racks, occasionally pausing to look more closely at an item before continuing. She was beginning to wonder how much longer Polly would be when she abruptly stopped at the sight of a coat on an end display of fall jackets. With her gaze firmly fixed on the coat, she blinked once, then again, expecting the coat to vanish. When it didn't, she stepped forward. Her fingers shook as she slipped the tweed coat from its hanger. Without thinking, she brought the houndstooth fabric to her nose and inhaled. Was it only her imagination, or did the faintest hint of her father's cherry pipe tobacco linger on the sleeve? A coat like this had been her father's favorite, one he'd worn for years. If she hadn't known better, she would swear this was his. But it couldn't be. Bob Higgs would have never, ever donated his jacket. There you are! I've been looking all over for you. The brightness in Polly's voice had Taylor smiling as she turned to her friend. I hit pay dirt. Polly lifted a bag emblazoned with the nifty, thrifty name. This cookbook has longer stories, which I love. That's great. I passed the register on my way to find you. Since no one was in line, I stopped and paid. Good. That's good. Taylor spoke absently, her gaze on the coat in her hands. Something in Taylor's voice had Polly shifting the sack to her left hand before reaching out with her right to touch the jacket. She rubbed the fabric between her fingers. This feels nice, but it looks too big for you. Keeping a firm grip on the tweed, Taylor jiggled the jacket. Take a closer look. Polly studied the coat. A second later, she grinned. It's like the one your dad used to wear. Taylor smiled. Once fall hit, you rarely saw him in anything else. When Taylor brought the jacket back toward herself, she heard something crackle in one of the pockets. Reaching inside, she pulled out a note written on a torn-off piece of notebook paper. I love you. Don't sell. Polly leaned over Taylor's shoulder to read the message, then eased back. What a strange note. Taylor's heart began to race. It looks like my father's handwriting. Interest sparked in Polly's dark depths. You think? See how the letters have a slight backward slant? Taylor didn't wait for Polly's reply. He always printed, rather than using cursive, just like this note. Lots of people print. Polly's matter-of-fact tone and careless shrug told Taylor that Polly wasn't convinced this coat and note were anything special. What do you think the message means? I don't know, but if this coat is his, it shouldn't be here. What makes you think it's his? Have you been through your dad's closet? Did you notice his coat missing? I haven't had time to go through any of the closets yet. For a second, Taylor wondered if someone close to her father had begun clearing out his house, not for any nefarious purpose, but to help out. She discarded the thought almost immediately. No, she didn't believe anyone would do that any more than she believed her father would donate his beloved jacket. Think about it. Her friend's tone remained light. If it's his, why is it here? You're right, it doesn't make sense that his coat would be here. I'm going to see what I can find out. Taylor strode to the register, the jacket draped over her arm. She waited, shifting from one foot to the other while the clerk rang up another customer. Once that woman stepped away, the clerk smiled at Polly before turning her attention to Taylor. "Did you find something you like, too?" "I have a question for you. This looks very much like my father's coat." Taylor pulled out the note. "I found this in the pocket." The woman, who looked to be in her mid-40s, took the note and read it. Then she looked up. "That's not my handwriting," the clerk told Taylor. "I can assure you that the coat is definitely for sale." Seeing she was getting nowhere, Taylor changed tacks. Can you tell me where you got this coat?" "One of our regular customers brought it in. Eileen's husband is ill. She's been cleaning out closets, bringing in items she doesn't think he'll wear again. She said this coat was a favorite of his." Taylor offered an encouraging smile, hoping for more. "I felt it was difficult for her to let it go, but he doesn't get out much." "It looks exactly like my father's," Taylor said. "The handwriting on the note I found in the pocket looks much like his." "I don't know what to tell you." The clerk lifted her hands and let them drop. "The store manager and I were both here when Eileen brought in the coat and a bunch of her husband's shirts and pants." "I see." Taylor nodded. She didn't really see, but there was no point in arguing. "I'll take it." She laid the coat on the counter. She hadn't looked at the price, but it didn't matter. This coat was going home with her. Chapter 2. The conversation veered back to the jacket on the drive back to her dad's house. "It's not really a one-of-a-kind coat," Polly mused, her brows pulled together in thought. "Maybe this Eileen person's husband had the same one?" "It's possible." Still, Taylor tightened her hold on the sack in her lap. Polly glanced at her. "I bet you'll find your dad's once you go through his closets." "As soon as we get back to the house, that's the first thing I'm going to check out." Taylor expelled a breath. "It's just that the handwriting in the note reminds me so much of his." "It's a mystery, that's for sure." As soon as Polly pulled into the driveway, Taylor hopped out, eager to search the closets. She remembered her manners just in time. "Do you have time to come in for a few minutes? Does a Dalmatian have spots?" Thrown off balance, Taylor looked at her friend and blinked. "Sorry, a little Lulu second-grade humor." Polly laughed. "Yes, I have time. I'm as eager as you to solve this mystery." Once inside, Taylor stepped immediately to the entryway closet. This is where he usually kept the tweed coat. As her dad wasn't a fashion-forward guy, there weren't many items in the closet. It took Taylor only a second to determine the houndstooth tweed wasn't there. She turned back to Polly, unsure whether to be relieved or disappointed. "Not here." "It's around here someplace." Polly spoke with a confidence Taylor envied. "Let's check the other closets. I'm betting we'll find it in one of them." "But what if the one I bought is his? I don't understand how it ended up at the thrift store. That doesn't make sense." Polly gnawed her lip and exhaled. "Okay, you haven't seen your dad in a while, right?" Taylor gave a slow nod. "Well, then that could explain it." Polly gestured to the jacket Taylor hadn't set down since arriving home. "Maybe he just got rid of the coat. He could have found a new one he liked, or, knowing your dad, he might have found someone else who needed it more." As generous as her dad had been, Taylor didn't believe he'd give away his coat, but she also knew she didn't want to argue the point. "Maybe," she agreed tentatively. After checking out 3 more closets, Taylor turned to Polly. "It isn't here." "We should check the garage and your dad's car," Polly suggested. "Zach is always leaving his jackets in the truck." Polly answered the question she must have seen in Taylor's eyes before Taylor could voice it. "He gets hot." Her lips lifted in an indulgent smile. "Then he forgets to bring it in and spends the next day searching the house for it before one of the kids reminds him to check the truck." Polly's husband had owned a truck even back in high school. His skill with tools of any kind had translated into a successful career as an auto mechanic. I didn't think of that, but I can see my dad being on a stakeout and getting hot, especially at this time of year. After spending most of her life in GraceTown, Taylor knew the weather in October could be a mixed bag. Temperatures varied from the low 40s all the way up to 80. They checked the garage and her father's silver Chevy sedan. Other than a hoodie that had seen better days, they came up empty. Returning to the house, Taylor's gaze slid to the jacket she'd hung on the coat tree just inside the front door. I just wish I knew for sure if this jacket is his. And if it is, how did it end up at Nifty? Polly studied her for a long moment, then shrugged. Sometimes there are no answers. Maybe, but my father loved to solve puzzles. That's what made him such a good police detective, and, later, a successful PI. Taylor couldn't keep her gaze from the coat. I must have gotten some of his inquisitive genes, because I need to find the answer. Don't even try to tell me Polly Peeper isn't curious. Polly burst out laughing. I'd forgotten you used to call me that. Anyone who peeks into the boys' locker room after football practice on a dare deserves her own moniker. Taylor smiled. She had so many good memories from those years. Zach was the only boy I wanted to see naked back then. Polly's lips quirked upward. Now I get to see him naked all of the time. Taylor laughed. Squawk! The high-pitched screech, something you might hear coming from a parrot, had Taylor jumping. What is that awful noise? It's what happens when you let your kids pick your reminder alert. Polly waved a dismissive hand. It's time for me to head to the school. Well, it certainly got my attention. Taylor met Polly's gaze. Today was fun. It was. Polly's eyes sparkled. Promise you'll keep me updated on the case of the mysterious coat? Absolutely. Taylor walked Polly to the edge of the porch. Thanks again for the brownies. She waved goodbye as Polly popped the minivan into reverse, backed out of the driveway, and disappeared around the corner. Perhaps it wasn't her dad's coat, or maybe he had indeed given it away. It was possible, but knowing how attached he got to things, it wasn't probable. Even if she could believe the coat wasn't his, it still didn't explain the note. Wishful thinking, Taylor told herself. She wanted to believe the note came from her dad, and was trying to convince herself it was so. Bob Higgs might have promised to always be there for her, but a ruptured brain aneurysm had been beyond his control. From now on, living without her dad's support and guidance was something she would have to accept. After seeing Polly off, Taylor paused on the sidewalk outside Elite Sleuth Solutions. Seeing her father's name etched in the glass had her heart lurching. Her father had founded the private investigation business 7 years earlier, after he'd retired from the GraceTown police force. While he'd enjoyed being a detective for GraceTown PD, he loved having the ability to set his own hours and take cases that mattered to him. Only 50 when he'd retired, her dad had looked forward to many more years doing what he loved. That hadn't been in the cards. A cool breeze had leaves dancing across the toes of Taylor's boots. She didn't even have to breathe deeply to catch the scent of fall in the air. Autumn was her favorite season in GraceTown. How many years had it been since she'd had a chance to enjoy it with her father? Too many. Now, that opportunity was forever out of reach. Heaving a breath filled with regret, Taylor stepped into Elite. It was wild to think that her dad had been in this office for over 2 years, yet this was her first time seeing it. Taylor's last trip to GraceTown had taken place before her dad had gotten a PI partner and moved to this office space. The heavy workload at the law firm in Chicago where she'd practiced had made getting away difficult. Her father had understood the demands on her and had flown to Chicago for the past 3 years to celebrate the holidays with her. This year, she had promised him that she would find a way to come to him for the holidays. But she had to admit that if she'd been kept on after the acquisition, that would have been an impossible-to-keep promise. The realization was a knife blow to the heart. Taylor absorbed the impact with a sharp inhale and focused on why she was here. Why am I here? Taylor frowned. Though her dad had been eager to show her his office and introduce her to his partner, what did that matter now? The attorney handling the estate still had to explain her dad's wishes for the business. Taylor's meeting with Melvin Blount this week had been canceled after the attorney was called out of town for a family emergency. The cancellation had brought relief rather than disappointment. Though she needed to know the terms of the will, the reading was one more hurdle in a long list of hurdles. When she felt overwhelmed, Taylor told herself that the key to getting through these dark days was simply putting one foot in front of the other and doing what needed to be done. Taylor stepped into the quiet of the small office. The sight of the Spartan interior didn't surprise her. Bob Higgs always had been a less is more kind of guy. Straight ahead were two offices, one for her dad and one for Jameson Fox. Her father's partner was a stranger to her. She'd also never met Glenna Kovacs, the office manager hired when the business had moved to this location. After several long seconds in which no one appeared, Taylor called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" She waited another minute before stepping into her father's office. The clutter on the desktop brought a smile to her lips. For all his minimalist tendencies, her dad had believed that a disorganized desk was a happy desk. Yet no matter how cluttered his desktop was in his home office, she'd learned that he could nip out of the mess the exact paper he was looking for at any time. It startled Taylor to see the pencil holder she'd made from popsicle sticks at brownie camp when she was 8. She'd painted each stick a different fluorescent color, then secured them around the perimeter of a soup can with Elmer's glue. She'd personalized the holder by adding lots of hearts and stickers that proclaimed, "Best Dad Ever," and "I LOVE my dad." Though he made a big deal at the time about how much he loved the gift, she hadn't realized he still had it, or the picture her mother had taken of the two of them on a long-ago Halloween night. Pushing aside papers, Taylor picked up the pencil holder from its nest of papers. She would keep this and the photo. Looking at them would forever remind her of the wonderful father who— "This is a private office." The unexpected male voice behind her had her jolting. Her sudden spin sent pencils flying from the cup. The container slipped from her hand, clattering against the hardwood floor and breaking apart. Taylor's heart twisted at the sight of the neon-colored sticks scattered at her feet. "Tell us who you are and what you're doing going through Bob's things." The mid-50s woman stood with her hands on her ample hips. Her oversized glasses gave her face an owl-like appearance. Curly brown hair sprang out from her head as if she'd just stuck her finger in a light socket. The man, tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair cut stylishly short, stood just behind her, blocking the doorway. "Tell us what you're doing here." Normally slow to anger, Taylor felt her temper spike. Could they be any more unwelcoming? She tried to tell herself they didn't know her, and of course they would have questions. But the sight of the pencil container and the framed photo had brought memories surging, and, with it, anger over the unfairness of it all. Her dad had been young, not even 60, with so much to give, not only to the world, but to her. She'd been cast adrift without her compass. Taylor lifted her chin. "I could ask you the same." "We work here," the man said in a flat tone. "Your turn." "You're Jameson Fox." Taylor couldn't hide her surprise. She'd thought he'd be older, more her father's age. Hadn't her dad said his partner had also retired from the police force? Or perhaps that was what she'd assumed. Taylor shifted her gaze to the woman. "You must be Glenna." "You know our names?" Jameson's piercing dark eyes never left her face. His voice, while calm and polite, held an undercurrent of steel.
Time to tell us yours.
Taylor Higgs. She stuck out her hand. Bob's daughter. Glenna ignored the hand. You're finally here. It would have been nice if you'd come while Bob was still alive. The censure in Glenna's tone had Taylor's back stiffening as she dropped her hand to her side. Who was this woman to judge? Without waiting for Taylor to respond, Glenna steamrolled ahead. It's a 2-hour plane ride from O'Hare to BWI and a short drive from Baltimore to here. At Taylor's incredulous look, Glenna added, I looked it up last year when you, once again, I might add, expected Bob to drop everything to come to you for the holidays.
Glenna.
Jameson's tone held a warning.
That was between her and Bob.
I suppose you're right. Glenna spoke grudgingly. But you and I both hated seeing Bob work like a dog the month before he left, simply so he could accommodate being away. Giving a noncommittal shrug, Jameson scooped the debris up from the floor and set the remnants of the pencil cup on the corner of her father's desk. Drop everything? Work like a dog? Taylor pondered the comments. Her dad had made it sound like business was slow around the holidays and that it was the perfect time for him to get away. Which was what Taylor wanted to do right now, get away from this office, from the guilt that rose up and gripped her throat in a suffocating hold. But first, she needed something only they could provide. And that, she realized, was why she'd come here today. Taylor cleared her throat. I don't have many details about what happened that day. No need to say which day. They all knew.
Your dad had been complaining of a headache for about a week.
Jameson's lips tightened momentarily before he continued.
We urged him to see a doctor. He said he would when things slowed down.
When he left on surveillance, he was fine. No complaints about the headache that morning. Remember? Glenna shot a glance at Jameson before returning her attention to Taylor. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Jameson rocked back on his heels.
It seemed he was feeling better.
It was nearly noon when I noticed him sitting in his car out front. I assumed he was finishing up a call. Glenna blinked rapidly. Around 12:15, I went out to see if he needed anything. That's when I found him. Glenna turned to Jameson, her face awash with misery. I still think that if I'd gone out sooner, maybe...
He was already gone.
Jameson's arm stole around her shoulders. But if...
We talked about this before,
Jameson reminded Glenna.
The doctor said he didn't have a chance, no matter when he was found.
That's what I was told, Taylor heard herself say. Taylor had begun to believe that bad things really did come in threes. Only a few days before she'd gotten the call about her dad, she'd been let go by the firm where she'd worked since graduating from law school. The firm had been acquired, and she had been deemed a redundant employee. Then her boyfriend, who had kept his job at the firm, broke up with her, citing that it wouldn't look good for him to be dating someone who had been terminated. Losing her job and boyfriend at the same time, though, paled in comparison to losing her father. Bob Higgs was her daddy, her rock, the one person she'd thought would always be there. From the time Taylor had been small, her dad had promised he'd always be in her back pocket, close by, whenever she needed him. It had been a promise he couldn't keep. I assume you're here to plan the funeral? Glenna's tone turned brisk and businesslike. I've made a list of possible music selections and service details, things I thought Bob would like, and... Taylor lifted a hand. Thank you for that, but my father didn't want any fuss. Glenna blinked, clearly startled. Pardon me? Earlier this summer, when my dad called to inform me of a neighbor's death, he made it clear that when his time came, he wanted to be cremated and his ashes tossed to the wind. Taylor ran a tongue across suddenly dry lips. How strange they'd recently had this discussion. Had her father had a premonition? Per his wishes, there will be no funeral or memorial service. What? Glenna's voice rose, then broke. Are you saying... That doesn't seem... Jameson's hand on Glenna's arm had her stopping mid-sentence.
Taylor is Bob's next of kin, he said. It's her decision, not ours.
When she wanted to cave, Taylor reminded herself that this was what her father had wanted.
I understand,
Jameson said smoothly.
You should know that several of Bob's friends are planning to gather at the Thirsty Pug this Saturday night to remember your dad.
Taylor thought of her father's wishes, but told herself this event was out of her control. Deep in her heart, she was touched that his friends wanted to honor him. Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Jameson's voice softened.
Just remember, we're here to help. Whatever you need.
I assume that the Thirsty Pug is a bar? Taylor asked.
It's a popular one on the Riverwalk.
Jameson's gaze remained watchful, as if he was attempting to gauge her response.
Bob's friends rented out the back room. Everyone is welcome. You should stop by.
Taylor offered a non-committal smile. I might do that. We didn't think you were coming, Glenna blurted. It's been nearly 2 weeks since Bob passed. When we didn't hear a peep from you, we assumed you planned to handle everything remotely. Taylor opened her mouth to remind them that this was her father they were talking about. Of course she'd come home. Then she remembered she hadn't met either of them before, and they'd worked with her dad for over 2 years. As far as not immediately flying to GraceTown when she'd learned her father had passed, she assured herself she'd done the smart thing, the sensible thing, by staying in Chicago to get everything squared away there before coming to GraceTown. It wasn't as if her dad had been in the hospital and needed her. The cremation could go forward without her. Looking back, she wished now that she had flown back, even for a day, to gaze upon his face, place her hand on his, and whisper goodbye. Hindsight, she thought, feeling that knife twist once again. So many things she'd have done differently. Now she could only move forward. The estate needs to be settled, Taylor began. I had a meeting with the attorney tomorrow, but he had to go out of town. Ah, yes, the estate. The censure Taylor had seen earlier in Glenna's eyes grew more pronounced. It figures you'd come back for the spoils.
Glenna.
Jameson spoke sharply.
You're out of line.
Sorry. Despite the apology, the woman didn't appear at all sorry. Desperately wishing she'd steered clear of the office, Taylor picked up one of the pencils Jameson had placed on the desk. After scribbling her phone number on a small pad, she tore off the sheet and handed it to Jameson. He didn't even glance down.
What's this?
My cell number. Taylor scooped up the pencil cup remnants and photograph and turned toward the door. In case you need to reach me. Jameson said nothing. There was no opportunity. She was out the door so quickly that even a polite goodbye was impossible. I shouldn't have been surprised, Glenna said on an exhale. Just like my brother. Those kinds of people find time to come around when the scent of money is in the air.
Don't you think you're being a little hard on her?
Am I? Glenna strode to the front window and peered out. A second later, she glanced at Jameson. She's driving his car.
She's also staying at his house.
Glenna whirled to face him fully. How do you know?
I received a call last night from one of Bob's neighbors. I'd asked him to watch the house.
At Glenna's puzzled look, he added,
Thieves often target the homes of those who've recently died. The neighbor saw someone in the house. After I finished the assignment, I went over and parked on the street. Bob's place was ablaze with lights.
Jameson's lips quirked upward.
When I watched a woman take out the trash, I figured she had to be Bob's daughter. Though I couldn't see her features from where I sat, most thieves don't take out the trash.
Sounds like she didn't waste any time taking over his car and house.
Her house and car. No, I assume, anyway.
She walked into the office today like she owns the place. Do you think?
I don't know.
Jameson blew out a breath.
Bob told me once that if anything happened to him, I'd get his share of the business. But we both know that when it comes down to it, family usually wins out.
Chapter 3. Jameson watched until the taillights of Bob's Chevy faded from sight. Taylor had been far prettier than the woman he had visualized when Bob had spoken of her, which had been often. He wasn't sure why, but he'd assumed she'd look like her dad, who had been a short, stocky man with wiry black hair and a sharp jawline. The only thing Jameson could figure, now that he'd seen the tall, willowy blonde with the big brown eyes in the light of day, was that she must take after her mother, a woman he'd never met. According to what little Bob had said, he and his ex-wife had split when Taylor was in high school. When his wife had moved to California after the divorce, Taylor had stayed in Gracetown with her dad. Bob, the kindest man Jameson had ever met, had also been an excellent judge of character. Despite Taylor not having been back to Gracetown to see her dad, at least not since Jameson had become Bob's partner, Bob had loved his daughter deeply, which meant she was a good person. Because, family or not, Bob had been nobody's fool. "You were right when you said she'd be back."
I had a feeling.
Jameson was ready to let the subject drop, but it appeared Glenna had more to say. "I didn't recognize her." Glenna's eyes shifted toward Bob's office before returning to him.
Jameson chuckled. Me either. Bob didn't have any recent pics of her, only that one of a kid in the Halloween photo on his desk.
She'd been dressed as Orphan Annie, complete with a red yarn wig and painted-on freckles. Bob had made an interesting-looking Daddy Warbucks. "It's clear she thinks she should be making the decision about having a service," Glenna continued. "I still believe we should have some say. After all, we're the ones who've been here for him, not her." Jameson shook his head. While he understood Glenna's perspective, she'd always been fiercely protective of her friends. In this situation, friends weren't the same as family.
Bob would want her to handle this.
Glenna's brows drew together. "You think?"
You heard her say she and Bob had discussed it.
After a long moment, Glenna gave a reluctant nod. "At least the get-together at the Pug is already planned." Glenna's lips curved ever so slightly. "Bob liked the Pug." Jameson laughed.
That he did.
"We need to talk about the business." Moving to the chair behind her desk, Glenna dropped down and swiveled the chair back and forth, her eyes never leaving his face. "What will happen if Bob left her his share?"
If he did, she'll sell. What good is Elite to her?
"You're probably right," Glenna said, searching his face. "Do you have enough money to buy her out? If not, I have savings. I'd be happy to lend you some."
That's a generous offer, and I appreciate it.
This conversation ventured as close to personal as Glenna had gotten with him. Though she'd constantly butted into Bob's business, a fact Bob had never seemed to mind, she stayed out of Jameson's. Jameson hoped that wouldn't change now that Bob was gone. Still, he wouldn't take Glenna's money. She'd worked hard for whatever savings she'd accumulated, which made her offer that much sweeter.
As long as she doesn't think Bob's share is worth a fortune, I should have enough.
"Okay, then."
Glenna picked up the brown bag she'd dropped on her desk when they'd entered the office and seen a strange woman inside.
"Back to business." Glenna gestured to her tidy desktop. "Do you want to eat out here?"
What say we skip the meeting this week?
Jameson suggested.
I have some calls to make. I'll eat at my desk.
I'll do the same. Glenna expelled a shaky breath. I haven't gotten much work done since.
Same.
Both he and Glenna had been floundering since that horrible day. Glenna took out the sandwiches, chips, and brownie squares they'd purchased from a food truck parked down the block. She's a pretty one, isn't she? Leaning over, Jameson scooped up his share.
Pardon?
Bob's daughter. I guess I expected her to look like him, not to be so, well, lovely, Glenna added grudgingly. Jameson nodded, recalling how Taylor's honey blonde hair had been tousled around her shoulders, as if she'd hopped out of bed with no time to brush it. Her large dark brown eyes had been an enchanting contrast to the lightness of her hair. I wonder if she's dating anyone. Glenna brought 2 fingers to her lips and tapped them against her mouth. I would think if she was, and it was serious, he'd have come with her.
It doesn't matter.
Jameson waved a dismissive hand.
Once things get settled here, I bet neither of us will ever see her again.
Taylor swung by Sip and Charm Spirits and picked up a bottle of wine on her way home. Home. No longer the apartment she'd shared with her friend Angie in Chicago, but the 3-bedroom Cape Cod-style house her parents purchased when she was 5. Her mother had started a new job for a large consulting firm, and the boost in her salary had been enough to make her parents' dream of homeownership a reality. Once inside, Taylor paused and let her gaze linger on the living room. Not much had changed since she'd left for college a decade earlier. Her dad's fierce love for the status quo showed. After setting the bottle of wine on a thin side table near the door, Taylor impulsively took the tweed jacket from the coat tree and slipped it on. As she sat, the stress of the visit to his office slid from her shoulders as the warmth from the coat wrapped around her. She thought of the first part of the note. I love you. How she wished she could believe that was a message from Dad to her. Even as grief flooded her and Taylor swiped at her eyes, she could almost see him standing before her, patting his heart. It had been his silent way of reminding her of his promise to always be there for her. Tears slipped down her cheeks as memories surged. Little notes with messages of support and love in her lunchbox, under her pillow, and even on the backside of the cereal box. The notes had been the rough, tough detective's way of giving her gentle advice and encouragement as she navigated life. Just like a compass, I may not always show you the way, but I'll be there to point you in the right direction, had been his promise. Anyone would tell you that Bob Higgs's word was his bond. But even her dad couldn't keep a promise from beyond the grave. Taylor surged to her feet. She couldn't sit and think. If she did, she'd break down. She'd already done enough crying to last a lifetime. Hoping to quell the rising grief, she put on running shorts and a tee and headed outside. She was locking the door behind her when her phone dinged. Taylor glanced down and groaned. The text was from Linda. I just heard about Bob. I'm so sorry. I can be there for you. For a second, Taylor wondered how her mother knew. Linda didn't have any friends in GraceTown. Then again, before the divorce, this had been her home. Not once, during all the years that she'd been gone, had Taylor's father uttered a bad word about her mother. Though he'd never pushed, Taylor knew he'd wanted her to have a relationship with her mom. The last time she'd spoken with her dad over FaceTime, he'd mentioned Linda had said Taylor was slow to respond to her texts. Taylor had changed the subject. Please don't come. You're not needed. Even as she sent the message, Taylor felt her father's disappointment. Slipping the phone back into the pocket of her shorts, Taylor stood for a moment on the porch, letting the breeze cool her hot cheeks. She was glad it was sunny. The last thing she needed was for a day as cloudy as her mood. Eager to get started, Taylor had one foot on the next step when she heard her name. Turning,
She saw a woman jogging toward her, a mass of wavy brown hair framing a pretty face. It took only a second for Taylor to recognize her. "Chloe Frederick? Is that you?" "In the flesh." Chloe's smile quickly faded, and sympathy shone in her amber eyes. Taylor braced herself, but the condolences didn't come. It was almost as if Chloe knew that was not what she needed right now, which didn't make sense. Chloe didn't know her, not anymore. Though they had often played together as children, they hadn't been close friends and hadn't stayed in contact. They'd initially become acquainted through Matilda Bemis, who'd lived 3 doors down. Chloe had spent considerable time at Till's house growing up. Till had also watched Taylor when her mother had been out of town or her dad's duties as a detective had kept him away from home. "My dad mentioned you'd moved into the neighborhood after Till's passing." Taylor hesitated. Was it as hard for Chloe to accept condolences, or had enough time passed that the pain had dulled? "She was an amazing woman." "Yes, she was." Chloe's gaze searched hers. "Your dad was amazing as well. I was sorry to hear the news." Swallowing hard, Taylor looked away. "I still can't believe he's gone. Do you remember when we climbed the tree in your yard to rescue Sylvester?" Chloe's lips curved. "The look on your dad's face." Taylor couldn't help but smile. While trying to rescue the cat, she and Chloe had gotten stuck on one of the tree's high branches. Her mother had come running from the house when they'd called for help. She'd been ready to climb up herself when Taylor's dad had arrived home. He'd seen his daughter and her friend perched on a branch that hadn't looked strong enough to hold a cat, much less 2 young girls. The rickety ladder his wife had retrieved from the garage hadn't begun to reach high enough. "The fire department came." Chloe shook her head. Taylor chuckled. "With sirens blazing. The sirens scared the cat, and it raced down the tree. The firefighters were nice to us," Taylor recalled. "Your parents and Till were cool about it, too." Chloe smiled. "They didn't make us feel like foolish kids, or at least I didn't feel that way. That's how I remember that day, too. Your mother made root beer floats, and afterward we caught fireflies." Chloe offered a contented sigh. "It ended up being a magical day. It started bad, but ended up being really, really good." It had been a magical day, Taylor thought. She recalled her parents and Till laughing and talking while she and Chloe had raced around the backyard as dusk settled, mason jars with holes cut in the lids in hand. "I'm glad we're going to be neighbors again." Chloe's comment pulled Taylor back to the present. She looked up and found her old friend staring at her with a curious expression. "You are staying, right?" "I am." Taylor had decided that on the plane ride here. There was nothing for her in Chicago. Not anymore. "Where were you living again?" Chloe's brows pulled together. "I know your dad told me, but I forgot." "Chicago. The firm I worked for was recently bought out by another, and they had their attorneys, so I was let go." Taylor kept it short and sweet. "That stinks. I'm sorry." Understanding filled Chloe's golden eyes. "I left my job in Miami this past spring. I quit, but I saw the handwriting on the wall, if you know what I mean." "That stinks, too." "True enough." Chloe nodded. "But it was time for me to come home." Taylor blinked in confusion. "But your parents don't live here anymore, do they?" "They haven't for a long time, but GraceTown has always been home to me. It didn't take me long after I returned to realize why I love it here." "What is it you do? I mean, for a living?" Chloe gestured to the sidewalk. "What do you say we log some miles while we talk?" "I say yes." Once they'd settled into an easy rhythm, Chloe spoke. "I'm the manager of the Oasis." What?" "You asked what I do for a living." Chloe smiled. I'm the manager of the Oasis. It's a boutique hotel in the business district. Taylor brought an image into focus. A three-story brick structure with dome awnings over the door and three floor-to-ceiling windows in the front. Elegant, but approachable. I remember the Oasis. It has a Parisian vibe. Graceful Oasis, right? That's the official name. Most simply call it the Oasis now. I don't believe I've ever been inside. Visit sometime. I'll show you around. Chloe chuckled. The hotel isn't large, so the tour will take all of 5 minutes. I'd like that. Taylor slanted a glance. Do you work a split shift, or? I put in some extra hours on the weekend, so I'm treating myself to an afternoon off. Chloe slowed her steps for a moment and breathed deep. Smell the applewood? Someone has a fire going. Taylor sniffed the air. It doesn't seem cold enough for a fire. Chloe laughed. That's because you're used to Chicago weather. Try coming back here from Miami. You're living in Till's house now. She left it to me when she passed. Chloe cleared her throat. I have a roommate, Emily. She's our age and new to GraceTown. I can't wait to meet her. Taylor realized it was true. She missed having friends nearby. You'll like her, Chloe told her. I will find a way to get the two of you together. The long hours she'd put in at the office had left little time for anything else. That's why sharing an apartment with her best friend had been so wonderful. She wondered now if their friendship would have survived if they hadn't been under the same roof. Taylor automatically skirted a trike left on the sidewalk. I'd like that. Just let me know. My schedule is wide open. Any idea what you're going to do for a job? Chloe asked as they turned and headed down the street leading to Maplewood Park. Growing up, all the kids in the neighborhood knew the way to the park. No idea. The plan is to get everything settled, then see what's out there. Taylor felt no pressure, as her dad's attorney had mentioned that the house and the car were hers, which gave her a place to live and a vehicle. She also had money from savings to tide her over. The business? Well, Taylor assumed the business would go to Jameson. I wouldn't stress about it. Chloe offered a reassuring smile. Not only does this town have an abundance of opportunities, but as you know, there is no better place to live. Chapter 4. For the next few days, Taylor kept busy cleaning the house and going for daily runs. As she still hadn't met with the attorney, she didn't feel as if she could dispose of any of her father's things. So she left his room and the boxed-up stuff in the attic untouched and concentrated instead on the kitchen and living room. By Saturday night, Taylor had grown tired of her own company. She texted Angie, asking if she wanted to FaceTime, and got the call a minute later. How are you? Dix and I have been wondering how you're doing in far-off Maryland. Taylor chuckled. I'm making merry. Tell Dix hi. He's right here. Angie shifted the phone. Tell him yourself. Of course he was right there. No surprise. After 6 months of dating, Dix and Angie had become inseparable. He'd moved in the day Taylor moved out. Hey, Dix. How are you liking your new digs? Dix, a tall, skinny guy with glasses, grinned. The place is great. The roommate, well, oof. His grin widened when Angie punched him in the side. It's all good. The fact that it had become clear over the past couple of months that the couple had wanted to live together but not kick Taylor out, well, it had made her decision to leave Chicago easier. How's the old hometown? Angie asked, her face now the only one on the screen. Babe, we need to leave in 5 minutes, Dix called in the background. GraceTown is good. Anticipating Angie's next question, Taylor added, I like it here. Then, because she knew Angie didn't have it in her to cut the conversation short, Taylor said, "Sounds like you guys have somewhere to be. We can catch up another time. I'm heading out in a bit anyway. Several friends of my dad are hosting a celebration for him at a local bar." Dix reappeared on the screen. "Sounds more like a party than a funeral," Dix joked, then sobered. "I'm sorry about your dad, Taylor." "Thank you." Taylor thought of all the relationships that her dad had fostered and enjoyed during his lifetime. Despite him professing not to want any hoopla, Taylor knew he'd be touched that his friends wanted to honor him in this way. "Take care, sweetie." Angie's eyes softened. "Keep in touch. You know I'm always here for you." Taylor somehow managed to keep her voice even and the smile on her lips. "Miss you bunches. You two have a fun evening." Once the call ended, Taylor sagged against the seat cushions of the sofa and considered her options. Television, reading, cleaning. Ugh, no, she'd had her fill of that for the day. The thirsty pug got the nod. Actually, not going had never been an option. She glanced at her watch. It was still early, and she had more than enough time to make herself presentable. Taylor wasn't sure what to expect of the event, but she was grateful his friends had thought enough of her dad to pull this together. Taylor strode into the Thirsty Pug. Though it wasn't even 7 yet, the bar was already crowded. A whiteboard with her dad's name on it directed her to the back of the bar. She'd assumed it would be casual since the event was being held at a bar, so she'd chosen navy pants and a cream-colored sweater. Even so, she could see that she was overdressed, with most attendees in jeans. Wall-to-wall people filled the room, which was likely spacious when empty. It certainly wasn't empty now. Not sure if she should plow into the madness or ease her way in, Taylor remained at the edge. "I hoped our paths would cross this evening." Taylor turned, and there was Chloe. A blonde woman stood beside her. They must have gotten the jeans memo since they fit in with the group. "Hi, Chloe." Taylor cast a curious glance in the blonde's direction. "Taylor, this is my roommate, Emily Curtis." "It's a pleasure." Emily offered a warm smile. "Hey, Em, could you keep Taylor company for a few minutes?" Chloe slipped her hand into her bag and pulled out a photograph. "I want to get this on the board before I forget." "What is it?" Taylor asked. "The announcement said to bring pics of Bob if you had any." Chloe explained. "I found this one in one of Till's old photo albums." "May I see it?" Taylor asked. "Of course!" Chloe gave a little laugh and handed Taylor the photograph. "It's your parents." "Chloe!" A voice rang out from somewhere in the crowd. Chloe must have spotted whoever it was because she waved wildly, then turned back to Emily and Taylor. "I won't be long." Taylor's gaze dropped to the picture, one of her parents and Till. Her dad was wearing the houndstooth jacket. He looked young and happy, his cheeks reddened from the cold and his hair going every which way in the wind. He had an arm slung around her mother's shoulders. The photo had been taken in their backyard, but there weren't enough other things in the photograph for her to identify what was going on. "That's Till Bemis," Emily told Taylor, pointing to the older woman beside Linda. "Your parents had invited her over for a crab feast. She wasn't the only one invited. All the neighbors were there." "I knew Till," Taylor told Emily, "but I don't recall this party. I didn't think my parents ever did anything together." Taylor clamped her mouth shut. This was neither the time nor the place to bring up old wounds. "They did," Emily said, as if she knew that for sure, rather than simply extrapolating from one picture. Before Taylor could respond, Chloe called to her friend and motioned to her. Emily glanced at Taylor. "Come with?" "Go ahead." Taylor tried to hand Emily the picture. Emily shook her head. "You keep it."
Once Emily left, Taylor dropped the photograph into her purse and stepped farther into the crowd, just in time to catch the toast given by her dad's former captain and the man who'd been his first partner when he joined the force.
Though I hated seeing Bob leave the force, I knew he wanted more. More autonomy, more free time, more of a life. As many here know, being a police officer presents significant challenges. The irregular hours can disrupt family routines and affect quality time with loved ones. Policing is inherently stressful, and that stress frequently spills over into family life. It can be difficult to maintain a work-life balance.
Captain Joe Strong scanned the crowd, a smile of recognition lifting his lips when he spotted Taylor.
Bob wanted something different, and he took steps to make that happen. I believe his years as a PI were good ones. Like you, I only wish he'd had more of them.
The captain lifted his glass.
To Bob.
Taylor grabbed a beer from the trayful a server had just set on the table next to her and lifted the Pilsner glass. To Bob. Her voice melded with the others. When she lowered her glass and took a drink, Taylor realized she'd found her calm. Despite the crowd and Mick Jagger, the Rolling Stones had been her dad's favorite band, belting out a rock classic, Taylor felt steady.
I'm glad you made it.
Taylor turned, and there was Jameson. Like most of the men, he was in jeans, but while many wore Orioles, Ravens, or GraceTown PD sweatshirts, Jameson had on a forest green sweater. I called the bar, and they said my dad's memorial event started at 7. It had been 6:50 when Taylor walked through the door to an already crowded room. Jameson shrugged.
The manager let us set up early, knowing many would come to the bar straight after their shift ended.
This is nice. Her gaze swept the room, taking in the table with pitchers of beer and another holding crab cake sliders and bowls of chips seasoned with Old Bay in individual packages. A large poster-sized picture of her dad in his dress blues hung over a table holding several framed photographs. People were pinning pictures of her dad on a nearby easel. She assumed that's where the photograph Chloe had brought would end up. When Taylor cast a glance in Jameson's direction, she found him watching her with an unreadable expression.
I know you said Bob didn't want this.
Taylor placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. This is nice, she repeated. And necessary, I think. Jameson arched a dark brow, and it struck her just how very handsome he was. For those left behind, she clarified. He nodded. Her phone buzzed, and her heart skipped a beat. The attorney had said he'd text when he was back in town. Excuse me. Jameson's gaze shifted, and he took a sip of beer, giving her privacy, or as much privacy as there could be in this crowd. Pulling out her phone, Taylor saw that instead of the lawyer, her mother had texted again. Please let me know when you schedule the memorial service. I want to be there. Too late, Taylor thought. Ignoring the quick stab of guilt, she dropped the phone back into the purse hanging by a thin gold chain over her shoulder.
All good?
Jameson asked. I'm going to mingle. She offered him a quick smile. Right now, she needed to keep moving. I'll catch you later. As she navigated her way through the crowd, the laughter and music created an almost festive air. Before she reached the table with the photographs, Joe Strong stepped in front of her.
Taylor!
She wasn't sure what to think when he wrapped his arms around her in a fierce hug.
I heard you were in town. I'm glad you came.
Taylor gestured with one hand. Thanks for organizing this. As I was walking through the crowd, I was blown away by all the snippets of Bob's stories I overheard.
Your dad was the best.
Joe's eyes turned misty.
He had a kind word for everyone, and the jokes that man pulled off are legendary.
Shaking his head, Joe chuckled. I've been focused on my sadness, Taylor said, but this is a good reminder that remembering my dad can be fun, too. It's also hard. She clamped her lips together when they began to tremble. I miss him so much.
I understand.
Joe hesitated.
May I give you some advice?
Please.
As a cop, you see a lot of things, and you lose a lot of people. Whenever I'm sad about someone I've lost, I stop and recall a positive memory about them. It always turns me around.
Taylor considered the suggestion and then nodded.
Because of the kind of man your father was, I'm betting you'll have an endless supply of happy memories.
Taylor's lips curved as she recalled a memory of her dad and the man standing before her now. Do you remember when you invited my dad and me to your place for a spaghetti dinner?
Do I remember?
Joe laughed out loud.
We had noodles stuck to the ceiling and a pot overflowing with sauce.
You have to admit, the pizza we ended up ordering was excellent, Taylor quipped.
It was the best.
Joe shook his head.
Like I said, endless good memories.
Yes, Taylor thought. There were so many. And going forward, she would do her best to focus on them. Early Monday morning, Taylor knocked on the door of Elite with 3 cups of coffee sitting in a cardboard tray in one hand and a sack containing a half-dozen of Cup of Joe's famous sourdough cinnamon rolls in the other. She'd hoped to catch both Jameson and Glenna in the office by arriving early. It appeared she'd succeeded. Glenna hurried to unlock the door. "Let me help you with that." Carefully lifting the cardboard tray from Taylor's hand, Glenna set it on her desk.
What is this?
Jameson's smile was friendly, and delight showed on his face. When she'd returned home Saturday night with the poster and all the pictures everyone had brought, Taylor had been overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion. As she recalled Saturday evening, she wondered if Jameson felt she'd ditched him. That hadn't been her intent, but when she considered how she'd acted earlier in the office, she felt an apology was in order. "This," Taylor pointed to the coffee and rolls, "is an apology. I was abrupt and rude when I was here before. I'm sorry." Glenna studied her for a long moment, then smiled. "Apology accepted." "Thank you." Taylor shifted her gaze to Jameson. "I'm also sorry if I cut our conversation short Saturday night.
You've had a lot on your mind. No worries."
He gestured to the coffee and bakery sack.
Treats from Cup of Joe make anything okay.
Minutes later, they sat with chairs pulled up to Glenna's desk, paper plates of rolls and cups of steaming coffee before them. "I want to thank you both for your part in Saturday night's event." Before the evening ended, Taylor had learned that not only had Captain Strong and several other officers been involved in the planning, but Jameson and Glenna as well. Glenna glanced at Taylor. "Your father meant a lot to both of us."
Joe Strong did the majority of the planning.
Jameson chased a bite of a cinnamon roll with a drink of coffee.
Our only involvement was supplying the names of those who might want to be invited.
"Well, thank you for whatever you did. I know my dad said he didn't want any fuss, but I believe he'd have enjoyed the party." That's how it had felt to Taylor. A party, not a funeral. An evening filled with happy memories, not sadness and tears. "You're very welcome." Glenna's gaze settled on the jacket Taylor had pulled on that morning. "You're wearing Bob's coat."
He loved that jacket.
Jameson smiled.
I have to say, it looks better on you than on him.
"Well, thank you. I do know that it makes me feel close to him when I wear it." A look of understanding filled Glenna's eyes, and she held out a hand. "This sapphire was my mother's wedding ring. I feel that same way when I wear it." "It's beautiful," Taylor said, taking a sip of coffee. "There's a story that goes with this coat,
And I'm warning you, it's a little spooky, and it might freak you out. Glenna and I are seasoned professionals. A tiny smile tugged at the corners of Jameson's lips. Not much surprises us. Okay, hold on to your coffee cups. Taylor spoke only when she was certain she had Glenna and Jameson's full attention. I found this coat at the Nifty Thrifty. What? Glenna's voice rose. What was it doing there? Taylor lifted her hands and let them fall. Your father would have never given that coat away. Glenna's tone brooked no argument. The owner of the thrift store said a woman named Eileen brought it in. Taylor shifted her gaze from Glenna to Jameson, then back again. Does that name sound familiar? The two exchanged glances and then shook their heads. There was a note in the pocket. The handwriting looked just like my dad's printing. Taylor wished she'd have thought to bring it with her this morning. Jameson took another bite of roll. What did the note say? I love you. Don't sell. Glenna's brows pulled together. That's a strange message. I know. Taylor blew out a breath. I'd like to believe the note was from him to me. He used to write me notes all the time when I was growing up. Maybe it is from him. Glenna's eyes sparkled now. You know, a GraceTown thing. I can't quite make myself go there. Taylor wrapped her hands around the cup, liking the warmth. I mean, I heard all the stories as a kid about this town being a place of the unexplainable. Not that I've ever known anyone who had anything weird happen. Doesn't mean the rumors aren't true, Glenna said. Back to the jacket. Jameson gestured with the hand holding the cup. I think we can all agree that Bob would have never intentionally given away the jacket. But a couple of months back, there was a community rummage sale to benefit some charity that helps kids or retired cops or something. He turned to Glenna. Remember? Glenna tisked. Not something. The Fellowship of Former Officers Comfort the Kids Drive. Right. That's what I said. Jameson nodded, then turned toward Taylor. He donated stuff. Maybe the jacket got mixed in by mistake. Taylor could see that happening. That might explain how the coat ended up at Nifty Thrifty, but it doesn't explain the note. Could you be thinking that it's his handwriting? Because you want the note to be from him? Jameson spoke cautiously, as if navigating through a minefield. Was that what was happening here? Do you plan on selling something of Bob's? Glenna's green depths sparkled with curiosity. Taylor thought about the lawyer's cryptic message about her dad making provisions for her mother. While my dad never tried to keep me in GraceTown, he has pushed me to reconnect with my mom. The attorney indicated the house was mine, but he'd also said something about my father making provisions for my mom. Could he have given your mother part of the house? Glenna asked. Or of something else? As I said, our official meeting has been delayed, so I don't know all the details yet. But I guess anything is possible. Apparently not content with that answer, Glenna pressed, What about the business? The attorney didn't mention the business on the phone, and I didn't think to ask. Taylor glanced at Jameson. I assume my dad's share will go to you. I guess we'll find out once Blount is back in town. Jameson's expression gave nothing away. Right now, I'm not concerned about the house or the business, Taylor admitted. I simply want to know more about the person who brought in the coat and if my father wrote the note in the pocket. Taylor supposed she could wait for this to play out. The thing was, she'd never been good at waiting. Jameson, when you're trying to solve a particularly vexing case, how do you go about it? He didn't appear surprised by the question. Once I look at my relevant information, I come up with an objective. Then I develop a strategic plan for investigating and gathering any additional information I need.
Nodding, Taylor took a sip of coffee. Facts and evidence. Her dad had focused on both when he'd worked on a case. At the moment, Taylor didn't have a strategy, but she was her father's daughter. She would develop a plan, start her investigation, and get to the bottom of this mystery. Starting now. Chapter 5. Back home, Taylor sat on the sofa, legs folded under her, and the note in her hand. The 3 candles on the hearth added to the cozy autumn ambiance, along with the cotton throw in a leaf pattern she'd tossed over her lap. The burning candles filled the air with the scents of pumpkin spice, cinnamon, and caramel. If her dad were here now, they'd be drinking hot apple cider and gorging on pumpkin cookies with cream cheese icing from Cozy Crumb Bakery. Her gaze dropped to the note. I love you. Taylor blinked rapidly as the words blurred. There had never been a time when she hadn't felt her dad's love and support. She still couldn't believe he was gone. A tightness filled Taylor's throat, and she sensed tears were only a heartbeat away. Recalling Captain Strong's suggestion, she searched her brain for a fun memory. It came surprisingly quickly. She was 8, and things that would now make her roll her eyes had made her laugh uproariously. Her dad thought it would be funny to carve a pumpkin to look like it was vomiting pumpkin seeds. Hearing Taylor's shrieks of laughter, her mother had come outside. To Taylor's surprise, Linda had joined the action by adding pumpkin guts to the seeds to make the vomit more realistic. Hilarity ensued when her dad launched a handful of leftover pumpkin guts at his wife. He missed. Linda retaliated, hitting him square in the chest. Taylor joined in the fun. By the time it ended, with guts strewn from one end of the yard to the other, they were all laughing. Even now, Taylor couldn't keep from smiling. Captain Strong had been right. The happy thoughts had chased away the tightness in her throat. Taylor reveled in the memory for a few more seconds before her gaze dropped to the note in her lap. What if the note wasn't meant for her? What if it was meant for someone else? The thought had her happy mood plummeting. Could the note have been meant for the woman who'd brought the coat into the Nifty Thrifty? Could her father have been in love with the woman? Or having an affair with her? Perhaps he'd left the coat at the woman's house, and once she'd learned he had passed, she'd wanted the jacket gone. Maybe she hadn't searched the pockets before adding the coat to her husband's items and taking it to the thrift store. Taylor knew better than to draw conclusions without more information, which was why it was time to track down the woman who donated it. After considering various information-gathering options that evening, Taylor devised one that seemed foolproof. Still, her heart pounded out an erratic rhythm when she strolled into Nifty Thrifty the following morning. She'd given great thought to her appearance, believing that if she went dressed too casually, she might not be taken as seriously. Then again, she didn't want to walk into a thrift store dressed for a Fortune 500 boardroom. She'd gone for the middle ground. A Kelly green sweater dress with brown-heeled boots had gotten the nod. Instead of stuffing the coat into a bag or draping it over her arm when she left the house, she'd slipped it on. The temperature outside had dipped, and the wool blend kept the wind's chilly fingers at bay, but the comfort went beyond warmth. Simply wearing the coat gave her a feeling of strength and contentment. Taylor's heels sounded against the hardwood as she made her way to the register. She stood back while a young woman with a child in a stroller completed her purchase. As she waited, Taylor noticed today's air held the pleasant scent of warm vanilla sugar instead of the spicy aroma she'd smelled when she'd been here with Polly. She wasn't sure which she preferred. "Please come again," the striking redhead behind the counter told the young mother. The redhead was dressed simply, in pants and a gold cable-knit sweater, and Taylor found herself thinking this woman, who looked to be in her early 60s, would be at home in any upscale boutique. The clerk who'd sold Taylor the coat and told her about Eileen was nowhere in sight. "Good morning," The clerk's gaze turned curious when she noticed no merchandise in Taylor's hands. "May I help you find something?" Suddenly recalling that the other woman had mentioned the manager had been there when the coat was brought in, Taylor pivoted. "I was wondering if I could speak with the manager." "I'm Lorna Stockham, the manager." She offered a friendly smile. "What can I do for you?" "I was in here the other day and purchased the coat I'm wearing." Taylor made a sweeping gesture with one hand, like a model on a game show. "It's a wonderful color for you," Lorna commented. "Very vintage chic. I love it." Taylor kept her tone casual, as she decided not to mention the note or her belief that the coat had belonged to her dad. "I noticed a slight tear in the lining, and when I went to stitch it up, I found a $50 bill that someone had sewn into the lining." Reaching into her pocket, Taylor pulled out the rumpled bill she'd picked up at the bank on her way to the thrift store. "I want to return the money to the person who previously owned the jacket." Surprise flickered in Lorna's eyes. "If anyone sewed it into the lining, it must have been Eileen Harrington. I honestly can't imagine why she'd do something like that, or if she did, that she would forget to retrieve it before she brought in the coat." "I don't know about that." Taylor's pulse fluttered and her mouth went dry. She decided then and there that she could never work for the CIA. Lying didn't come easy, and she wasn't good at it. "I only know that I'd like to return the money to her personally." Lorna held out her hand. "You don't need to go to all that trouble. I'm more than happy to contact her and either keep it here for her to pick up, or I can drop it off at her house on my way home." Keeping a smile on her face, Taylor slipped the bill back into her purse. "I appreciate the offer, but I'd like to do this myself." As she hadn't come up with a plausible reason why she would want to do this herself, she stopped short of explaining further. Lorna expelled a breath, and her gaze grew troubled. "We normally don't give out names and contact information." "I only want to give her back the money." Taylor smiled. "You understand." The doubtful look in the woman's hazel eyes said she didn't understand. Taylor held her breath and kept the smile on her lips. If Lorna didn't come through, she could do a property search to find Eileen's location, but this would be so much easier. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt," Lorna said finally. "Just this once." Resisting the urge to cheer, Taylor watched as Lorna turned to her computer and pulled up Eileen's address and phone number. Taylor's hand didn't even tremble when she reached for the contact information Lorna printed off. Perhaps she would make a better spy than she'd thought. "Thank you." Taylor forced herself to linger when all she wanted was to bolt. "You have a lovely store." Lorna smiled and glanced around. "We've been at this location for 3 years, and business continues to grow." "Well," Taylor brushed the jacket with the back of her fingers. "I'm really happy with my purchase, especially on blustery days like today. It's supposed to warm up this afternoon." "Let's hope so." Grateful for the customer approaching the register, Taylor wiggled her fingers at Lorna. "Have a great day, and thanks." As she left the store with the $50 bill she would give to Eileen, a small price to pay for the information she would obtain, Taylor felt herself steady. Could Eileen Harrington and her father have been having an affair? Could the note in the coat have been meant for Eileen? It was time to find out. Eileen Harrington lived in a 3-bedroom brick ranch on the north side of GraceTown. The homes in this area were well maintained, and the pride of ownership showed. Taylor could imagine that on this block, the neighbors all knew one another's names and not only spoke over backyard fences, but socialized together. If so, any rendezvous between Eileen and her father would have occurred elsewhere. Just the thought of her father being involved with a married woman made Taylor feel a little sick. She'd always viewed her dad as having a strict moral code. He'd treated others how he wanted to be treated, had been kind and compassionate, and had respected the institution of marriage. Even when his wife had been gone for long stretches of time, he'd never strayed. She tried to imagine him and this woman setting up out-of-the-way places to meet, or maybe he'd brought her to his house. Unless someone knew Eileen Harrington, his neighbors likely wouldn't have thought anything of him coming home with a woman. In fact, she recalled several times hearing about neighbors trying to set him up after her parents had divorced. Her dad hadn't taken them up on their matchmaking offers, insisting he was too busy raising his daughter and working. Still, it had to have been lonely for him. He'd been in his 40s when his marriage ended. Though Taylor had never given much thought to her father's love life, she hoped he'd made time for fun in the years since her mother had left. Just not fun with a married woman. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Taylor stepped from the car. With the coat buttoned all the way up to stave off the brisk wind, Taylor strode up the walkway to the front door. Thankfully, the side of the garage blocked the wind from the north. Though she was tempted to fidget, she spotted the Ring doorbell and knew it recorded her every move. Plastering a smile on her face, Taylor pushed the doorbell. Chimes echoed throughout the house. There was no car in the driveway, but that didn't mean anything. The garage was attached, and any vehicle was likely nestled inside. She counted to 30. When no one answered, she rang the bell again. "Just a minute," a woman called. Taylor's heart gave a solid thump against her rib cage. She forced herself to breathe as the door eased open. A plump, gray-haired woman, edging toward 80, opened the door. "May I help you?" "I'm looking for, Eileen Harrington?" Could this be Eileen's mother? "I'm Eileen. How may I help you?" Stunned, Taylor blinked. For a second, the words just wouldn't come. Then she reminded herself this was a positive development. Discovering that the Eileen in question was old enough to be her dad's mother ended any speculation that her father had had an affair with the woman. "I'm Taylor Higgs." Taylor gestured toward the houndstooth tweed she wore. "I purchased this coat at the Nifty Thrifty. Lorna told me you were the one who brought it in. She mentioned it had belonged to your husband." "Yes, that's right. Please, come in." Eileen stepped aside. "The temperature has really dropped in the last hour, and we're letting all the cold air in." When Taylor stepped inside, she was instantly hit by the strong smell of disinfectant. "We need to keep our voices down. My husband isn't well, and he's finally sleeping." Eileen closed the door behind Taylor. "I don't want our talking to wake him." When they entered the living room, Eileen motioned for Taylor to take a seat on the sofa. Though the house was tidy, signs of illness were everywhere. A walker stood waiting on the other side of the room, while a side table held several prescription bottles, as well as a box of dressings and antiseptic wipes. Disposable blue bed pads were neatly stacked at the far end of the sofa. "First, let me say that I'm sorry." Puzzlement filled Eileen's eyes. "That your husband is ill," Taylor explained. "I lost my father recently." "Thank you." Eileen's expression turned bleak. "Someone from Caring Hands Hospice is stopping by today to check on him. When I heard the doorbell ring, I thought you might be the nurse." Taylor felt terrible for interrupting what had to be a difficult day for the woman. The good thing was, she didn't plan on staying long. "I'll make this quick." Taylor silently apologized for thinking her father might have been having an affair. "Was Lorna correct? This was your husband's coat?" "Yes, that belonged to my Arnold." Eileen folded her hands in her lap. "What is this about?" What this was about, Taylor wanted to say, was her doubting her dad's character. "I came because of the coat. If you don't like it, I'm sure Lorna will take it back. It isn't that." Taylor decided the visit had already been worth the $50. There was no need to prolong it other than to protect the story she'd told Lorna. "I noticed the inside lining was coming loose. And when I went to stitch it, I found this inside. Reaching into her pocket, Taylor pulled out the 50. I wanted to return it to you. Eileen's hand rose to her throat. You found money inside the coat? I did. Who would have put it there? Eileen's brows pulled together in confusion. Arnold purchased the coat new, and I'm the one who sews. I certainly didn't stash money in the lining. Maybe it's just one of those GraceTown things, Taylor suggested. When Eileen only continued to stare, Taylor gave an embarrassed laugh. You know, unexplainable? Eileen's lips curved ever so slightly. I never believed any of those tall tales. Though, if an angel did swoop down and offer to cure Arnold, I wouldn't say no. The older woman ignored Taylor's outstretched hand with the dangling $50 bill. I won't take it. You might as well put it back in your purse. It's not mine, Taylor insisted, doubling down on the story. I found it in the coat. I don't know about any of that, Eileen said, lifting a hand. All I know is I won't accept something that doesn't belong to me. Please take it. I feel bad about stopping by and infringing on your time. It's not mine, Eileen reiterated. But, honey, you found it. It was meant to be yours. There was also a note in one of the pockets. Taylor pulled out the paper and held it out for Eileen to read. Eileen peered at the note, then lifted her gaze to Taylor. I don't have my cheaters nearby. What does it say? I love you. Don't sell. I'm sorry, Miss Higgs. Eileen shook her head. I don't know anything about the money or the note. Eileen! A man's voice, shaky and frail, called to her from down the hall. Be right there, honey. Eileen rose. If there isn't anything else, I'll see myself out. Thank you for your time. Eileen? He said just her name again, this time followed by a bout of coughing. The sorrow on Eileen's face and in her eyes tugged at Taylor's heartstrings as she reached the front door and let herself out. If the tall tales were real, an angel would heal Arnold, and Taylor's dad would be able to reach out to her from beyond the grave. Taylor knew she should have felt jazzed that she'd confirmed her father and Eileen hadn't been involved. But as she opened the front door of her dad's house, disappointment hung heavy around Taylor's shoulders. Instead of moving forward, she'd left the Harrington home with more questions than answers. Worse, she didn't know where to go next. Gather information, Jameson had said. Stellar advice, if you knew where to look. Taylor had believed the coat was her father's, but it now appeared that the one she'd bought at Nifty Thrifty had, in fact, belonged to Arnold Harrington. With no idea of where her father's coat was or how to start looking, she was truly stuck. Taylor considered and discarded possibilities and next steps as she strolled into the kitchen for something cold to drink. Her hand was on the refrigerator door when her gaze was drawn to the photograph Chloe had given her at the Thirsty Pug on Saturday. When she'd arrived home that night, she'd secured the picture to the fridge door with a magnet. Taylor lifted the picture from the door. Seeing her father so happy made her smile. It was a miracle this picture had been printed, rather than languishing on someone's phone. Taylor's gaze lingered on the coat, on the lapel and buttons, on the houndstooth tweed. When her dad had visited her in Chicago for Christmas last year, the jacket had come with him. Despite being over 20 years old, it had been in perfect condition. Well, except for a barely perceptible red paint stain on the right cuff. Until just now, she'd forgotten all about it. Taylor had been 13 when her dad had returned home one day, fuming. He'd been off duty when he'd seen some teenagers painting graffiti on the side of a building. He'd intervened and gotten paint on his coat while apprehending them. Thankfully, the dry cleaner had been able to remove all but one tiny spot. Taylor stilled. Did the jacket hanging by the front door have a red spot? With the photograph clutched in one hand, Taylor covered the distance to the coat in several long strides. Her heart pounded an erratic rhythm as she reached the jacket, lifting the right cuff and turning it for a better view. Inhaling sharply, Taylor stared at the small area of red paint. This was her father's coat, not Mr. Harrington's. Could Nifty Thrifty have had two of the same coats? Possible, but not likely. It didn't matter, Taylor decided. How this jacket had ended up in the thrift store was inconsequential. What mattered was this was her dad's coat, which meant that he had written the note in the pocket. Right? A chill washed over her. Needing the warmth, she shrugged on the coat before returning to the kitchen. Determined to dot all I's and cross all T's, Taylor took the note from her purse and carefully placed it on the table. After retrieving her dad's last grocery list and the paper from his bedside stand containing scribbled case notes, she laid the 3 pieces of paper side by side on the table, wondering why she hadn't done this before. You were too focused on the coat. Even though her thoughts still kept wanting to return to the jacket and its appearance in her life, Taylor forced herself to concentrate on the task at hand. Observing the overall appearance of the handwriting told her that the slant, spacing, and alignment of the letters and words were similar, but it was the way her father wrote the letter S in a wavy line that told her the man who had written the kitchen list and surveillance notes was the same one who'd written the note in the coat pocket. Taylor slumped against the back of her chair. There wasn't a single doubt in her mind now that the coat was her father's, and that he had written the note in the pocket. But she didn't know who he'd written the note to, and she didn't know how to find out. Her phone dinged. Picking it up, Taylor glanced at the screen. "Hi, honey. How are you doing? Are you still in GraceTown, or have you returned to Chicago? Is there any word on the memorial service? If you need anything at all, please know I'm here for you." Taylor didn't want to deal with her mother right now, or ever. She didn't need the hassle. If Linda couldn't take the hint, which it appeared she couldn't, Taylor would have to be blunt. Unable to sit, Taylor pushed to her feet, already mentally composing the text that would hopefully end these daily contacts for good. Shoving her hands into the coat's pockets, she began to pace. She stopped abruptly when her fingers brushed against a scrap of paper in one pocket. Pulling it out, Taylor read, "Be kind." For a second, her heart simply stopped, and then it began to race. The first note? Well, it could be explained away. But this one? Taylor forced herself to breathe. She'd been thinking of her mother. Then this note, which hadn't been in the coat's pocket only moments before, had magically appeared. There was only one explanation. It had been sent from her dad to her. Though Taylor had never believed in magic, she believed in it now. Chapter 6. Taylor was still reeling from the knowledge that her late father was communicating with her when she received a text invitation to dinner from Polly. Excited and eager to tell her friend what she'd discovered about the coat and the notes, Taylor immediately accepted the last-minute invite. Polly was about to be blown away. Taylor arrived at her friend's home shortly before 5. In her text, Polly had said they'd eat promptly at 5 since the girls had dance class at 7. Even that had been a positive. Her time in the Cooper household was destined to be short but incredibly sweet. The thought of Polly's stunned surprise when she told her the news had Taylor practically skipping up the walk to Polly's porch, dodging bicycles and scooters on the way. The gorgeous fall evening was icing on an already sweet cake. In response to her jaunty knock, a tall boy with his mother's dark hair and eyes pulled open the door. "Mom!" he bellowed over his shoulder, even as he stepped aside to let Taylor enter. "Your friend is here!" "Jack!" a boy called from the living room. "Get in here, it's your turn! I'm not waiting forever!" Glancing toward her left, Taylor spotted another dark-haired boy. She recalled that his name was Mason, sitting on the floor, carefully guarding a massive Jenga tower from his two young sisters. Kayla and Kylie were identical, right down to their pink shirts proclaiming "Dance, Sparkle, Shine." "It's our turn!" Twin number one put her hands on her hips and cast her brothers a murderous glance. "You've been playing with it forever." Twin number two stepped close. "Time to knock it down." Mason held up his hands to block her. Jack crossed the room. "You better not touch that tower, Kayla." The girl lifted her chin. "Or what?" "Kids, time to wash up for dinner." Sanity, in the form of Polly, stepped into the doorway, another girl at her side. This had to be Lulu. While her brothers and sisters had dark hair and eyes like their mother, this child had inherited her father's blonde hair and blue eyes. Lulu smiled at Taylor. "Hi, I'm Lulu." "Hi, Lulu," Taylor began. "I'm This is Ms. Higgs." Polly finished the introduction. "Lulu helped with dinner this evening. She's also an excellent baker." "Wow, I'm impressed." Taylor followed the two into the kitchen. Had she known how to cook or bake at 8? Not that she could recall. The fact was, she wasn't great at it even now. "Taylor, I'm glad you could make it." Zach stepped into the room. "It's good to see you." With his messy thatch of blonde hair and 5 o'clock shadow darkening his cheeks, Zach looked like a mature version of his younger self. "You too. It's been way too long." "I'm sorry about your dad." Zach's blue eyes turned somber. "He used to bring his Chevy into the garage for repairs now and then. Great guy." "Thank you." Filling the awkward silence, Zach held out a hand. "May I take your coat?" That's when Taylor realized she still wore the houndstooth. She'd deliberately put it on before leaving the house, wanting to show Polly the mark on the cuff. "Sure." Shrugging out of the coat, Taylor handed it to Zach. "Is that the coat you got at Nifty and thought was your dad's?" Polly asked, turning from the stove. "Yes." Taylor opened her mouth, eager to tell Polly what she'd discovered, but the boys and twins rushed into the kitchen, talking over one another. Once Zach returned, the noise increased to supersonic levels. If Polly noticed the noise, it didn't show. "Jack and Mason, we're having Caesar salad with the spaghetti pie casserole. Please put the salad bowls on the table. Do you remember where they go?" "I do," Jack answered immediately. "To the left of the plates." His brother punched him in the side. "I was gonna say that." "No punching, Mason," Zach warned. "We've talked about that. Now, do as your mother asked." Zach shifted his gaze to the twins. "Kayla and Kylie, please put the salt and pepper on the table." "I'm Salt," Kayla announced as if they were in the car and she was calling dibs on the front seat. Kylie shrugged good-naturedly. "I guess I'll take the pepper." Helping must be a regular occurrence because the children did as they were asked without complaint. "I don't have another job tonight because I helped with dinner," Lulu informed Taylor, then glanced at her mom. "But I can take the bread basket to the table." "That would be wonderful, honey." Polly gave her daughter's shoulder a squeeze. "Is the casserole ready?" Zach asked his wife. "It is. I just need to—" "Let me take care of dishing it out." Zach brushed a kiss across his wife's cheek. "You talk to Taylor." The obvious love between them brought a pang of envy. It had been that way even back in high school. As far as Taylor knew, neither of them had ever looked at anyone else. Raucous barking from the backyard had Taylor moving to the window to look out. She saw a reddish-gold dog barking at a squirrel that sat on the fence. Taylor turned back to Polly. "You have a dog?" "We do." Polly smiled. "That's Bentley. He's a cockapoo, but everyone thinks he looks more like a labradoodle." 5 kids and a dog. Taylor's mind was officially blown. She couldn't imagine having that many kids and then adding a big dog to the mix. Polly looped an arm around hers. Tell me what's new with you. I went back to Nifty Thrifty today, Taylor began, excitement surging again. I love that store, Polly exclaimed. What store? Lulu asked, looking up from beside the table where she'd deposited the basket of breadsticks. Too late? Taylor remembered they weren't alone. Nifty Thrifty. Polly smiled at her daughter. Taylor and I went there shortly after she got back into town. Can we go there this weekend? Lulu asked. Destiny said they just got a bunch of American Girl doll clothes in. Destiny is Lulu's BFF, Polly informed Taylor. They love playing with and dressing their girls. When Lulu began excitedly telling Taylor about her doll, Taylor accepted that the window for sharing with Polly what she'd discovered had closed. Dinner ended up being a noisy, chaotic affair. The boys were excited about a scoop-tastic ice cream creation promotion. Each flavor selected would be a weekly feature in January during the store's Winter Warm-Up Wednesday promotion. A complimentary hot drink would be provided when paired with an ice cream purchase. I don't have a name for mine yet, Jack explained, but it's going to have Dr. Pepper, cherries, and chunks of burger cookies. Polly offered her son an approving nod. Sounds yummy. I'm calling mine Jurassic Jungleberry, Mason declared. Blueberry ice cream, Otterbine's lemon cookie pieces, and dinosaur gummies. I'd definitely go for both of those. Zach smiled as he forked off a piece of spaghetti pie. The girls then chimed in with some outlandish combinations of their own. No one laughed at them, as they were quite serious, though some of the names they gave the creations brought a few smiles. By the time dessert, Otterbine's cookies, were on the table, a momentary silence descended. It didn't last long. The spaghetti casserole recipe I used this evening was one I took from the cookbook I purchased when I was with Taylor. Polly shared a smile with Taylor, then glanced around the table to make sure she had her entire family's attention. This story came with the spaghetti pie recipe. Taylor settled back to enjoy the story. I was going through a difficult time in my life. Polly began to read from the cookbook. I'd always found solace and healing in cooking. She glanced around the table. Does anyone know what solace means? The kids looked at one another and shook their heads. It means comfort in a time of sadness. This woman says that cooking made her feel better when she was sad. Taylor wished she found solace in cooking. Instead, it stressed her out. I began to experiment with different recipes. Polly continued to read. Drawn into the story, Taylor listened with rapt attention. She learned how the woman found strength, resilience, and renewed hope for the future through preparing and sharing this spaghetti pie with loved ones. What do you think of the story? Polly asked. It's okay. Jack shrugged. I liked last week's story better, the one where the family kept trying to discover Granny's secret ingredient. Yeah, Mason said with a chortle. Especially when the aunt added garlic and it tasted so horrible no one would eat it. Kayla wrinkled her nose. I don't like garlic. Yuck. That single comment got the conversation bouncing from child to child like it was on steroids. Taylor's last hope for a few private moments with Polly ended when cleanup, also a noisy affair, began. By the time Taylor was able to slip away, a headache had started to form. Once home, Taylor downed 2 ibuprofen and changed into running gear. As she began her brisk walk down the sidewalk, the streetlights winked on, adding a golden glow to the twilight. She breathed in the crisp evening air and felt the tension leave her body. She was ready to break into a jog when she heard a woman call her name. Glancing around, she spotted Emily Curtis jogging toward her, also in running clothes. Taylor smiled. Looks like we both had the same idea. It's a beautiful evening. Emily lifted her face to the darkening sky. It's good to savor these moments. Unlike the chaos of Polly's house, Emily was a soothing presence.
Though Taylor didn't know her well, she got the feeling not much flustered this woman. Even though Taylor had thought she wanted solitude after leaving Polly's, she realized now it was calm she craved. Not only was being with Emily calming, but the woman was also someone Taylor hoped to know better. Chloe mentioned you're relatively new to GraceTown. How are you liking it so far? It already feels like home. Emily glanced at her. What's being back been like for you? Oh, good, but strange, Taylor admitted. Some places and people are familiar, other things are totally new. Life goes on, even when we're gone. Taylor only nodded. Do you think you'll be happy living here again? It's a big change from Chicago. I believe I will, Taylor admitted, though I hadn't planned to move back, at least not right away. This is home. I hope staying is the right decision. There is no right or wrong course, just different. I'm not sure I believe that. Emily inclined her head. No? Let it go, Taylor told herself. She doesn't want to hear about your mommy issues. A soft hand on her arm had Taylor meeting Emily's gaze. I really would like to hear your thoughts, Emily said. Telling herself the woman had asked, Taylor plunged ahead. I'll give you an example. My mom was a consultant. She was good at her job and kept advancing within the company. There had always been some travel, but with each promotion, it seemed that more travel was required. Emily nodded. Some positions are like that. Then she accepted a promotion that provided a lot of perks, but it kept her on the road 3 weeks out of 4. Though Taylor kept her tone easy, her insides began to churn. Accepting that position was the wrong choice. For you. Taylor blinked. From the pain in your voice, I can see that it was the wrong choice for you. And for your father? Their marriage didn't survive. Do you think your mother regrets the choice? I don't think so. Taylor didn't even take a moment to consider her answer. She liked the money and was proud of making so much. Your father had a good job? He did, but he said no amount of money was enough for her. Really? He said that. I believe you, of course. It's just hard to imagine Bob saying something so harsh. From the few times I met him, I mean. Taylor was quick to defend her dad. It wasn't like that. He wasn't criticizing her. Her brow furrowed as she thought back to the times her father had tried to make her understand. If anything, I felt he was making excuses for her. My dad said she grew up poor, like really poor. Sometimes there wasn't money for food, and because her father wouldn't take charity, she often went to bed hungry. Emily nodded. She wanted to make sure you always had enough. Except nothing was ever enough. We were never enough. I believe many people reach a certain point in their lives where they look back and wonder if the choices they made were worth it. Emily's tone remained matter-of-fact. I did that recently myself. I looked at my life and regretted not the road I took, but all the ones I didn't. It was rather amusing, hearing such a young woman talk as if she were looking back on a life of many decades. I'm sure your decisions were difficult, but I'm guessing choosing a new road didn't require you to abandon a husband and child. Taylor half laughed, but Emily looked so serious she worried she'd insulted her. After all, she didn't know much about her new neighbor. Taylor was about to apologize when Emily replied, her tone soft. No, no husband, no child. Some of that is due to choices I've made. Taylor didn't want to discuss choices. Not hers, not Emily's, not her mother's. Especially since she'd received another text from her today asking about the memorial service. Emily's gaze grew distant. I was engaged once. You were? His name was Vincent. For a long time after the engagement ended, I couldn't recall the good times we'd shared. Emily met Taylor's gaze. I even convinced myself there weren't any.
Why did you break up? Taylor asked, then hurriedly added, unless you'd prefer not to say. He moved. I couldn't move with him. And Emily stopped and held up a hand. No, that's not correct. I chose to remain in my hometown. There were reasons he had to go, and reasons I had to stay. That didn't make the parting any easier. Taylor finally made the connection. My parents fought constantly. She heard the hint of bitterness she couldn't entirely hide. Except when my mother was gone, which was all the time. You missed her. I get that. My mother died when I was young, and I've missed her every day of my life. Sadness crept into Emily's blue eyes. I guess what I'm trying to say is, just because we don't remember the good doesn't mean there wasn't any. For me, forgetting was a defense thing. Losing Vince hurt, so I convinced myself it hadn't been good between us, that I hadn't loved him. But I did, and we shared many happy times. Taylor thought of the photograph on her refrigerator of a happy day she had no memory of before refocusing on Emily. Is there a chance you and Vince might get back together? Emily shook her head. Vince passed a few years back. I'm so sorry. So young. Emily blinked for a moment, then nodded. He'd found another love, and was happy. I was glad for him. Emily touched Taylor's arm, her eyes clear and very blue. The way I see it, as long as you and your mother are still living, the opportunity exists to find your way back to each other, if that's what you choose to do. Chapter 7. All the talk about ice cream the night before had Taylor craving a cone. The instant she stepped into Scoop-tastic the next day, she spotted Jameson and Glenna. She might have been able to turn around and slip out before they saw her, except for the bells. The bright jingling sound was so loud and obnoxious that it felt like everyone in the shop stopped whatever they were doing to look to see who'd arrived. Seated at a small round table, Glenna and Jameson were no exception. As soon as he spotted her, Jameson motioned her over. When she reached the table, he stood, looking ruggedly handsome despite the scruff on his cheeks and the lines of fatigue edging his eyes. This is a nice surprise, he said. Join us. Glenna motioned to the empty chair. Sensing she was interrupting some sort of celebration, Taylor made no move to sit. I didn't expect to see you two here. It was an inane comment. Why shouldn't they be here? Appearing in high spirits, Glenna giggled as if Taylor had made a joke. You just never know where we'll show up. It's Glenna's birthday. With his gaze still on Taylor, Jameson gestured to the ice cream cake roll in the middle of the table. We have more than enough. Taylor found herself seized by a nearly overwhelming urge to sit and share everything she'd learned about the coat and the notes. Only the knowledge that this was Glenna's birthday celebration had her shaking her head. While I appreciate the invitation, She stopped when Glenna reached over and grasped her hand. Even if you can only stay for a few minutes, please, sit and help me celebrate. If you're sure I'm not intruding. Before Taylor finished speaking, Jameson had pulled out a chair. As soon as she was seated, Jameson picked up a plastic knife and hovered it over the cake. Big or small piece? Small is fine. Big it is. The response, coupled with a wink, had her chuckling. Feeling suddenly lighthearted, Taylor turned to Glenna. I hope you've had a wonderful day so far. It's early, but it started off great. Glenna smiled at Jameson. This guy brought me flowers, and now this. Her gaze lingered on the cake. It's a gorgeous cake roll. Taylor studied the large slice that Jameson set before her. Lemon cake with creamy vanilla ice cream is my favorite. Glenna gestured with her fork toward the piece in front of her. This cake roll isn't just pretty, it's delicious. Taylor forked off a bite of cake and brought it to her lips. She chewed for a moment, loving how the flavors blended on her tongue. The zesty brightness of lemon cake, combined with the smooth, comforting sweetness of the creamy vanilla ice cream, created a delightful contrast of flavors and textures. "I'm surprised you had an extra plate and fork for me." As if a light had been switched off, Glenna's smile disappeared.
Glenna, Bob, and I, well, this is our go-to spot for birthday celebrations.
Jameson's voice remained easy, but Taylor saw the sorrow in his brown depths.
The owner only knows that when we order a cake, 3 of us come in to celebrate.
Taylor turned to Glenna. The words, "I'm sorry," nearly slipped past her lips. She swallowed them, realizing that focusing on the sad would only drag down a birthday celebration that was off to a stellar start. "What a wonderful tradition." "Turn the pain into a positive," Taylor reminded herself. "My dad loved birthdays. Did he ever tell you about the time he got it in his head that he would bake a cake for me for my birthday?" Glenna and Jameson looked at each other and shook their heads.
Bob? Bake?
Jameson lifted his hands, palms out.
No way. Not him. The man was allergic to the kitchen.
Truer words, Taylor thought. She recalled her shock when she'd arrived home from school to see her dad wearing an apron, flour all over the counter and floor. "I'm probably venturing into dangerous territory here, but I'll ask anyway. How was it?" Glenna's hesitant tone told Taylor that Jameson wasn't the only one aware of her father's culinary deficits. "Well," Taylor brought a finger to her lips and played to her two-person audience. "Tell me what comes to mind when you hear that someone used too much baking powder." Glenna brought a hand to her throat and gasped melodramatically.
Oh, no. What does it mean?
Jameson asked, appearing confused. "Bitter," Taylor laughed. "It tasted so bad we couldn't even eat it, and both of us love cake."
Bet that was the last one he baked.
Jameson stabbed the last bite of cake roll on his plate. "You got that right," Taylor told him. "Nothing but store-bought from then on." "Well, I'll tell you right now, you will never get a bitter cake from here or Cozy Crumb." Glenna punctuated the pronouncement with an emphatic nod. Jameson had another piece, and the conversation flowed easily until Glenna announced it was time for her to return to the office. The clerk boxed up the rest of the cake roll for her, and Glenna left the shop with a spring in her step, offering Jameson and Taylor a jaunty wave goodbye. Instead of leaving with Glenna, Jameson remained seated and took a long sip of coffee.
How do you like being back in GraceTown?
As the question was very similar to what Emily had asked her last night, Taylor decided it must be one of those go-to questions people asked when they weren't sure what else to say. "It's going well. Taylor stopped when the phone she'd placed face down on the table buzzed. "Excuse me for a second. Mr. Blount's admin promised to text me when he was back in the office so we could schedule our meeting." One glance at the screen told her the text wasn't from the attorney. Taylor returned the phone to the table without reading the entire message. Why bother? She already knew what it would say. "Do you have any idea when the memorial service will be? I want to come and be there for you." It was as if Linda had set a reminder on her phone to text Taylor every 24 hours and ask the same question each time, but in different words.
I take it the message wasn't from Blount?
Lost in her thoughts, it took Taylor a moment to realize Jameson was speaking to her. "No." Taylor waved an airy hand. "Just the daily text from my mother. She wants to come and be here for me." Though she thought she'd kept all emotion from her voice and face, something must have crept through. Jameson studied her for a long moment.
Bob mentioned the 2 of you aren't close.
"We're not." Appetite gone, Taylor pushed aside the plate containing the last few bites of cake roll. "Her desire to be a part of my life now is surprising."
Your dad mentioned she had some sort of high-powered job and was gone a lot when you were growing up?
Her last position kept her on the road most of the time. The weeks she was home had ended up being as difficult for her as they were for me and my dad.
How so?
Taylor hesitated. She rarely spoke of her mother, and when she did, it was only in the most general of terms. Even with Angie, whom she considered her best friend, she kept it simple, saying only that her parents had divorced when she was 14, her mother had left the state, and they rarely saw each other. It isn't important. A crackle in the coat pocket had Taylor going on high alert.
What's wrong?
Jameson's razor-sharp gaze narrowed on her face. It's, another note. Ignoring her hammering heart, Taylor slid her hand into the pocket. For a second, it seemed the pocket was empty. She wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Then her fingers brushed a scrap of paper. Grasping the note between her finger and thumb, Taylor eased it from her pocket. Knowing that this was her dad communicating with her had everything inside her shaking. As if sensing her rioting emotions, Jameson rested his hand against her arm.
Take a breath.
Taylor had a feeling Jameson wouldn't be quite so calm once he understood that this message came straight from her father.
What does it say?
He asked a few seconds later. Dropping her gaze to the paper, Taylor read it aloud. Share your story. Confused, she read it again, and then looked up at Jameson. I don't know what this means. Jameson grinned.
I have an idea.
I'd appreciate it if you'd tell me.
A little backstory. Glenna loves to listen to Brené Brown podcasts.
Jameson paused.
Do you know who that is?
I've heard of her.
Well, one of her podcasts must have struck a chord with Glenna because, and this was about a month ago, she talked nonstop about it, especially the share your story part.
Taylor straightened in her chair. As it sounded as if they were on the right track to decoding the message, she made a please continue motion with her hand.
Your dad and I heard more about Glenna's life that week than we ever wanted to know.
Jameson chuckled, and then a soft look filled his eyes.
I don't mean to make light of her struggles. The woman has been through a lot and came out strong.
I'm still not sure how that relates to me. The one thing Taylor did know was these notes were her dad's way of being her compass, of steering her in the right direction.
I only know what Glenna told us. When you share your story, it creates connections and fosters mutual understanding and support.
Her dad wanted her to share her story with Jameson. Taylor realized. That had to be it. Nothing else made sense. Though she wasn't sure why her dad felt that was important, she would comply. With Jameson's warm brown eyes on her, she found herself giving details. During my mom's time away, Dad and I developed our own routines and ways of doing things. Then she would return and try to make changes. When the household was in upheaval, it was time for her to leave again.
That had to be difficult for everyone.
What surprised me most was how long it took for them to finally call it quits. Whenever I complained about my mom, my dad would defend her, saying that her job was demanding and that she was trying her best. Once she started talking, Taylor couldn't seem to stop. He'd always add that living with a cop wasn't easy either. They finally divorced when I was a freshman in high school. She moved to California. I stayed here.
Did she not want you to go with her?
She was lost in memories, so it took a moment for his question to register. She blinked. She begged me to go with her. I said no. Then she asked if I'd spend summers and holidays with her. I told her no.
You were angry. You didn't want anything to do with her.
I didn't. Not at first, anyway. Now it's too late. Too much water under the bridge. Taylor met Jameson's gaze. Why would my dad want me to tell you these things?
You're still convinced these notes are from Bob, then? No chance anyone else could be slipping them in your pocket unnoticed? No way you could have missed them when you first bought it?
They're from him, Taylor insisted. I can prove it. Curiosity sparked in his brown depths.
I'd like to hear what proof you have.
Do you have time now? Taylor glanced around the empty shop. Lunchtime had come and gone. Jameson glanced at his watch.
I have some business at the fairgrounds that I need to attend to. If you come with me, we can either talk on the way or when we get there.
The comment piqued her curiosity. What kind of business?
You're probably aware that Autumn Fest is in full swing?
Taylor gave a nod. The fall festival was an October staple in GraceTown.
Well, the carnival manager, Vernon Dunphy, contacted me. This is his operations first year handling the Midway and Games of Chance. He's heard rumors that one of his employees is participating in fraud at a prize booth, and he hired me to check it out.
Taylor frowned. Doesn't the State Gaming Commission handle that kind of thing?
They do, but Vern doesn't want to get dinged on a compliance check and then have the powers that be here in Gracetown think he runs a shoddy operation. He'd prefer to handle it himself before it gets to that point. If I discover an employee is doing something wrong, Vern will give him the boot.
It's been a long time since I attended Autumn Fest. Images of going to the annual festival with her parents brought a smile to her lips.
So you'll come with me?
Taylor nodded. It'll give me a chance to see your investigative skills in action. He laughed.
I hope I don't disappoint.
When his eyes met hers and a tingle traveled up her spine, Taylor reminded herself this was business. He would investigate a potential crooked carnival worker, and she would tell him how her father was speaking to her from beyond the grave. Who said taking care of business couldn't be fun? On the way to where he was parked, Taylor glanced at Jameson. Ready to hear what I discovered about the coat? Though he was eager to hear all about Bob's jacket, she was walking past his car.
Hold up.
Jameson touched her arm. When she came to an abrupt stop, he gestured to the dark sedan.
This is mine.
When she gaped, he emitted a half-hearted chuckle.
Sorry about the dirt. I was on surveillance last night, and much of the evening was spent on country roads.
This is your car? Taylor emphasized each word. The black Chevrolet. Though it appeared to be more comment than question, Jameson nodded.
I admit it's not much to look at, but it's all mine.
You were parked on my street that first night. Her tone turned accusatory. Watching me. Watching the house. Jameson realized he'd been made and hadn't even known it at the time. Opening the passenger door for her, he responded in a droll tone.
Don't forget watching you take out the garbage.
Her brown eyes pinned him. Why were you lurking in the shadows? Though he wanted to laugh at the description, it was clear his presence that night had upset her, so he stuck to the facts.
I had a neighbor watching the house for vandals. He called and said someone was in the home. I stopped by to assess the situation.
You frightened me.
I am sorry. That certainly wasn't my intent.
Jameson couldn't believe she'd spotted him.
I left as soon as I figured out who you were.
How could you make that determination? You didn't even approach me.
I didn't need to. I don't know many criminals who'd wheel a trash can to the end of a driveway for pickup. You were also the right age for his daughter, and I expected you to show up eventually.
Okay, that makes sense. Taylor expelled a breath and got into the car. Apology accepted. Jameson liked that once Taylor had the opportunity to make her feelings clear and was satisfied with the answers she received, she was able to let the subject drop and move on. Her dad had been like that, too. He expected she'd bring up the coat or the notes on the drive to the edge of town. Instead, they talked about ice cream. I was at my friend Polly's house last night, and her kids were talking about an upcoming ice cream creation competition that Scooptastic is sponsoring. Taylor laughed. The boys came up with the craziest combinations, though I bet they'll taste good. She went on to describe the strange concoctions the kids had in mind. Jameson had to admit that the one with the dinosaur gummies sounded like something he'd order. As he turned onto the road leading to the fairgrounds, Jameson noticed Taylor's keen attention to detail wasn't confined to a car parked in the shadows on a dark street, but to the world around her. Her head swiveled from side to side as she took in everything from scarecrows positioned along the road dressed in fall attire to the vintage trucks and tractors decorated with pumpkins and hay bales. Once they reached the fairgrounds entrance, they were greeted by a pyramid of pumpkins and a glittery sign proclaiming Pumpkin Nights and Fall Lights. Jameson turned to Taylor and smiled.
Ready to check out the Midway?
Absolutely.
Well, let's get walking.
It seemed only natural to take her arm.
On the way, you can tell me everything you've discovered.
Chapter 8. Taylor was ready to launch into her story, but they'd reached the gate.
2 adults,
Jameson told the attendant and handed him a 10. Unprepared, Taylor didn't say anything until they had stepped into the fairgrounds. Already knowing how Jameson would respond, she simply stuffed a $5 bill into his coat pocket. That's my share.
It's $5, Taylor.
Jameson flashed a smile.
I can afford to treat you.
Yes, but why should you? He shot her a wink.
Because I want to.
As they strolled deeper into the fairgrounds, the aisle lined with fat pumpkins, colorful gourds, and corn stalks tied together with rich plaid ribbons grew wider. They went from strolling with families and couples on both sides to having room to breathe. Finally, Taylor thought, finally, she could tell him what she'd discovered. The words pushed against her lips, ready to tumble out.
Sawyer!
Jameson called out, his hand abruptly rising in greeting. Taylor wasn't acquainted with the man who changed course and wove his way toward them. He was of average height and about her age, with a handsome face and intelligent brown eyes.
I didn't expect to see you here this afternoon.
Sawyer cast a curious glance in Taylor's direction.
I don't believe we've met. Sawyer Moorhead.
Taylor liked the man's firm handshake. Taylor Higgs. A light of recognition flashed in Sawyer's eyes.
Are you Bob's daughter?
I am. Taylor kept her tone easy. Did you know my father?
I went fishing with your dad and Jameson a couple of weeks before he passed.
Sympathy darkened Sawyer's eyes.
Please accept my condolences. Bob was 1 in a million.
Tears stung the backs of Taylor's eyes. For a moment, the sky overhead turned dark, and the festive mood around them stood on the verge of collapse. Happy memories, Taylor reminded herself. My dad was truly a wonderful man, but not a particularly good fisherman. Taylor kept her tone light. I remember this time when we went fishing. He was convinced he had this enormous fish on the line.
Was this when he caught an old waterlogged boot?
Jameson interrupted. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she nodded, recalling how her dad had been determined to pull in the big one.
He told me that story when we were out in the boat.
Sawyer chuckled.
Along with the time he caught his own hat when he was casting.
Jameson's gaze turned distant with memories.
Bob might not have been the best fisherman, but I think we can all agree that he had the best stories.
For Dad, it wasn't about the fish as much as relaxing with friends and enjoying nature.
He will be missed.
Sympathy shone in Sawyer's brown depths.
I'm glad I had the opportunity to know him, and now to meet you.
I'll be making my home in GraceTown, so I have no doubt our paths will cross again.
I'm sure they will.
Sawyer glanced at his phone.
I hate to cut this short, but it's time for me to get back to the clinic.
Clinic? Taylor asked.
Sawyer is a vet.
Jameson answered.
He's part owner of Animal House. My father and I practice together.
Sawyer clarified. Taylor resisted the urge to sigh. That must be wonderful.
Most days. Sawyer flashed a smile. What brought you out here this afternoon?
Jameson asked.
A handler was concerned about an alpaca in the petting zoo. One of the animal's eyes was red, and they noticed a discharge.
Is it okay? Taylor asked.
He'll be fine. I cleaned the eye area and gave the handler eye drops to use.
Curiosity filled Jameson's eyes.
I didn't realize you dealt with those kinds of animals.
Sawyer smiled.
I had experience with camelids at a previous practice. This kind of thing isn't unusual for these animals.
Taylor wanted to ask what other animals fell into the camelid category, but that would only prolong the conversation, and it was clear that Sawyer was eager to get to his afternoon appointments. "It was nice meeting you," she said instead. "I'm thinking that once I get settled, I'll get a dog or a cat. Now I know who to take them to."
Once you're ready, you might want to check out Paws Haven, a local rescue organization. It's a good place to go for a new furry friend.
When he strode off, Taylor turned to Jameson. "I can't believe my dad told the two of you the boot story. He was so embarrassed when it happened." Jameson began to walk, and Taylor fell into step beside him.
I guess it's just like anything. Things that were a big deal at one time in your life aren't when you look back on them.
"You're right." Taylor thought about her clashes with her mom over clothing choices and curfew and, heck, even about how clean she kept her room. Typical teenage battles. NBD in the grand scheme of things.
We need to locate the balloon dart game,
Jameson told her, all business, as the midway came into view. He stopped walking, and his gaze turned assessing as he gave her a once-over.
Not right away. We don't look the part.
Taylor glanced down at her jeans and boots. She wore a sweater under her dad's coat. "What part?"
A couple enjoying the festival and determined to win prizes.
His eyes narrowed.
We need to get in the mood. Have you eaten lunch?
"I had ice cream and cake. Does that count?" He shook his head, then swung over to a stand operated by the Rotary.
2 corn dogs, please.
When she tried to pay him, he shook his head.
Business expense.
1 corn dog and half a bag of rainbow cotton candy later, Taylor had begun to fully embrace the carnival experience. She licked the spun sugar from her thumb. "I haven't eaten this poorly since college."
It's a carnival.
Jameson tossed the empty cotton candy bag into a trash can.
If the machine hadn't been broken, we both would be chowing down on a deep-fried Snickers bar right now.
Taylor made a face. "No, thank you."
Have you ever tried one?
"No, and I—"
Trust me, you'll be hooked once you try it.
As Taylor gazed into his gorgeous brown eyes, she almost believed him. "Where's this booth we're checking out?" she asked, changing the subject.
Over there.
Jameson gestured with his head to a row of games.
But first, it's time to buy a hat.
He gestured to a stand selling all types of hats. "Waste of money," she declared.
We want to give the impression that we don't mind dropping money on games of chance and frivolous things.
He lowered his voice.
The food got us in the carnival mood. The hats will make us look the part of a couple out for fun on a Wednesday afternoon.
It made sense, which was why Taylor walked away 5 minutes later with a baseball cap featuring the festival logo, pumpkins, lights, and autumn leaves. Jameson opted for a straw hat. Taylor couldn't stop giggling. The more she tried, the worse it got. "You look like you should have 1 foot on a tractor and a piece of straw between your lips."
Oh, so you're saying I look sexy?
He flashed a smile.
In that case, I'm going to wear it every day.
She laughed again, and it seemed natural to take his arm as he purchased $40 worth of Midway tickets on their way to the balloon stand. Busy filling balloons with air, not nearly full enough in Taylor's estimation, the man working the booth didn't appear to notice their approach until they stood in front of the counter. He looked about her dad's age, although he could have been younger. Years of hard living and too much sun had weathered his skin. Several missing teeth and greasy blonde hair pulled back in a tail gave the impression of a man down on his luck. Once he turned and noticed them, he smiled widely. "Step right up and try your luck. Win a prize for your sweetheart." Since they hadn't discussed how to play this, Taylor went with instinct. Placing the palm of her hand flat against Jameson's arm, she shook her head. "This game looks too hard. Let's try another one." As if worried they were about to walk away, the man doubled down. "It's easier than it looks. Just a couple of tries and you could be walking away with one of our top prizes." Taylor's gaze lingered on a stuffed panda as tall as she was before returning to Jameson. "I've always wanted a giant teddy bear." No lie. When she was 6, she had begged her dad to win her one. "I'm good at darts," Jameson assured her. "I won our dart league last year." Sensing victory, the man pushed darts toward Jameson and then Taylor. "This is the perfect game for couples. Team up and double your chances of winning." Jameson hadn't been boasting about his mad skills. The strange thing was, even when it appeared he'd hit the target, some would pop, but others wouldn't. Taylor missed more than she hit, but experienced the same issues as Jameson. With each game taking 6 of Jameson's tickets, 3 for him and 3 for her, they'd gone through nearly 25 of the $30 they'd allotted for the game. So far, they'd won only a bright yellow rubber duck and a glow-in-the-dark bracelet. "I hit that one!" Taylor forced a whine into her tone as she turned to the attendant. "Why didn't it pop?" The attendant offered a sympathetic smile. "Sometimes the dart doesn't hit the target exactly right." And sometimes, Taylor thought, balloons weren't filled fully. "We only have enough tickets left to play one more game." Jameson glanced down at the 6 tickets in his hand, then at Taylor. "Let's try our luck at another booth." "You could still win the lady a bear." The man's voice turned sly. "I noticed you've been having luck hitting the balloons at the edge of the board." Taylor had noticed that and had wondered if those were the fully filled balloons. "I'd really like a bear." Taylor stared into Jameson's eyes. He smiled. "I'm going to win you that bear." Taylor gave the duck to a passing child who squealed with delight, but she kept the bracelet that encircled her wrist and the small teddy bear under her arm that had cost $30 to win. It wasn't the giant one she'd insisted she wanted, but one on the small side that Jameson won in that final attempt. When her eyes had lit up and she'd flung her arms around him, for a second, Jameson had believed the story they'd spun. Once they left the booth, they headed straight for the manager's trailer. Jameson knew Vern was eager to get his report. The man listened, grim-faced, and only nodded when Jameson relayed what he and Taylor had observed. Jameson had wanted Taylor to come in with him, but she'd insisted on waiting on a small bench outside of the trailer. When he stepped back out into the afternoon sunshine, she no longer sat on the bench. Instead, she stood under the leafy branches of a nearby tall oak, ball cap on her head, the bracelet on her wrist, and the teddy bear peeking out from her bag. She smiled when she saw him coming. "How did it go?" "You could have come in with me." Taylor shook her head. "He hired you." "Was he happy with the report?" "He was glad to know the score. Before I left, he called someone to take over the dart game and send Wally to him." "The guy running the booth was Wally?" When he nodded, Taylor asked, "What will happen to him?" She sounded surprisingly concerned about the man's fate. "That's up to Vern." Jameson shrugged. "We still have $10 in tickets. Want to check out the corn maze?" "You bet." Once they'd started their journey through the maze, Jameson turned to Taylor. "Tell me about the coat and notes." "Which do you want to hear about first?" Jameson wondered how he'd missed that her brown depths held flecks of gold. He pulled his thoughts back to the conversation. "Let's start with the coat." The
The tall bales muffled much of the sound, so it felt as if they were the only ones navigating the maze. And maybe they were. The attendant, who'd been scrolling through his phone when they'd approached and given him the tickets, had commented about business being slow this afternoon. "Did I tell you I went to the house of the woman who had dropped the coat off at Nifty Thrifty?" "You didn't." Jameson knew he'd have remembered that. "Why did you go see her?" "The clerk at the thrift store said she was married, but I thought my dad might have been having an affair with her." "Why would you think that?" Jameson blurted, then pulled his voice down. "Your dad would never have a relationship with a married woman." "I didn't think he would," Taylor hurriedly added, "but I had to rule out the possibility. That's what you do when you're investigating a case, right? Rule things out?" Jameson gave a grudging nod. "I'm beginning to think you'd make an excellent detective." "Thank you. However, I'm not sure I'd be suited to your profession. I don't like lying, which seems to be somewhat of a necessity in your business." "How did you get her address?" Taylor explained about the $50 ruse. "I'm impressed." Not only was Eileen old enough to be his mother, but she appears devoted to her ill husband. "You eliminated her as his lover." "I did, which was both a relief and a source of frustration. If this coat was her husband's and not my dad's, then where was his? And where do the notes fit into all of this? I tried to come up with next steps to help me solve the mystery, but no road seemed clear." "I've been there." Jameson expelled a breath. "Extremely frustrating." Her lips curved. "Then I saw the photograph." Taylor explained about the pick and the paint spot on the sleeve. She lifted her arm to show him the spot. "This coat is definitely my dad's." "Excellent detective work." Jameson flashed a smile. "Your father would be proud." Taylor's eyes widened. "You believe me?" Jameson didn't bother to hide his confusion. "Why wouldn't I?" "Maybe because it sounds so—" Taylor waved a hand. "Unbelievable?" He chuckled. "Not to me. Not in this town." She shot him a skeptical glance. "I try to keep an open mind." After a moment, as if convinced of his sincerity, Taylor nodded. "I guess what matters is that his coat is back where it belongs." "What about the notes?" "Counting the one that came just a bit ago, there have now been 3. I compared the handwriting on the first note to several handwritten examples around the house. The slant of the letters and everything else matched. It's my dad's handwriting." He kept his tone offhand, but the magnitude of what they were discussing wasn't lost on him. Could Bob really be communicating with his daughter from beyond the grave? Jameson cleared his throat and fought for calm. "In the first note, he tells you, 'I love you, don't sell.' What did the second one say?" "A little context first. My mom has been texting me nonstop. Yesterday, I was fed up and started to dash off a text telling her she needed to stop bothering me. That's when the second note appeared. It said, 'Be kind.'" "Sounds like Bob is giving you a nudge, though I'm betting you'd have been kind anyway." His gaze met hers. "Your dad always trusted you to make the right decisions." "I don't know about that," she said. "On my way home from Eileen's house, I started thinking of all the mistakes I've made, all the times I was so sure I had the answers. As I look back, I see I didn't have all the answers. I mean, it's like he's encouraging me to slow down, to stop and think." Sensing she had more to say, Jameson only nodded. "I feel that I've been given a great gift. My dad is still here for me, just like he promised he'd be, guiding my way along the path of life." Though her tone remained light, her brown eyes turned misty. "It's as if he realizes how much I still need him and his guidance." "Any idea about the don't sell part of the first note?" Jameson asked. "That's murky. I'm hoping that once I meet with Mr. Blount, that will become clear. Does he not want me to sell the house or his car?
Or maybe the coat? She lifted her hands and let them drop. At this point, I just don't know. Chapter 9. For the next 24 hours, Taylor checked the pockets of the coat every hour, not wanting to miss another note, hoping another would magically appear. On Friday, when the pockets remained empty, she wondered if she had to be wearing the coat for the notes to appear. Shrugging it on, she wore it around the house while doing her chores. Taylor kept it on when she went outside to rake leaves. She'd just positioned the last of the tall paper bags filled with leaves near the curb for pickup when she heard a buzz. Startled, she dove her hands into her pockets, her heart tripping over itself. And then she realized that the sound had come from her phone, and her jacket pockets were still empty. It was a text, not from her mother, though that one would undoubtedly arrive before the end of the day. This one came from Polly. Taylor eagerly read the text. Sorry we couldn't connect yesterday. Life has been crazy busy. This weekend looks to be more of the same. I've got scouts coming after school for a pumpkin decorating event, but the leaders should do most of the work. I'd love to see you, and maybe we could carve, a few minutes out to talk. P. Taylor glanced at the time. School should be getting out any minute. Hopefully, if she left soon, she'd have a chance to tell Polly all she'd discovered. See you soon, Taylor texted back before heading inside to clean up. 20 minutes later, she turned onto Polly's street to find the curb leading up to her house lined with cars. As she walked the block to her friend's house, Taylor knew she was already too late. When Polly's house came into view, her heart sank. Several long rectangle tables dotting the front yard held pumpkins and tools for decorating and carving. Little boys and girls stood or sat at the tables, laughing and talking. A tune she recognized as Monster Mash blared, though it wasn't loud enough to cover the laughter and excited shrieks. Taylor slowed her steps as she drew close, feeling like she was being drawn into a parallel universe, one she didn't understand and wasn't sure she wanted to enter. Maybe if she'd grown up in a large family, this chaos would seem normal, but the noise made her want to put her hands over her ears. She spotted Polly across the yard and wove her way through the chattering mass, stopping a few feet away when the scout leader approached Polly. Though the woman wore a red puffer coat, her cap and neckerchief indicated she was in charge of the scouts. I've got treats for them once the pumpkins are carved, Polly told the scout leader. I really didn't want to give them anything sweet so close to dinner time, but I promised my boys cupcakes. I went with a pumpkin theme. You always bake the most amazing treats. Admiration filled the woman's voice. I can't wait to see what you did this time. I went simple. Polly waved away the praise, but Taylor saw the compliment had pleased her friend. White cupcakes topped with orange frosting to resemble a pumpkin, a little green frosting to create leaves and vines, and a small piece of pretzel in the center to mimic a pumpkin stem. The leader clasped her hands together. Sounds wonderful. Mrs. Polisky, a girl called out. Can you help me with this? Be right there. The woman turned to Polly. Duty calls. Thanks again for hosting. Seizing the opportunity, Taylor reached Polly's side in seconds. Taylor! Polly gave her a swift hug. I'm so glad you could make it. At that moment, the music switched to Ghostbusters, and all the kids yelled out, Ghostbusters! When singer Ray Parker Jr. asked, Who you gonna call? Taylor blinked, her ears ringing. Polly grinned, looking completely in her element. She swept a hand over the crowded yard. Welcome to my world. 3 hours later, Taylor was enjoying the quiet with a glass of wine in Chloe and Emily's backyard. Fairy lights strung over the patio added a golden glow, and a heat lamp removed most of the chill from the night air. These appetizers are amazing. Taylor stabbed a bacon-wrapped scallop with a toothpick and popped it into her mouth. We can thank Jacqueline for them.
Chloe turned to her dark-haired friend, who'd arrived only minutes earlier with a platter of tempting treats. During the introduction, Chloe mentioned that Jacqueline was assistant manager of catering at the Grand Manse.
There was a special party at the manse today, and there were lots of appetizers left over.
Jacqueline looked up from pouring herself a glass of wine.
The customer didn't want them. They'd have gone to waste if I hadn't taken them.
Taylor remembered when the historic home and grounds were left to the city, with the stipulation that the house and gardens be used for special events that would enrich the lives of GraceTown residents.
It doesn't happen often, or at least not often enough for me.
Chloe's eyes sparkled.
But when it does, we celebrate. Right, Jacqueline?
Jacqueline lifted the wine glass to her lips.
Absolutely.
Jacqueline's smile, while friendly, wasn't quite as bright as Emily's. Here was a woman who didn't jump feet first into friendships. She waited, assessed, and then made her decision. Taking a seat in the chair next to Chloe, Jacqueline peered at Taylor over the rim of her glass.
What is it you do, Taylor?
I'm an attorney. Until recently, I was a tax attorney for a firm in Chicago. Taylor took another sip of red wine, finding the taste very much to her liking. That firm was recently acquired, and my position was deemed redundant. That happened a couple weeks before my father's death. From her lack of reaction, Jacqueline hadn't known Bob Higgs. The mention of his passing didn't elicit so much as an eyelash flicker.
So you don't have a job?
Jacqueline, obviously a call-it-like-she-saw-it kinda gal, commented. That's right. Taylor wanted to be honest, not only with them, she realized, but with herself. I was in the process of updating my resume when I got the news about my dad. Now I'm back in GraceTown.
Are you considering staying?
Jacqueline asked. I am, Taylor admitted. I'm not certain job-wise what I'll do, but this is home now.
Enough of the serious, Chloe said. Fill your plate with a few more of these amazing appetizers.
She picked up the platter and moved from person to person while a playlist of classical instrumental music floated softly in the air. As she ate and drank, Taylor fully relaxed. Though no more notes had appeared, she wasn't worried. She felt certain more were on their way. Chloe and Jacqueline were conversing about some event that the Oasis would be hosting, leaving Emily and Taylor to chat about innocuous neighborhood events, like which neighbors were planning on being home to hand out candy on Halloween. Nothing exciting, just a comfortable conversation with another adult. Taylor expelled a contented sigh. Compared to the event I attended earlier today, this is like heaven. Emily leaned forward, her eyes bright with interest.
I didn't realize you'd already been to a party.
Taylor chuckled. I'm not sure a scout pumpkin carving and decorating event qualifies as a party, unless you're 10 years old and determined to carve the meanest face you can imagine on your pumpkin. The laughter Emily emitted held a musical edge. I bet it was fun. If you like tons of kids and a sound system blaring Ghostbusters and Monster Mash, then yeah, it was a blast. Taylor's lips lifted in a wry smile.
Do you not like children?
Emily took a sip of wine, her tone holding no judgment. I do. I just find them overwhelming en masse. Taylor gave a little laugh. My friend Polly is so comfortable in that world, and I'm amazed at how easily she handles it all. But it struck me this afternoon that it isn't my world. Not the one I want, anyway. Taylor took a long drink of wine. When Emily said nothing, only offered an encouraging smile, Taylor found herself continuing. I'm happy for Polly. I love my friend. She's the best, and she's an incredible mom. But her life? Well, it isn't for me.
You don't want to have kids?
Yes, probably someday. But Polly has 5 kids, and it's just so much chaos. Taylor shrugged. Not every woman is satisfied with being a mom.
Her mother hadn't been satisfied with being a wife and homemaker. On the heels of that thought, another more disturbing one rose unbidden in Taylor's brain. I'm like my mother. Conversation over the next hour covered everything from stories about their workplaces to events going on in the community. The paw stroll is tomorrow, Chloe informed the group. Who's going? I'm not sure what that is, though maybe I'd know if I had a pet, Taylor responded when no one spoke. It's a way for the downtown and Riverwalk businesses to get extra traffic and tout their establishment's pet-friendly policies. Jacqueline wrinkled her nose. Tell us how you really feel, Emily teased. Jacqueline expelled a heavy sigh. I understand that people love their pets, but can't they just leave them home when they go out to dinner? The way the paw stroll works, Chloe explained, ignoring her friend's comment, is that you take your pet out for dinner with you, or you simply stroll the historic business district and the Riverwalk that evening. Booths will be set up with treats for the pet and other items for sale. Most will be pet-related, others focused on the business. It sounds like fun. Taylor hoped it was an annual event. She could picture her and her future pet strolling the Riverwalk on a gorgeous autumn evening. When did you say this is happening? Tomorrow, Chloe told her. Elite is in that area. Do you know if they plan to set up a table with treats and information about their services? No idea. Taylor brought a finger to her lips. I'll ask Jameson. Jameson Fox? Something about Jacqueline's delivery of the name had Taylor shifting in her seat. That's right. Do you know him? We knew his family. That was enough for most in this town. Jacqueline. Chloe's voice held a warning Jacqueline ignored. It's true. My dad lost over 100,000 to that scammer. Money that neither he nor anyone else who invested will ever get back. Jameson scammed your father out of $100K? Taylor couldn't imagine her father going into business with someone who'd done something like that. Not Jameson, Chloe answered before Jacqueline could. His parents. They ran a big Ponzi scheme, or something like that, and they got all these people to invest. It turned out it was all a scam. They seemed like part of the rich crowd. You know, country club members, active in all the right civic stuff. Jacqueline waved an airy hand. Jameson even attended Crestwood Academy, until they kicked him out when it all came crashing down his sophomore year. His parents had skipped town, so no one was around to pay his tuition. Taylor wondered why her father had never mentioned this history to her. What happened to the parents? They were eventually caught, Jacqueline said. It took nearly a year for the police to track them down, which is ridiculous if you ask me. Then again, they had to be good at what they did to fool my father. They left their child behind? Why did that one point slice like a knife? Perhaps because Taylor could remember vividly the day her mother had packed her things and moved to California. She didn't think the two situations were the same, but she understood how much it hurt to be left by someone who was supposed to love you no matter what. Thankfully, she'd had her dad. From the sounds of it, Jameson hadn't had anyone. The police questioned Jameson, but he insisted he didn't know where his parents were or anything about what was happening. Jacqueline shrugged. No one believed him, but he was a minor, and there was no proof he was involved, so... Once again, Jacqueline lifted a thin shoulder and let it drop. You said Crestwood kicked him out? Taylor focused on Jacqueline. Where did he go? One of the public high schools? I don't remember which one. Just not ours, thankfully. Jacqueline nodded toward Chloe and took another sip of her wine. I wonder why I never heard about this, Taylor murmured, even as it struck her that Jameson's parents would have skipped town around the time her own mother left. Everyone tried to keep it quiet. People were embarrassed to have been fooled.
Jacqueline's lips twisted as if she'd just tasted something sour. I know my dad was. If you ask me, though, the only ones who should have been embarrassed were the Fox family. Emily expelled a heavy breath. Poor guy. Being forced to leave everything familiar to go to a new school had to be difficult. Chloe took a sip of wine. I bet it would have been more difficult for him to stay at Crestwood. Why would you say that? Taylor couldn't imagine how hard it would be to lose not only your parents, but all your friends. The school was likely full of kids whose parents were scammed. Chloe shook her head. I wouldn't want to stay there. You have a point, Taylor agreed. The point is that your father made a huge mistake in hiring someone tied to that mess. Jacqueline waved her glass of wine. His business would probably be 2 or 3 times as large now, if not for Jameson Fox. Taylor told herself Jacqueline was merely giving her opinion, which many people in GraceTown likely shared, and she might be right that having a fox as a partner could cause clients to shy away. However, one thing Taylor knew about her father was that he had been an excellent judge of character and nobody's fool. If he'd thought enough of Jameson to bring him on board and eventually partner with him, that was good enough for her. Taylor took a calming breath before saying, From what you've said, Jameson was an innocent. It was his parents who were guilty. But my father would have gone into business only with someone with the highest moral standards. Taylor offered a tight smile. He believed in Jameson enough to work with him, to make him a partner. My dad's endorsement is good enough for me. Chapter 10. Taylor had planned on walking downtown on Saturday for the paw stroll, but she changed her mind at the last minute. While it wasn't far, she'd just finished a long run and knew she'd be doing a lot of walking once she got there. Finding a parking space close to the action proved impossible, but luckily she located a spot only a half-mile away. Taylor took her time, savoring the crisp night air against her face, the dried leaves crackling under her feet, and the wonderful aroma of applewood wafting from nearby fireplaces. The bright sounds floating in the air had her smiling. Jacqueline hadn't mentioned anything about music, or balloons, or food trucks, or just how many dogs and other pets would be in attendance. She blinked when she saw a ferret perched on a man's shoulder. Timeless treasures came into view, a table containing vintage dog bowls, pet collars, statues of cats, and other pet items had been set up out front. The business had been in the same spot for as long as Taylor could remember. She recognized the woman behind the table as a high school classmate, Sophie Jessup. The dark-haired young woman was having an intense conversation with a man wearing oversized glasses and holding a Boston Terrier. When her eyes met Sophie's, Taylor smiled and wiggled her fingers before moving on. Cover to cover displayed various animal-related books, including storybooks and books on dog training and pet care. Like Timeless Treasures, the bookstore was doing a brisk business. So many people milled around the table and the entrance that Taylor walked on by instead of stopping to browse. She bypassed several other businesses for the same reason. Instead of shopping, she let her nose lead her to a food truck selling gyros. A woman in front of her in line brushed a kiss across the silky fur of the Maltese cradled in her arms and crooned, "If you're a good girl, Daisy May, I'll give you some lamb." "Do you think she'll give me some, too?" A man with a familiar voice said softly into Taylor's ear. Taylor whirled, then smiled when she saw Jameson. "You'd have to be a good boy," she warned. "Sorry." He flashed a smile. "No promises." She laughed. They talked about the menu for a minute before reaching the front of the line and ordering. Once their food was ready, walking to a bench on the square together seemed only natural. "I'm glad I came tonight," she told him, then bit into the gyro. "I considered bringing my cat." She choked. Once she regained control, she took a long drink of soda. "You have a cat?" "I do." There was that charming smile again. Some bring their felines to this event, but Aurora doesn't enjoy the people or the dogs.
She doesn't like dogs?
She likes them. Jameson took a bite of his falafel, washing the ground chickpea sandwich down with a drink of cola. In small doses.
I never think of a guy having a cat.
The second the words left her lips, Taylor wished she could pull back the rude comment.
I'm sorry.
I wanted a pet, Jameson said matter-of-factly. For me, a cat made the most sense.
How so?
I'm often away from home for long periods. Cats are self-sufficient.
His gaze grew thoughtful.
Dogs can suffer from separation anxiety. You don't often see that with cats. I can be gone all day on a stakeout, and as long as she has food, water, and her litter box, she's happy.
What kind is she?
Sawyer says domestic shorthair with maybe a touch of Maine Coon.
Is she large?
Not that big, 15 pounds.
That sounds big to me.
Taylor lowered the sandwich in her hand.
How does your roommate like her?
I live alone. Jameson shrugged. When I come home after being out all night on a job, the last thing I want is someone around.
You don't get lonely?
Not your business, Taylor told herself when he hesitated.
Forget it. I shouldn't have asked.
That's okay. You can ask me anything.
He took another bite of his sandwich.
I don't mind.
Even if it's about your parents?
That didn't take long.
He slowly lowered his cup of soda.
What do you want to know?
Did it feel like a betrayal? He blinked. Whatever question he'd expected her to ask, it obviously wasn't this one. Jameson's eyes grew distant, as if he was looking back.
Did what they did feel like a betrayal? I guess in many ways it did. I thought I knew them, but I was wrong.
I'm surprised you stayed in GraceTown. I'd have left town and never looked back.
I was 15.
Jameson's gaze remained steady on her face.
Where would I have gone?
Taylor remembered too late that Jacqueline had said he'd been in high school. Where did you go?
Into foster care?
Taylor inhaled sharply. He lifted a hand.
I got lucky. The McDonalds became my family. They're still my family.
Did they adopt you? He shook his head.
My parents wouldn't sign off. That's okay. Now I've got 2 sets of parents.
I don't know all the specifics, but it sounds like your mom and dad swindled a whole lot of people.
They did.
His tone remained matter-of-fact.
But their mistakes aren't mine. After their duplicity came out, even though I'd never been in trouble, many looked at me with suspicion. Some still do. Not your dad. Bob never made me feel like I was less because of their actions.
Do you resent them for abandoning you? After a moment, a knowing look filled his eyes.
I've learned, as I'm sure you have, that things are never quite as cut and dried as they might seem.
She ignored her phone's buzzing until Jameson gestured to her bag.
Go ahead and check if you want. It could be Blount. I heard he's back in town.
Pulling out the phone, Taylor glanced at the screen, then quickly responded. When she finished, she looked up at Jameson. You were right. Mr. Blount is back in town. He wants to meet Monday morning to go over my dad's will. Jameson kept the conversation easy as they strolled down the river walk. Though his mind kept circling back to Taylor's upcoming meeting with Blount, he told himself there was no point in speculating. Either Bob had left him his share of the business, or he hadn't. Either way, the company would be his. Taylor certainly didn't want it. She hadn't shown any interest in Elite since her arrival in GraceTown. If Bob had left his share to her, Jameson would buy her out. She stopped at a rail to gaze down on Cripple Creek, the stream of water that ran through this part of GraceTown.
Have you thought any more about what the don't sell could mean?
Jameson heard himself blurt. Where had that question come from? Hadn't they talked enough about the coat and the notes on Wednesday? Perhaps her upcoming meeting had him more stressed than he'd realized. Taylor turned, placing her back against the rail. The action brought her body only inches from his. I don't know. Her lips pursed. It could be any number of things. His car, the jacket itself, the house. I don't think it's the car. Bob spent most of this year car shopping. The Chevy has intermittent electrical problems that no mechanic has been able to pinpoint. It's not a vehicle you can rely on. Taylor gave a slow nod, as if the puzzle pieces were falling into place. If he needed to be somewhere or to follow someone, he could end up having a car that wouldn't run. Can't have that. Okay, so not the car. I have to admit I'm relieved. I don't want to keep it. But you'd have kept it if you thought that's what he meant? Jameson couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. Yes, because he would have had a reason. One I'd have to hope I'd understand in time. Thank goodness I don't have to keep it. Taylor swept the air with her hand as if pushing the car off a cliff. The jacket, then. Maybe he knew something was going to happen to him, and when people were going through his stuff, he wanted them to save the coat. Maybe, Jameson mused. But we're assuming the note was for you. Why would he think you, of all people, would sell his favorite coat? Our assumption could be wrong. It could, sure. Then again, your dad wasn't in the habit of telling strangers he loved them. No, he wasn't. Taylor sighed. The house, then? Jameson nodded. That's a possibility. It's the house you grew up in, right? I could see Bob being sentimental about that. Then again, if you decide you want to move, the money from selling it would give you the chance to do so. My dad never once tried to guilt me for moving away from GraceTown. I can't imagine he'd try to stop me from going now. If that's what I wanted, I mean. Do you know what you want to do? I'm staying. She might have said more, likely would have said more, but stopped, and her eyes lit up. She pointed. Look, it's Sawyer. Let's say hello. Because he didn't want to lose her in the crowd, Jameson took her hand as they wove their way through the crowd of people and animals to where Sawyer was waiting in a line at a table outside a pet store. Sawyer's back was to them when Jameson tapped his friend on the shoulder. Sawyer turned, a brown and white Shih Tzu in his arms, and surprise sparked a smile. The woman at his side, Annie Laggett, also turned and offered a smile. Jameson didn't know Annie well, although he vividly recalled his father's frustration over being unable to work any deals with her prominent family. Annie, I don't believe you've met Taylor Higgs. She's the daughter of my business partner. Jameson left it at that, then continued the introduction. Taylor, this is Annie Laggett. She's the director of accounting at Sensor Tech. It's so nice to meet you. I'm sorry about your father. A softness filled Annie's voice. I didn't know him, but I know what it's like to lose your dad. Taylor cleared her throat. Thank you. Before more could be said, the woman from the Euro truck appeared and let out a delighted cry. Look, Daisy May! She's got a gingham ribbon in her top knot just like you. It took Jameson a moment to realize the woman was talking about Annie's Shih Tzu, George. She's gorgeous. Annie held out a tentative hand. May I pet her? Daisy May would be upset if you didn't. The woman lowered her voice as if not wanting Daisy May to overhear. She can be a bit of a diva. Jameson swallowed a laugh. Annie gently stroked the top of the Maltese's head. After Daisy May licked Annie's hand, the woman and her little diva moved on. When Annie saw the Shih Tzu watching her, she gave him a comforting pat. It's okay, George. I didn't tell her you weren't a girl because, well, what would be the point? Anyway, you know you're my favorite boy. Hey, Sawyer said, feigning outrage. What about me? Easy and comfortable, as if they'd been a couple for years instead of just a few months, Annie leaned over and brushed her lips against Sawyer's cheek. "You're my favorite man."
Not to cut the love fest short,
Jameson glanced pointedly at Sawyer.
but Glenna wants to know if you've found an apartment yet. The people in the adjacent duplex unit are planning to give their notice this week. Be sure to tell Glenna I appreciate her thinking of me.
Sawyer glanced at Taylor.
I was filling in for my dad and staying at my parents' home while they were on vacation. When I decided to remain in Gracetown, I wanted my own place.
Taylor nodded. It's nice to be close to family, but not down the hall close.
Exactly.
Sawyer laughed, then returned his focus to Jameson.
Again, thanks to you and Glenna for keeping your ears to the ground, but I have a place. I moved in with Annie last weekend. That was fast.
Jameson immediately backtracked.
Congrats. It was fast.
Sawyer brought Annie's hand to his lips for a kiss.
But when it's right, it's right.
Annie's expression softened. When I look to the future, his is the face I see. Only then did Jameson see the huge, glittery diamond on her left hand. What a gorgeous ring! Taylor stepped forward, and Annie obligingly lifted her hand. I love emerald-cut diamonds. When's the wedding? Next June. Annie's face took on a happy glow. We both want an outdoor ceremony and reception. June is the best month, weather-wise. It also gives you time. Taylor smiled. From what I've observed, weddings take a lot of planning. It sounds like you've been speaking with my mother. Annie chuckled. Who am I kidding? We're both excited about the planning. You're lucky to have her. Though Taylor's tone gave nothing away, Jameson knew she had to be thinking of her rocky relationship with her own mother. As Annie and Sawyer reached the front of the line, talk turned from mothers and weddings to dog biscuits, cookies, and specialty treats. I can help whoever is next over here. A clerk in a blue smock covered in various brightly colored paw prints waved them over. Taylor squeezed Annie's arm. It was wonderful meeting you. Hopefully our paths will cross again. Annie smiled back. I'm sure of it. Once they were alone again, Taylor glanced at Jameson. You know what struck me as we were talking? Jameson shook his head. You and Glenna knew more about what was happening with my dad than I did.
Don't beat yourself up.
Without realizing what he meant to do until it had already happened, Jameson slung an arm around her shoulders and gave her a quick squeeze. Concerned he might have overstepped, Jameson dropped his arm. Still, he knew Bob wouldn't want Taylor to feel bad.
Glenna and I saw him every day. You know how it is with people in the same office. They often know more about what's going on in your life than the people you live with.
You had no idea what your parents were up to. Taylor said it as a statement, not a question, her eyes soft and filled with understanding.
I didn't. Most of those he defrauded don't believe me, but it's true.
Jameson shrugged.
I was a kid. I had my studies, sports, and a girlfriend. I had no time or interest in their investments.
Taylor nodded slowly. I understand what you're saying, but it still hurts to realize I knew so little about what was going on in my dad's life.
You knew the important stuff?
She arched a brow.
You knew he was a stand-up guy who went to work every day and did his best. You knew that he was a good friend and an excellent father. More importantly, you knew he loved and was proud of you.
Tears flooded her eyes before she could blink them back. Then she grasped his hand and gave it a quick squeeze. Thank you for that, Jameson. It makes me feel better to... Taylor! Jameson looked around to see who'd shouted her name. The question was quickly answered when Polly, Zach, and their kids and dogs swarmed around her. Polly! Taylor sputtered. I didn't know you'd be here.
We're always here,
Mason piped up. Jack nodded in agreement.
Every year.
The boys are right. Polly ruffled Mason's dark hair. We never miss.
Bentley loves it. The dog tried to jump up on Taylor, but Lulu stepped forward and pushed him down with a firm hand. Bentley, sit. The dog looked up at the girl with adoring eyes and thumped his tail. A large German shepherd strolling by spotted Bentley and let out several loud woofs before being corrected by his owner. Bentley released a dozen rapid-fire barks in return before Lulu brought the cockapoo back under control. Polly glanced around and beamed. We love the paw stroll, don't we, kids? Yeah! The enthusiastic chorus of voices, coupled with a couple of woofs from Bentley, had Taylor wincing. Jameson watched her quickly steady herself. She turned to her friend. Have you and Zach met Jameson Fox? Jameson's Chevy Impala and I are very well acquainted, Zach grinned. Polly offered Jameson a warm smile. Good to see you again. You haven't been around lately. The Chevy has been behaving. Let's hope that continues. Leaning over, Jameson gave several sharp raps against the wood fence for luck, then let his gaze take in the kids and dog. Looks like you brought the whole gang. Polly smiled, and Zach slung an arm around his wife's shoulders. Wouldn't have it any other way. 10 minutes later, with Taylor beside him, Jameson watched Zach and Polly herd their brood down the river walk. The boys shoved each other and laughed maniacally. The twins skipped and sang a song he didn't recognize, while Lulu kept a tight rein on Bentley. I can't imagine, Taylor murmured. He shot her a questioning look. I can't imagine what it would be like to have such a large family. Taylor quickly continued, as if not wanting him to get the wrong idea. I love Polly, and I love her kids. They're all so sweet. But I think it would be exhausting. Not everyone wants a big family. You don't have to apologize or make excuses if that's not what you want. Jameson chuckled. I can't imagine it either. The good thing is that most people can have the life that works for them. Chapter 11. Despite a blustery north wind, Taylor chose to walk to her Monday meeting with the attorney. She could have driven and been at his door in 10 minutes, but she wanted time to settle. Taylor wasn't sure why she dreaded the meeting. It was simply a formality. She'd already been told the house was hers, as was her dad's car. The only thing she could figure was hearing the terms of the will spoken aloud would make her father's death final. One last nail in the coffin. As she power-walked toward downtown, Taylor slipped her gloved hand into her pocket, hoping to find a note from her father. Just a few words of encouragement, even something as simple as, "You've got this." She'd often received those messages before a big test or a stressful classroom presentation. Though Taylor searched carefully, the pocket remained empty. By the time Mr. Blount's office building came into view, Taylor's cheeks were numb from the cold, and her breath came in short puffs. Not from exertion, though she'd walked at a fast clip, but from the realization that this was real. Her father was forever lost to her. As quickly as the thought appeared, Taylor rejected it. The notes had shown her that her father was still with her, acting as her compass and guiding her path. Once inside, Taylor stood in the lobby and let herself bask in the warmth and silence, until her phone dinged with a text from her mother. I realize this is a difficult time for you. Remember, you're a strong woman. You'll get through this. Tempted to ignore the text, her father's words had her hesitating. Be kind, he had urged in his note. Instead of letting the text go unanswered, Taylor quickly replied, It is hard, but I'm hanging in there. Then she dropped the phone back into her bag. Even though the encouragement had come from her mother rather than in a note from her dad, Taylor felt herself steady. Knowing if she delayed much longer she'd be late, Taylor nonetheless couldn't stop herself from checking the coat pockets one more time. Empty. When the elevator door slid open on the third floor, where Blount's office was located, Taylor had her emotions under control.
The assault on her heart started the instant she stepped into the law firm's outer office. The receptionist, Diane, who looked about her father's age, offered condolences as soon as Taylor gave her name. Hearing Diane go on and on about what a wonderful man her dad had been and how he would be sorely missed by anyone who'd met him raised a lump in Taylor's throat. Mel Blount saved her from listening to more accolades when he appeared in the doorway to his office and invited her in. He extended his hand.
"It's good to meet you. Your dad spoke highly of you."
"That's nice to hear." Taylor took a chair in front of Mel's desk. "How did you and my father first become acquainted?" Please, please be a light-hearted story, Taylor thought. If she believed crossing her fingers would make a difference, every digit she possessed would be intertwined right now. Mel's lips quirked upward.
"It's a pretty funny story."
The breath Taylor had been holding came out in a whoosh. "If you have time, I'd love to hear it." Mel sat in the chair next to Taylor and swiveled to face her.
"This happened close to, 20 years ago. My son was 10 when this happened, and your dad hadn't yet made detective."
Taylor offered an encouraging smile.
"One Saturday afternoon, your dad showed up on our front porch. I admit it gave me quite a jolt to see a police officer when I opened the door."
Mel chuckled.
"He was investigating the theft of several garden gnomes."
"Garden gnomes?" Taylor asked, not sure she'd heard correctly.
"Yes, those funny little statues, white beard, tall pointed hat. I guess they're supposed to be good for gardens, though I'm not sure how."
Taylor smiled. Our neighbor, Till Bemis, had one in her garden. Hers was an odd-looking little man pushing a wheelbarrow.
"Well, apparently, 6 of these odd little men were reported stolen in a 3-block area. A neighbor mentioned seeing my son strolling down the street with one under his arm."
The attorney blew out a breath.
"Your dad asked if Sean was around and if he could speak with him."
Mel's gaze grew distant, and Taylor could see he was looking back. Then he shook his head.
"My son, the gnome thief."
He'd taken the gnomes?
"The evidence was irrefutable. All 6 were arranged in the garden area in our backyard. Do you know what Sean said when your dad asked whose gnomes those were?"
Imagining her kind, patient father asking the question of Mel's son had Taylor's heart swelling.
"Sean said he heard gnomes help plants grow. These had already helped the gardens where they were, so their work was done there. But our garden needed them."
Mel offered a self-deprecating smile.
"The wife and I enjoy having a garden, but we're not gardeners, if you know what I mean."
I do know. Like you, I've never had much luck with plants.
"Perhaps you need a gnome of your own?"
Taylor's heart lightened. Perhaps I do.
It was clear, at least to me, that your dad wanted to laugh. Instead, in a stern police officer voice, he told Sean that the gnomes were not his and must be returned immediately. When Sean protested that our garden needed them, Bob suggested he save his allowance and buy a gnome of his own.
Sounds like something my dad would say.
One by one, Sean returned the gnomes and apologized to the homeowners. That's how Bob and I became acquainted.
And eventually he had you draw up his will.
I did several for him. The first was when he and your mother were together. Though policing isn't as dangerous here as it is in, say, Baltimore, your dad wanted to make sure he had you and your mom covered if anything should happen to him.
Taylor cleared her throat. She had never worried about her dad not coming home, but she knew her mother had spent some sleepless nights, though she had done her best to hide it. You said you did several wills for him?
When he and your mom split, we redid the will. Then, when he brought Jameson in as a partner, we tweaked it further.
So the last changes made were at that time?
No, your dad came in 6 months ago and made the final change, leaving you his half of the business. Well, more than half. Technically, Bob retained 51%. Before that, he had his share going to his partner.
Taylor blinked. Why the change?
He didn't say. Mel shrugged. I didn't ask.
Just to be clear, you're saying my father's share of Elite goes to me?
That is correct.
Dad always talked about how he trusted Jameson with his life, which is why I assumed he would leave his share with him. Taylor frowned. I don't know anything about being a PI or running a detective agency. Mel lifted his hands.
I only know that Bob wanted you to have it, along with the house and furnishings, the car, and most of the money in his accounts. I have information for you on his life insurance policies. You are the sole beneficiary of all of his policies.
The amount of her father's life insurance surprised her, as did learning that he'd left several personal items in the house to her mother. He'd also left a couple of items to Jameson and a small amount of cash to Glenna.
Now that we've spoken, I'll inform your mother, Jameson, and Glenna of Bob's bequests.
I can gather the items he wanted my mother to have and ship them to her, as well as the items for Jameson. Taylor assumed Mel would take care of the cash distribution to Glenna.
I appreciate your willingness to help, but as executor, I must identify, locate, and secure all assets, including personal items listed in the will.
Mel glanced down.
The 3 items he wants your mother to have are in the house. Your father specified the locations of where those can be found. Jameson's items should be in the office. If you could gather your mother's items, I will pick them up and get them in the mail to her. Unless she'll be coming to GraceTown.
She won't.
Okay, I'll have Diane give you a list of the items with their locations in the home. Once you've located them, please let me know.
What do you mean Bob left half the business to her? Glenna's voice rose. She blinked rapidly. He promised it to you. Jameson dropped his gaze to stare at the coffee cup in his hand. He'd just returned from a meeting with the attorney, and his insides still churned. He sipped the steaming brew, relishing the scalding heat against his tongue.
Bob mentioned his 51% would go to me if anything happened to him. Obviously, he changed his mind.
All these years, Jameson had believed Bob Higgs was the one guy who had his back, the one who saw him for who he was, not for who his parents were, the one who wanted the best for him. Unlike others in GraceTown, Bob had never thrown his parents' actions in his face. Had Bob's caring been an act? Had he worried deep down that Jameson was like his parents and couldn't be trusted? Glenna paced the office. I can't believe he'd do that to you. Jameson set the cup down carefully, fighting to keep a tight rein on his emotions.
The only thing that makes sense is maybe he didn't want to cut his daughter out.
Maybe, Glenna said slowly, not appearing convinced. Jameson stared at his palms as if they held the answer. Why was he so upset over losing something that had never been his?
Because this isn't just about the business.
It went much deeper. So many conflicting emotions tugged at him: sorrow, anger, and disappointment in a man he'd loved like a father.
Did Bob think giving her his share was the only way I would help her? He had to know I'd do my best by Taylor no matter what.
You would have, too. Glenna, always his staunchest supporter, spoke with conviction.
Blount said Bob changed the will 6 months ago. Before that, his share was to go to me.
Jameson tried to recall if anything significant had occurred around that time, but he came up empty. Why then? Glenna's question echoed his own thoughts.
If Bob were here, I'd ask him.
Jameson blew out a breath.
Then again, if he were here, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Taylor had given him the impression that she thought he'd get the business. Or had that been only an act?
You and I talked about this. We knew there was no guarantee, and that this was a possibility.
Jameson forced a calm he didn't feel.
It isn't the end of the world. I simply have to buy out her share.
She now has controlling interest.
I'm aware. Jameson clenched his teeth so tightly his jaw ached. Glenna gazed at him, her eyes enormous behind her large frames. "Do you think she'll sell it to you?" "Why wouldn't she?" Jameson tried for positive, but he couldn't quite pull it off. "This isn't her world. She has no reason to hold on to Bob's share." Except, Jameson recalled, and his heart sank at the memory, she'd said she wouldn't have sold the car if she believed her father had wanted her to keep it. At least, not until she understood why. Taylor returned home from Blount's office, chilled to the bone. The temperature continued to drop while the wind grew progressively stronger. As soon as she was inside, Taylor changed into fleece leggings and an oversized GTPD sweatshirt that had been her dad's. Like the coat, wearing his sweatshirt made Taylor feel close to him. She made herself a cup of hot cocoa and then settled on the sofa to reflect on the day's events. Receiving the house and car had been expected, but the business? It was a strange twist that made no sense. Taylor glanced at the coat she'd tossed over the arm of the sofa when she'd gotten home. Reaching over, she tugged it close, hoping the pockets held fresh words of wisdom. Finding them empty, she shifted her attention to the coffee table. Before she'd left for her meeting with Mr. Blount, she'd placed the notes she'd already received side by side on the tabletop. Her gaze settled on the first one. No matter how often she read "I love you," the sentiment melted her heart, especially since she knew her dad had written the message to her. As she studied the "don't sell" part of the note, Taylor experienced a sudden chill. She'd already concluded that part didn't refer to the house or the car. The coat was still a possibility, but now she had another contender. Could her dad be telling her not to sell her share of the business to Jameson? But why? Unless it had something to do with why he'd changed his will. Her dad would have had his reasons for making the request, and she would have to trust that the reasons would become clear in time. She had no doubt Jameson would offer to buy her out. It was anybody's guess how he would react when she told him that she had no plans to sell. 30 minutes later, Taylor heard a sound on the front porch. A second later, the doorbell rang. Taylor tossed aside the cotton throw and padded to the door in her slippers. One glance through the peep had her hurriedly opening the door. The icy blast of wind that greeted her had her grabbing Jameson's arm and pulling him inside. "Wow! It's brutal out there!" "Just wait," he said. "Tomorrow it'll be 60 and sunny." "I hope that's true." The unpredictable nature of the weather was often commented on in this part of the country. "Forgive my appearance. I wasn't expecting company." "You look lovely." Though he smiled, she saw lines of strain edging his eyes that hadn't been there the last time she'd seen him. She returned his smile. "May I get you something to drink? I just finished a cup of hot cocoa, but I could be persuaded to have another with you if you're interested." "None for me, but thanks." He gestured to the chair next to the sofa. "Can we sit? I have something to discuss with you." "Must be important to bring you out in this weather." Taylor pulled a leg up under her after dropping onto the sofa. "What's up?" "Like you, I met with Mr. Blount today." Jameson leaned forward, his arms resting on his thighs, his intense brown eyes focused on her. Taylor knew they could tiptoe around the subject for several minutes, but that seemed pointless since she knew why he was there. "If you came to ask if I knew my dad planned to leave me his share of the business, I didn't." Jameson arched a brow. "Nope, he never mentioned it." She gave a half-hearted chuckle. "And it never occurred to me that I'd be thinking so soon about his death and what would come after." Blowing out a breath, Jameson surged to his feet. "Blount said your dad made the change in the will 6 months ago. Did he mention being unhappy with me for some reason?" The brief flash of pain across his face tore at Taylor's heart. "He never spoke of you at all."
Feeling awkward sitting while he stood, Taylor rose. I doubt the change has anything to do with you.
How could it not?
Jameson flung out his hands, his voice rising.
How could it not, Taylor? A guy doesn't just cut a friend out of his will for no reason.
His anger shimmered like a red haze in the air. You're right. In contrast to his loud tone, her normal tone sounded almost like a whisper. It's a puzzle. One we'll likely never solve.
Sorry.
Jameson raked a hand through his hair and visibly fought for control.
The why doesn't matter.
That was what he said, but Taylor saw that the why tore at him.
Tell me how much you want for his share.
He's not going to like this. Taylor rested her hands on the back of the sofa. The thing is, Jameson, I won't be selling my share. Not immediately, anyway. Surprise had his eyes widening.
Why not?
Stepping around the sofa to the coffee table, Taylor scooped up the first note and held it out. An incredulous look crossed his face.
You honestly think the don't sell refers to his share of the business?
What else could it refer to? Taylor set down the note, and when she straightened, she counted off on her fingers. We eliminated the house and the car. The only thing left is the business.
And the coat,
He reminded her.
He could have wanted you to keep the coat.
I will be keeping the coat as well. Visibly fighting for calm, Jameson took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Forget the coat. You're telling me that you're going to hold my business hostage because of a scrap of paper?
Though his tone remained carefully controlled, a muscle jumped in his jaw.
Are you serious?
Taylor lifted her chin. My father had a reason for first giving me his share of the business, and then telling me not to sell.
He didn't tell you not to sell his share,
Jameson stubbornly insisted.
You're assuming that's what the note refers to. It could be the coat.
Taylor refused to be drawn back into this discussion. While she was as much in the dark as he was, she would not take the chance of going against her father's wishes.
I can't believe you're taking away my business because of a ghost.
He stalked across the room. When he whirled back toward her, his jaw was clenched tight, and his eyes flashed.
I'll pay a fair price.
This isn't about money, Taylor responded. It's...
Oh, how could I forget?
His voice dripped with sarcasm.
It's about following a dead man's wishes, even though there's no way to be sure this is what he wanted.
What we know is that my dad wanted me to have his share of the business. She met his hot gaze with a cool one. Not you. It was a low blow, and Taylor regretted the jab the instant it passed her lips. But darn it, she was angry too. She'd thought they were friends. His behavior today had her wondering if what had been growing between them had simply been a con. Maybe all he'd ever been after was the business. Chapter 12. By Thursday, the cold weather had been replaced by temperatures in the 50s, a change applauded by the community, especially with Halloween fast approaching. Since her visit to the attorney on Monday, Taylor hadn't received any more notes from her dad, and, even more surprising, no texts from her mother. After giving herself and Jameson several days to calm down, Taylor showed up at the elite office at 7 a.m., hoping to catch Glenna and Jameson there so she could do some fence mending. These two people had been important in her father's life. The last thing she wanted was for either of them to worry that she planned to take over and make changes. Taylor reached to open the door to the office, then changed her mind and knocked instead. Taylor! Glenna opened the door and studied Taylor from behind her large eyeglasses, the frames a bright Kelly green that matched her tunic. Not sure why you're knocking? Bob left you his share of the business. You can walk right in. With that, Glenna returned to her desk as Taylor followed, closing the door behind her. That's why I stopped by. Taylor shifted from one foot to the other. I wanted to speak with you and Jameson about. Jameson isn't in yet, but he should be here shortly. Okay. Taylor stood uncertainly. The coolness in Glenna's demeanor was impossible to ignore. Should Taylor address it head on, or slip into her dad's old office and leave Glenna alone until Jameson arrived? She had just decided on the latter when Glenna spoke. I understand you're an attorney? I am. What kind of law? Tax law. At Glenna's blank expression, she added, I handled a lot of tax disputes. Did you like that? I did. Taylor smiled, thinking of her last case. While I know it can sound boring to some, it's a complex and dynamic field. The tax code changes frequently, and the laws can be challenging to interpret. My strength was in dispute resolution and litigation strategies. Glenna blinked, obviously not expecting that detailed of a response. The woman had the same startled look on her face that guys Taylor dated had often given her when she'd started talking about tax planning and compliance and, her favorite, evolving technology and data issues. Well, that does sound, challenging. Glenna inclined her head. But it doesn't explain why Bob thought you'd be a good fit here. The only attorneys we typically deal with are for personal injury cases. Did you ever handle any of those? No, but the firm I worked for did have a personal injury arm. The guy I dated most recently worked in that area. I understand what's involved. Glenna shook her head. Well, if I'm being honest, what I don't understand is why you won't sell your dad's share to Jameson. I'm honoring my father's wishes. The thing is, Taylor. Glenna rested her backside on the edge of her desk, and her eyes turned razor sharp. Jameson needs a working partner. You're referring to another PI? Yes, not someone to oversee the books and take a share of the profits, but someone who contributes. Harsh words, but true. I hear what you're saying, Glenna. I happen to agree with you. The woman's eyes widened. You do? Yes. My father loved Elite. He was proud of what the three of you have built. I want the agency to thrive. This means we need to figure out a way for me to contribute and how to hire another investigator. And how do you suggest we do that? The question came not from Glenna, but from Jameson. Taylor turned. Where did you come from? Back door. He told her. We normally park in the back. We try to save the spaces out front for clients. Taylor took in his jeans and sweater. It was a sin for a man to look that good with so little effort. Are you working today? Today? His gaze remained watchful. Tonight as well? Because we're short-handed. Her heart gave a little ping. Taylor tried to reassure herself that her father had a plan. He wouldn't be telling her not to sell if he didn't have a reason. But waiting to discover that reason was putting Jameson in a bind. I understand the firm needs another investigator, she began. You may not be aware, but we have several PIs who help out when we need extra backup. But, like Harry Delgado, Glenna added. Yes, like Harry, Jameson agreed. But he isn't full-time. My dad was full-time. Jameson smiled. And then some. What I'd like to do is figure out how we could come up with the money to hire someone full-time to help you. Taylor paused, hoping what made sense in her head also made sense when said aloud. I'm good with business taxes and maximizing deductions. When neither of them spoke, Taylor continued. I could be wrong, but there are legal ways to save the firm money that you might not be taking advantage of. Who has been handling your taxes? A local accountant? Jameson offered up a name that sounded vaguely familiar. Donnie was a fishing buddy of your dad's, Glenna added. I'm sure Donnie does a great job, but I'd like to review the records. The thought of going through the company's tax records had Taylor's juices flowing. She could make a difference. I'd like to start by looking at last year's balance sheets. Glenna glanced at Jameson. He gave a slight nod. I'll email you the file, Glenna said. I'd appreciate it. Taylor glanced in the direction of her dad's office and saw his name was still on the door. Would it bother either of you if I set up in my father's office?
You don't need to ask us, Taylor.
Jameson's voice remained polite.
You hold a controlling share in this business.
True, Taylor thought, but that didn't make her the boss, or the enemy. So, no objections?
Like I said, you don't need our permission. If you want his office, take it.
Jameson hesitated for a long moment.
I apologize for taking my anger and frustration out on you Monday night. I respect your decision to do what you think is right. Your dad and I built Elite into something to be proud of. I'd like it to continue to thrive.
I want that too, Jameson. Her voice turned earnest. This will all work out in the end. I know it. After a quick stop at the grocery store, Taylor headed home. It struck her just how much she was looking forward to getting back to work. She wondered if it was the schedule she missed or having a purpose. A long-ago conversation with her mother came flitting back. She'd been maybe 9 or 10 at the time. Taylor vividly recalled that day. She'd been sitting on her parents' bed watching her mother pack for a business trip. Her mother hadn't traveled as much back then, and the 2 to 3 day trips weren't all that disruptive to the family. Whenever her mom was gone, her dad would make his famous lobster rolls one night, and they would go out the other night. Linda hummed as she held up several business outfits, trying to decide which ones to pack. I wish you didn't have to go. Despite the upcoming lobster roll meal and dinner out with her dad, Taylor missed her mom when she wasn't there. She knew that her dad missed her too. Her mother set aside the suit jacket and sat beside Taylor on the bed. I don't like leaving you or your dad. Why go if you don't like it? When her mother's arm slid around her shoulders, Taylor rested her head against her. Her mom always smelled like sunshine. Tears stung the backs of Taylor's eyes. She really wanted her mom to stay. These trips are part of my job. Couldn't you get a job here? Polly's mom works in the school lunchroom, and Heather's mom works at the bank. Taylor blinked back tears that wanted to fall. It would be wonderful if I could find a job that I like here in GraceTown, but there isn't anything. Her mother's voice softened. The thing is, I enjoy traveling. While I don't like being away from you and Dad, I love flying on planes and staying in nice hotels. You do? I do. Her mother's eyes took on a distant glow. When I was a child, I didn't travel at all. I didn't get on an airplane until I was out of high school. Really? Her mother nodded. I love seeing new places. I also like that when I'm gone, you and your dad get to have your special time. But I miss you. I miss you too, baby. Her mother pulled her even closer and kissed the top of her head. But these trips are short, and I'm back almost before you know I'm gone. That had been the situation for several more years, until her mother had gotten a promotion, and then another. The trips that had been only a couple of days had become longer. Soon, she'd been gone more than she'd been home, and they'd no longer missed her. Oh, who am I kidding? Taylor thought. We both missed her. Once she arrived home from the grocery store, Taylor changed into her running clothes and hit the sidewalk. It was fun seeing how the neighbors embraced the season. It seemed like the porches of every house boasted carved pumpkins and colorful gourds and squashes. Wreaths made of leaves, berries, pine cones, and ribbons hung on front doors. A house at the other end of the block had a giant inflatable ghost out front. As she jogged by Chloe's house, Taylor noticed fake spider webs, complete with giant plastic spiders, had been draped over the bushes. Leaves in shades of rust, Gold and orange drifted from the branches of tall trees to rustle on the sidewalk at her feet. The air, cool but not cold, kept her comfortable as one block turned into two and then into three. Taylor reveled in the moment, the physical exertion, the feel of the sun on her face, and the smell of dried leaves in the air. She thought of her mother's comment about how much she loved the travel part of her job. If Taylor could find a job that left her time to do this regularly, she'd be in heaven. Her position at Sauer and Farrand had left little time for outdoor pursuits. She had no doubt that the already long hours would have become even longer had she kept her job. Taylor thought of last winter when she'd gone to work when it was dark outside and returned home when it was dark outside. Running? Well, that had been done on a treadmill. She'd barely had time for her boyfriend and even less time for friends. Working all the time wasn't a way to live. Now that she'd taken a step back, she could see that. Unfortunately, working long hours in her circle of friends was more the rule than the exception. It was certainly the expectation of most employers. Could she really build a different kind of life for herself here? A balanced one filled with work, friends, and activities? Shivering with anticipation and vowing to make that her reality, Taylor broke into a faster run. When Taylor was a little girl, she'd spent many a happy afternoon at Maplewood Park. Granted, the park was a small neighborhood one that boasted only a slide, swing set, and merry-go-round, but it was near home. In those days, the equipment had been perfectly maintained. As the years passed, like many of the houses in the area, the park fell into disrepair. Now, both the homes and the park were experiencing a resurgence. There had been a time when her mother had wanted to move out of this neighborhood. How had Taylor forgotten that overheard conversation? The discussion about moving had taken place when Taylor had been in middle school. Her mother's income had skyrocketed, and she'd argued that they could afford new and better. Plus, if they moved, Taylor would be in a better school district. She'd nearly come around the corner to protest that she didn't want to leave her friends when her father had reminded her mom that she was gone more than she was here, and that he and Taylor were perfectly content in this house and town. Had that moment marked the beginning of the end of her parents' relationship? Or had it just been one of many chinks in the marriage? When the park came into view, Taylor slowed her steps. She couldn't recall the last time she'd been here or even driven by it, but her father had mentioned on one of his trips to Chicago that plans were underway to spiff it up. It appeared that spiffing it up had ended up being an all-out revitalization. Several spinner bowls had replaced the merry-go-round, and the swing set, with its rubber U-shaped swings, sported a fresh coat of paint. The clunky wooden benches, where she'd gotten her first sliver 2 decades earlier, had been replaced by ones with a sleek, minimalist style. Just looking at the new benches had Taylor guessing that these were constructed from recycled materials. The equipment and benches weren't the only changes. In addition to the maple trees that appeared freshly trimmed, several new trees had been planted and staked at various locations throughout the park. Native grasses and various shrubs had been planted on several mounds. Taylor recognized winterberry holly, a shrub she had in her own yard. A group of women were planting bulbs and adding perennials to recently prepared dirt. Taylor smiled. If the sounds of their happy laughter and conversation were any indication, this was more fun than work for them. Taylor was tempted to stay on the sidewalk that skirted the park, but hesitated when she spotted Chloe. Seeing her childhood friend brought to mind the pleasant parts of her childhood, getting a bomb pop from an ice cream truck that stopped at the curb when they went running out to greet it, having fun pulling carrots and harvesting cucumbers from Till's vegetable garden, and bringing home a bouquet of hollyhocks from the large stand at the back of Till's yard. Taylor hadn't been particularly fond of hollyhocks, but her mother always seemed thrilled with the bouquet and had hurried to put the flowers in one of her many pretty vases. In recent years, when Taylor looked back on her childhood,
good memories of her mother were few and far between. Being back in Gracetown had put a different spin on those early years. "Hey, you!" Pulling off her gardening gloves, Chloe skirted a mound of mulch as she made her way to Taylor. "It's good to see you. I thought you'd be at work. It's my day off." I didn't mean to interrupt. Taylor studied the older women who continued to talk, work, and laugh. "We're not on a timetable." Chloe waved a dismissive hand. "We do what we can while having a good time." It was a unique concept, Taylor thought. Chloe took her arm. "Let me introduce you to the gang. Everyone, this is Bob Higgs's daughter, Taylor." Chloe's comment, spoken in a voice that carried, had the women turning in their direction. She doubted any of the other ladies were under 65. Her childhood friend was by far the youngest in the group. "Hi." Taylor lifted a hand. "Like Chloe said, I'm Taylor. The changes to this park are amazing. What are you planting?" "I'm Rosemary, and it's a pleasure to meet you." The woman's dark hair, laced with gray, hung down her back in a long braid. "We've got daylilies, hostas, and irises. Dividing and planting them now allows them to establish roots before winter." "I'm Myra." The woman peeled off stylish gardening gloves. "Geraldine and I are planting bulbs, tulips, daffodils, and hyacinths." "It's going to be gorgeous here in the spring," Taylor said. "Very colorful, that's for sure." Myra studied her. "I understand you're acquainted with my granddaughter, Jacqueline." "I am." Taylor smiled. "I enjoyed meeting her. She's a very accomplished young lady." Not knowing how to reply to that, Taylor settled for another smile. "I'm Geraldine." The woman's gray hair, cut short, suited her angular face. "This is Beverly." "We knew your father from his days on the police force. He was a wonderful man. Please accept our condolences." Beverly, her light brown hair curling softly around a face sporting an abundance of smile and laugh lines, placed a hand on Taylor's arm. "Thank you." Wanting to change the subject, Taylor glanced around. "What made you decide to tackle a project of this magnitude?" "As a tribute to our good friend, Till Bemis." Tears filled Beverly's eyes for a second, but she quickly blinked them away. "When a person who matters so much passes, it's nice to do something that honors them." Geraldine placed an arm around Beverly's shoulders and gave a quick squeeze. "I agree." Even as the discussion returned to the park renovations, Taylor thought of her father. Following his wishes would be her way of honoring him. In the process, she would do whatever was necessary to make Elite not only survive, but thrive. Chapter 13. Taylor briefly considered working from home on last year's balance sheets, but instead she went into the office on Monday. While she enjoyed her own company, she missed simply being around other people. Jameson was out on an assignment, and Glenna was busy with, well, something. So far, the cozy conversation she'd envisioned over a cup of coffee hadn't materialized. The clean and tidy office that had been her father's bore no resemblance to the messy one she'd seen the first time she was in the office. When she carefully set the pencil holder with the popsicle sticks and the photo of the two of them on the desk, Taylor smiled at the rightness of it all. Then she opened her laptop and got to work. An hour later, a rap on the wooden door frame had her glancing up. Jameson was standing there, a 5 o'clock shadow darkening his cheeks. He wore a rumpled denim shirt that looked like he'd slept in it. "I didn't realize you were coming in today." "I got lonely." Taylor wondered where that admission had come from. A look she couldn't quite decipher flared in Jameson's eyes, but he only gestured with his head to Glenna's now empty desk. "The front door was locked. Any idea where Glenna is?" "I didn't even realize she'd left." "That figures." Jason blew out a breath. "Is there something I can do for you?" He shook his head. "Look," Taylor fought to keep her voice even. "I realize you don't want me around, but I—" "It's not about that." I'm stuck on a case. I have the evidence, but the client might still get the short end of the stick.
Jameson scrubbed a hand over his face, the lines of fatigue around his eyes etched deep.
At times like this, I'd talk it out with Bob. I'm missing him today.
The simple admission, spoken in such a matter-of-fact tone, touched Taylor's heart. I'm no Bob, but I am a good listener. Taylor gestured toward the visitor's chair, which not only swiveled, but rocked back and forth. She'd discovered that earlier this morning. Might be worth a try? What do you think? After a momentary hesitation, Jameson pulled the door closed behind him and sat.
The client's name is Sarah Rogers. She and her husband, Russell, were high school sweethearts. They've been married for 20 years. She's a stay-at-home mom to their 3 kids. She and Russ own a chain of convenience stores. Sarah suspected he had another woman. Russ controls the family finances, but Sarah secretly saved enough to hire your dad. I took over the case after Bob passed.
Taylor could only imagine how difficult it would be to continue to be with someone you suspected was cheating on you in order to save up enough money to get your suspicions confirmed. Her parents might have had their issues, but as far as Taylor knew, infidelity had played no part in the demise of their relationship.
She's been giving her husband the benefit of the doubt for months.
Jameson's voice pulled Taylor from her reverie.
But
She wanted to know for sure one way or the other.
exactly right.
Jameson took a sip from the cup of coffee he'd brought in with him. Did you get the proof?
I did. It's not just one woman, though that would be bad enough.
Jameson's face remained carefully blank.
So far, I have evidence of him with 3 other women. There are probably more.
Taylor let out a breath.
That's tough.
Though an understatement, it was the best response Taylor could come up with. Polly and Zach had also been high school sweethearts. Taylor thought of Polly and how devastated her friend would be if Zach ever cheated.
I spoke with her this morning. Now that her suspicions have been confirmed, Sarah intends to file for divorce. But she's worried. He once told her that if she ever leaves him, he'll ensure she gets nothing.
This time, Jameson's disgust for the man showed.
It was said in a joking manner, but she believes he was serious.
He probably was serious.
I've been trying to think of ways I can dig up something more on him. You know, something like him frequenting massage parlors or using escort services, but I'm not even sure it would make much of a difference.
Taylor considered. It might be best to go at this from a different angle, a legal one. Jameson's serious dark eyes remained firmly fixed on her face. Taylor tapped a pencil against the desktop. A guy like that might also be doing some illegal stuff with their convenience stores. There could be evidence of embezzlement or some other kind of fraud in his business accounts.
I already checked that, and he's clean. Even if he was doing something illegal, I'm not sure that would help Sarah get her fair share in the settlement.
Taylor set down the pencil and offered Jameson a look of apology. She could see the pressure he was under, yet she felt powerless to help. I'm sorry, I don't have any better ideas. I wish I could be Bob for you.
That's okay. Nobody can be Bob.
Jameson pulled to his feet. He was nearly out of the office when Taylor gave in to an overwhelming urge to check the pockets of the coat draped over the back of the desk chair. The feel of paper against her fingers had her heart racing. Hold on, I got something. The excitement in her voice had him whirling back to face her.
What is it?
Another note. In a few steps, Jameson was at her side.
What does this one say?
Lawyer, not PI. Her heart dropped. Her dad had to know when he left his share in Elite to her that she'd want to contribute to the business however she could. So why did he choose this moment to emphasize that she lacked the necessary skills to help? Jameson's startled gaze met hers.
What do you think it means?
Taylor reread the message. It's strange. My dad's notes always provided encouragement and guidance. I don't think he's coming down on me, though that was my first thought. A slow smile lifted her lips as puzzle pieces clicked into place. Well, I am a lawyer, and I am licensed in Maryland. I believe he's telling me that I'm someone who can help Sarah. The following Monday, Sarah sat in Taylor's office, twisting and untwisting her fingers. After closing the office door and blinds to give them privacy, Taylor took a seat. Jameson had mentioned that when he'd met with Sarah late last week to discuss everything he'd discovered, she'd taken the news hard. While she'd suspected something was going on, seeing compromising photos of her husband with multiple other women, in addition to the other evidence Jameson had compiled, had rocked her world. At that meeting, Jameson had given Taylor's contact information to Sarah, but it had been radio silent since. Then, Sarah had texted Taylor this morning and asked for a meeting. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. I'm so sorry, Taylor said once introductions had been completed. There was no need to say what she was sorry for. They both knew the reason for this meeting. I'm sorry, too. Sarah, an attractive woman in her mid to late 40s, had the exhausted look of someone who hadn't slept in days. I loved Russ. I trusted him. If you don't mind me asking, what led you to suspect he might be cheating? Taylor didn't want Sarah to think this was mere prurient curiosity, so she added, having more details will give me a clearer picture of the man, which will help when I start reviewing his business records. Sarah expelled a ragged breath. A knock sounded on the closed door before the woman could speak. Taylor frowned. She thought she'd made it clear to Glenna and Jameson that they were not to be disturbed. Come in. Sorry for interrupting. Glenna pushed open the door and bustled in, holding a cup of steaming coffee. I just made a fresh pot and thought Sarah might like a cup. The grateful smile Sarah offered Glenna had the irritation sliding from Taylor's shoulders. Thank you. Sarah took the ceramic cup, cradling it in her hand as if needing the warmth as much as the liquid itself. I left home in such a rush this morning that well, anyway, thank you. You're very welcome. Glenna glanced at Taylor quickly before easing back out of the room. The door shut with an audible click. That was nice of her. A tear slid down Sarah's cheek as she took a long sip of coffee. Taylor pushed the box of tissues on the desk toward Sarah. She'd brought them out this morning, anticipating a difficult discussion. You asked. Take your time. Taylor offered a sympathetic smile. I'm in no rush. Sarah grabbed a tissue with her free hand and took another sip of coffee. Last year, I began noticing Russ working late more often. Our sex life, which I thought had been good, became almost non-existent. When I mentioned it, he blamed it on work, being tired and stressed. You didn't believe him? I wanted to, but I've known Russ my whole life. Something was off. Sarah's shoulder lifted and then dropped. I told myself I was being paranoid. I tried to talk to him about my concerns, but he became defensive and accused me of not trusting him. One of Taylor's closest friends back in Chicago had gone through something similar a couple of years ago. She'd observed firsthand the emotional pain caused by not only betrayal, but gaslighting. Thank you for sharing that with me. She offered Sarah a supportive smile. You say you suspected something since last year. What made you finally decide to hire a private investigator? Sarah lifted the cup and took another long drink. The action appeared to steady her. Taylor realized Glenna had somehow known just what was needed. Last month, Russ left his cell phone on the counter in the kitchen. I needed to make a quick call, and mine was in the other room, so I picked up his.
Sarah's hands visibly trembled now as she set down the cup.
I put in the code, but it was wrong. He came in while I was trying the code for the third time, convinced I'd keyed the numbers incorrectly. He blew up and accused me of trying to spy on him.
Sarah's expression turned bleak.
The way he overreacted, well, it had alarm bells ringing. I have 3 children to consider. I couldn't keep my head in the sand any longer. I needed to know what was going on. I remembered Bob had started a private detective agency and called him. He was so kind.
How did you know my dad? Surprise flickered in Sarah's eyes for only a second, and then she gave a little laugh.
You can tell where my head is. Jameson gave me your name, but I didn't make the connection. In answer to your question, Bob and I met years ago. There had been a bunch of smashed car windows in our neighborhood, and our vehicle was one of those hit by the vandals. Your father was one of the officers who spoke with us. He was so kind that I remembered him. He was a good guy. I'm sorry for your loss. A father is so important in a child's life.
Sarah's eyes filled with tears, as if she'd realized what her children stood to lose.
He is,
but so is a mother. Taylor reached out and squeezed Sarah's hand. And remember, simply ensuring you have the income and resources you will need to support yourself and your children does not mean their father can't be a part of their lives. That will be his choice. Sarah dabbed at her eyes with the tissue.
That's what I keep telling myself.
It sounds as if you might have reason to suspect he won't play fair if you file for divorce. Taylor hesitated. I assume that's what you are planning, but I guess I should make sure.
I won't share my husband with other women. So yes, that is what I'm planning.
Sarah's expression turned to granite.
Why do I think he'll try to screw me over? We had friends who lived in Connecticut. They divorced several years ago. There was no cheating involved. Ted just wanted out, but he played fair. Russ mentioned several times that Ted was a schmuck and that Julie didn't deserve what Ted gave her. He said Ted was the one who worked and did all the heavy financial lifting in that relationship. Julie was a stay-at-home mom to their 5 children.
Sarah paused, as if needing a second to compose herself. When she spoke, her voice was as tight as piano wire.
Julie helped Ted build his business in the early years. In later years, she shouldered the major responsibilities at home, which made it easier for Ted to focus on the business. Ted recognized her contributions. Russ dismissed them.
You think he'll dismiss yours?
I don't think he will. I know he will.
Sarah's blue eyes met hers.
He told me once, this was around the time Ted and Julie split, that if I ever left him, he'd make sure I didn't get a dime of his hard-earned money. It hurt me that he would say something like that, even jokingly.
Taylor's determination to maintain a professional demeanor had her biting back the words that would tell Sarah precisely what she thought of Russ as a husband and as a man.
I don't want to struggle. I don't want our children going without so he can shower his girlfriends with gifts. The thing is, I don't know how to stop that from happening.
Jameson mentioned that you and your husband own several convenience stores.
15. The 16th is scheduled to open in Lexington, Kentucky on February 1st of next year.
Convenience stores are considered a cash-intensive business. Knowing that wasn't enough of an explanation, Taylor continued. As this type of business deals heavily in cash transactions, it's easier to underreport income and hide assets. A person, say someone going through a divorce, might attempt to make a profitable business appear unprofitable. Understanding had Sarah's blue eyes turning to ice.
We're not going to let him do that, are we?
No, we are not. Russell Rogers, Taylor thought, had no idea what he was up against. By the time Sarah left the office, she and Taylor had formulated a plan. Taylor would meet with a yet-to-be-determined family law attorney and then schedule another meeting with Sarah. Once the divorce petition was filed, Taylor would request the business records for the convenience stores. Until then, things would remain status quo in the Rogers household. As Sarah wasn't sure how long she could continue the charade once her husband returned from his business trip later that week, Taylor needed to find a family law attorney interested in mentoring her ASAP. She wished her dad had included the name of a helpful attorney in his last note. After taking out the scrap of paper she'd received last week, she set it on the desktop to remind herself that her dad had faith in her. Faith that while she might not be a PI, she could do the job. When she glanced at the rumpled note, she blinked twice. The words had changed. Instead of lawyer, not PI, it now bore the name Abigail Moyer. "Glenna?" Taylor called out. Instead of Glenna, Jameson stuck his head in the door Sarah had left open when she'd left. "Glenna is at lunch." He smiled. "Can I help?" He'd been smiling at her a lot recently, the warmth of the expression giving her hope that they were back on solid ground. She pushed the scrap across the desktop toward him. "Look at this." Stepping forward, he read the note and then lifted his gaze. "You received another one." "It's the same one." Confusion furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "This is the same paper on which lawyer, not PI, was written. I left it in the coat pocket. When I looked at it again, it bore this name." Taylor met Jameson's startled gaze. "Do you know who this is?" He dropped down into the chair. "I do. Abigail is one of the best divorce attorneys in the region. She was also a close friend of your father." Later that day, sitting in Abigail's elegant office, Taylor discovered that Jameson had been right. This formidable woman appeared to have been a close personal friend of her father. "Your dad and I, well, we go, or rather, went, all the way back to high school." Abigail's dark hair, sprinkled with a liberal dose of salt, added to her distinguished air. Though not classically attractive, she was a handsome woman. Her blue eyes shone with intelligence, and her compassion appeared mixed with a healthy dose of steel. This attorney had been around the block and was nobody's fool. "When Glenna called to inform me Bob had passed—" Abigail paused and closed her eyes as if summoning her inner reserves. "I couldn't believe it. We had dinner plans that evening." "Is that why Glenna called you?" Taylor felt the floor shifting beneath her feet. "Because you and my dad had dinner plans?" "She knew how much he meant to me." Abigail's lips lifted in a sad little smile. "Glenna didn't want me to hear of his death on the news. I appreciated the courtesy." Had her dad and this woman, a woman she'd never heard of, a woman he'd never mentioned, been dating? Taylor cleared her throat and finally found her voice. "You and my father dated?" Abigail half chuckled. "Dating is such a strange word, especially when 60 isn't far off. Let's say your father and I enjoyed each other's company. We were both divorced with kids out of state." Despite how this woman was trying to sell it, this hadn't been an easy breezy relationship. Abigail had cared for her father, and if the note Taylor had brought with her was any indication, her dad had cared for Abigail as well. He'd wanted his daughter to meet this woman, not just to help Sarah, but to let Taylor know that she needn't worry that he'd been lonely. He'd been doing just fine building a life of his own. "You loved him." The words popped out before Taylor could stop them. A startled look crossed Abigail's face. Then she smiled. "I did. I believe he loved you, too." Though Abigail's voice remained carefully controlled, emotion swarmed her eyes. "What makes you think that?" "There's something I need to show you." Reaching into her bag, Taylor lifted the note and laid it on the desk. Abigail picked it up and studied it, then glanced up at Taylor, puzzlement blanketing her face. That's Bob's handwriting. You know how people always say that GraceTown is a place where the unexplainable can happen? Handing the note back to Taylor, Abigail nodded slowly. Well, I'm going to ask you to suspend the rational side of your brain for the next few minutes while I tell you something that you may find difficult to accept. Okay. Taylor took a breath and began. Remember the coat that my father loved to wear? Chapter 14. Taylor hoped to speak with Jameson when she returned to the office after meeting with Abigail, but he was headed out the door when she arrived. He paused to ask how it had gone, but he was clearly busy. She told herself it was for the best. She needed time to organize her thoughts. He didn't return until shortly after Glenna had left for the day. "What are you still doing here?" he asked. She gestured to the papers and open laptop on her desk. Just a little light reading. You've been here by 7 every day, and Glenna tells me you're usually still here when she leaves at 5. And your point is? She kept her tone light. Despite her vow to do things differently in her life now, she realized she'd slipped back into her workaholic pattern. Just an observation? He glanced at her desktop. Can that wait? Taylor hesitated, sorely tempted to stay longer, but knowing it was time to stop. Yeah, sure. You're right. I should go home. I've got an alternative suggestion, one that doesn't involve grabbing takeout or cooking once you get home. You've captured my interest. Taylor leaned forward. Tell me more. Are you familiar with the Big Brothers Big Sisters organization? Isn't it an organization that matches adult mentors with kids? That's right. Did you have a big brother? In the McDonald family? Yes. A slight smile lifted his lips. In terms of the organization, no. But I've been a big brother to a boy who is now 21. That he's already that old is still difficult for me to believe. Taylor wasn't sure where this conversation was going, but knowing Jameson, he would quickly get to the point. How long have you been his mentor? For the past 5 years. When I was on the force, civic involvement was encouraged. And you took up the challenge. I did. He smiled. AJ, once a struggling student, is now an accomplished musician. He and his bandmates are playing tonight at Destiny. The club is relatively new to GraceTown, so I wasn't sure if you'd been there. I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. Taylor pulled her brows together. Isn't it kind of a bar, grill, dance club? You got it. They have bands on Monday nights? Her tone reflected her skepticism. They have live music every night. The popular big-name bands are scheduled for weekends, but simply getting on the schedule is a big deal. AJ is jazzed. Pride filled Jameson's voice. If you don't have plans, we could grab something to eat there and listen to him play. Taylor opened her mouth to tell him she needed to review the information that Abigail had given her. Everything that needed to be included in a divorce petition was daunting, and she didn't want to mess up. Though Abigail had offered to oversee what she planned to file, Taylor would still do most of the work on this case. As the silence stretched, Jameson took a step forward, his expression turning serious. I know things have been strained between us, and that's on me. I want to apologize for being dismissive of the notes from your dad. Taylor's heart gave a leap. Do you believe now? It doesn't matter what I believe. What matters is that I understand you have every right not to sell your half to me. A slight smile lifted Jameson's lips. You're not being stubborn or sentimental. You're being Bob's daughter, and I shouldn't have doubted that. I thought... She paused, then decided that if he could be fully honest, so could she. I thought you were merely being nice to me when I first arrived, so that if my dad did leave his share to me, I would sell it to you. I was nice to you because you're Bob's daughter, and I enjoy your company. His warm brown eyes met hers. I'd like us to be friends. No ulterior motives.
Taylor thought of her life back in Chicago when there was no time to cultivate new friendships because work was her priority. Late nights at the office had left little opportunity for fun or friendships. And for what? Taylor had vowed that was not how she wanted her life to look going forward. Yet, she was falling back into the same old trap.
Taylor?
Jameson prompted. He'd extended an olive branch. All the cards were now on the table. I'd like to be friends. Pushing back her chair, she stood, not missing the look of relief that filled his eyes. How about I quickly run home and change? You can pick me up, and we can spend several hours listening to great music and becoming better acquainted. When Taylor got home, she dropped off a briefcase full of work and changed into her favorite sweater dress. The chocolate color perfectly matched the suede boots she pulled on. Though she reminded herself this wasn't a date, Taylor freshened her makeup, added more color to her lips, and brushed her hair. When the doorbell rang, announcing Jameson's arrival, she was ready. The short drive in his Impala to Destiny took only minutes. When they walked through the front door without having to pay a cover charge, she realized this was what it was like to come to a club on a weekday. "This is a new experience for me," Taylor told him after they'd ordered at the bar and were told their food would be brought out.
Don't give me that.
He shook his head and chuckled.
A young, single, attractive woman in Chicago? I'm sure you've been to plenty of clubs.
She wondered why she focused on the attractive part of his comment. Though she pushed that aside, a feeling of warmth remained. Of course I have. Chicago has a robust club scene. What I was talking about was coming to one on a weekday.
This okay with you?
He stopped at a table with a good view of the stage, but not in the direct line of the speakers. Works for me. She paused momentarily at the table's edge, studying the boys, men, on the stage. They were all young, in their early 20s, playing with an intensity that told her this gig was important to them. Sitting, she glanced around the bar, which was at most 1/3 full. Not many here. Jameson didn't get a chance to respond as a pretty server with hair as dark as midnight brought their drinks, a beer for him and a soda for her. "This is a good turnout for a Monday." The woman slipped the tray under one arm and gestured to the stage. "They're the reason. The guys have quite a following in the area." "I love their sound. The band is the reason we're here tonight," Taylor told the woman, hoping she'd pass that along to management. "That's good to know." The woman turned and offered Jameson a flirty smile. "If you need anything at all, my name is Mandy." The band, Cosmic Chaos, launched into a cover of a tune that had been popular when Taylor was in college. Maybe it was nostalgia or the beat, but it made her want to get up and dance. From the couples taking to the dance floor, she wasn't the only one. As if he'd read her thoughts, Jameson pushed back his chair, rose, and held out his hand.
Care to dance?
She smiled. "Just try to keep me off the dance floor." Taylor and Jameson danced, ate, and danced some more. She couldn't recall the last time she'd had such an enjoyable evening. She knew some of it was because she and Jameson had no expectations. They were partners, not potential lovers, merely friends here to listen to music and enjoy incredible burgers. "I don't eat much meat, but that burger was amazing." Taylor finished off the last bite and heaved a contented sigh.
The food has always been good here.
Now that they'd settled that, and the band had started a softer, slower set, Taylor seized the opportunity to talk to Jameson, an opportunity that had eluded her since they'd been either dancing or eating with loud music in the background. "Why didn't you tell me my dad was dating Abigail?" She kept her tone light. It wasn't his fault her dad had kept the relationship from her. "That they were in love." Jameson took a long drink of his beer and set it on the table before speaking.
I thought you knew. That they were dating, that is. The love thing? Well, that's news to me.
He never even mentioned her name to me. Taylor was glad she'd finished her burger because her appetite had fled. Why wouldn't he have told me about her?
Would you have been happy about it?
Yes, Taylor answered immediately, then paused and nodded emphatically. Yes, because it would have meant he was finally over my mother. His curious gaze and lack of response had her continuing. Even though my mom has been in California for years, they've remained in touch. I'm not sure how closely, but enough that he'd urged me to respond more quickly to her texts.
He'd talk about your mom now and then.
Taylor straightened. What kinds of things would he say about her? Jameson hesitated. Taylor placed a hand over his. Please tell me. Who else can? Jameson sighed and nodded.
It was mostly about him being glad that Linda seemed happy. I guess she was dating some guy, and they were talking about moving in together.
Did he seem bothered by that?
Your dad was one of those guys who genuinely wanted those he loved to be happy.
Which meant you think he still loved my mom.
Maybe a part of him did? I don't know.
Jameson shrugged.
I do know he wanted you to be happy, too.
She knew this to be accurate, even if her happiness meant that she lived in a city and worked at a job that made it difficult for them to see each other. She also knew that having his only child so far away couldn't have made him happy. I wish I would have been here for him.
Regrets are a waste of energy.
Jameson's gaze remained on her as he leaned back in his chair.
So is worrying about the future. I read somewhere that 85% of what we worry about never happens, which is why we need to focus on the present.
Okay, so let's talk about the present. Abigail Moyer. Taylor thought of the scrap of paper that had appeared in the coat pocket. After keeping her a secret all this time, why would my dad want us to meet now?
First, I don't think he deliberately kept her a secret. She was a part of his life, more in the last year than before. But it wasn't as if they were heading off to a wedding chapel in the next month.
A wedding announcement would have been a shock, Taylor admitted.
Bob would never do that to you.
Jameson's expression turned serious.
If he decided to propose to Abigail, he'd have told you his plans long before taking that leap.
I'm glad he had someone special.
She was good for him,
Jameson said, splaying his hands on the table.
They were busy with their careers, but they still made time for each other. Abigail has a large practice. She's the best family law attorney in the region, and in great demand.
Her dad appeared to have gone from one driven career woman to another. I'm surprised she works solo.
From what I understand, she has a team of paralegals who work for her. We handle, or rather handled, a lot of her investigations. She has all the help she needs.
Picking up on the nuance, Taylor arched a brow. You don't think she'll continue to send business Elite's way?
I think it will depend on whether we can promptly handle what she needs.
He smiled.
When Abigail wants information, she wants that information yesterday.
Yet you knew she'd help me.
You're Bob's daughter. She'd have done anything for him. So I knew she'd step in to help. Plus, being involved in this case is a way for her to get to know you, and for you to get to know her.
He inclined his head.
Did you tell her about the note?
Taylor nodded. I thought about not saying anything. After all, we'd just met. I didn't want her to think I was crazy.
You think believing that the notes come from your dad makes you sound crazy?
I absolutely do.
You simply believe they are from your dad. Nothing wrong with that.
Taylor expelled a long breath. Abigail confirmed the handwriting on the note is his.
I'm glad you showed it to her.
I'm sorry about holding on to his share of the business. I can't bring myself to... He waved away the apology. I realize I'm putting you and the company in a bad spot, she went on. In the interim, I promise I will find a way to scrape up the money so you can hire another investigator full-time.
It's not just that I'm worried about the business, or am thinking of myself. I'm thinking of you, too. I know you believe these notes are his way of directing you, but your father never tried to tell you how to live your life, right? So why would he try to influence you now?
Concern filled his eyes.
How long are you willing to stay in this holding pattern before moving ahead with your own life?
I don't know, Taylor answered honestly. It's early days yet. Right now, there's so much to do. She thought of the items Mel had asked her to gather so he could have them shipped to her mother. She needed to make that a priority.
Just to be clear,
Jameson's gaze met hers, and she felt the punch.
neither Glenna nor I are in any hurry for you to go. It's nice having you in the office.
Heat rose up Taylor's neck, making her glad for the dim bar lighting. That's good to know. For a second, Taylor found it hard to breathe. Then the invisible web of attraction that had trapped them both shattered when the drummer took off on a high-octane solo. She reached for her glass, took a long drink of soda, and changed the subject. It's nice that you and AJ have stayed in touch even after the Big Brother thing ended. Surprise skittered across Jameson's face.
Big Brother is about offering support, guidance, and encouragement. That doesn't end just because a milestone, like a high school graduation, is reached. I'll be there for him as long as he needs me.
He's lucky to have you, Taylor said softly.
It goes both ways.
Jameson's eyes shifted over her shoulder, and he smiled broadly before pushing to his feet.
AJ!
Only then did Taylor realize the music had stopped, which meant the band was on break. She shifted in her chair to see a gangly young man with shiny dark hair boasting a streak of orange striding toward them. The smile on his face told Taylor that Jameson being here tonight meant something.
You came,
AJ said. The two exchanged a half hug and a back slap.
Wouldn't have missed it. You brought your lady.
AJ's dark eyes shifted to Taylor. He surprised her by sticking out his hand.
AJ Gubser.
Taylor took it and stood. Taylor Higgs. AJ cast Jameson a questioning look.
Yes,
Jameson confirmed without the question being voiced.
Taylor is Bob's daughter. Wow!
AJ raked a hand through his silky hair.
You're a lot better looking than your dad.
Taylor chuckled. Thank you, but I think my dad was pretty wonderful.
Oh, Bob was a great guy,
AJ concurred.
Just not much to look at.
Taylor inclined her head. Will you join us? When he hesitated, she added, I know you don't have much time, but I'd love to hear more about how you knew my dad. AJ shot a look at Jameson, asking for what? Permission to join them? Or permission to walk away?
Sit.
Jameson pulled out a chair.
Leave whenever you need. We won't be offended.
AJ dropped in the chair and glanced at the half-filled red basket of fries. His hand hovered over the basket.
Mind?
I'm done. Taylor glanced at Jameson.
Knock yourself out.
AJ stuffed a handful into his mouth and chewed, but when he reached for Jameson's beer, Jameson held up a hand. Taylor slid her water glass toward him. I haven't touched it.
Wouldn't care if you did.
AJ gave her a wink.
Kinda be like kissing you.
Taylor laughed. Tell me how you met my dad.
He hauled in my dad. D&D.
AJ reached for more fries.
I drove my mom to the station. She was a mess, so I had to handle stuff.
Taylor recalled what Jameson had said about when he'd become AJ's big brother. Had the kid even been old enough to drive? She slanted a glance at Jameson, who shook his head ever so slightly.
Anyway, your old man was cool. He asked me all sorts of questions about my life and mentioned this big brother thing.
AJ shrugged.
It sounded lame, but I went along since I'd had some trouble at school. And agreeing made it look like I was trying. Then you got stuck with Jameson? Taylor's light, teasing tone had AJ grinning. You get what you get. A sound from the stage had AJ straightening. That's my cue to get my ass back on stage. I like your band, she told him. AJ turned to Jameson and grinned. I like her. She has good taste. Well, except in men. He cracked up and then swaggered toward the stage. He seems like a good kid, Taylor said. Jameson nodded. He had a rough couple of years, but he's solid now. Thanks to you. Nah. Jameson brushed the air with his hand. That's on him. I just showed him a different path. He's the one who did the heavy lifting. Jameson didn't drive off until she was inside the house. Taylor watched his car turn the corner and the taillights disappear from view before shutting the door. He didn't even kiss me goodnight. The instant the words left her lips, Taylor wondered why that thought had even briefly crossed her mind. Of course she knew why. He'd been wearing one of her favorite scents, Dior Sauvage. She hadn't noticed it until they were in the car. The blend of amber and cedar never overpowered, and she loved the hint of pepper and lavender. Her former boyfriend had loved the scent, but she didn't hold that against Jameson. The scent, yes, that had definitely sent her mind wandering into territory best left unexplored. But Taylor knew it was more than Jameson simply looking and smelling good. It had been how he'd given her his attention during the evening. No looking around to see if there was someone more important to converse with, no flirting with the server or other women in the club. It had been his pride in AJ's accomplishments and his obstinate refusal to take credit for them. She didn't care what Jameson's parents had done. Her father had chosen the right man to become his partner and friend. Her dad should have given Jameson his part of the business. For some reason, it appeared her dad meant for her to be Jameson's new partner. For now, she told herself, not forever. When the time was right to make changes, she would know. Then she would act. Chapter 15. When she'd lived in Chicago, Taylor had been on the train by 6 and in the office and at her desk before 7. Since arriving in GraceTown, instead of hitting the train at 6, she hit the sidewalk for a run before work. The short commute to the office allowed her to still arrive there before 7. The habit of working long hours and adhering to a tightly regimented schedule at the expense of all else was one she was determined to break. Right now, she was on hold regarding Sarah's case, waiting for the woman to give her the go-ahead to file the divorce petition. Once that was done, she could request Russ's business records. While she waited, she'd been progressing through Elite's financials and was happy to see how well the firm was doing. When she returned to the house after her morning run, Taylor felt ready to seize the day. She considered her options, finding it remarkable that she had options, rather than having every second of every minute of the day scheduled. She could grab a coffee, go to the office, and focus on the firm's years of tax returns. Or she could take time to review once again the divorce petition she had drawn up for Sarah. But that petition had already been sent to Abigail to review, so what was the point? Once she heard back, she and Abigail could discuss it, and Taylor would make any changes. The other item on her to-do list was to gather the items her dad had requested in the will be sent to her mom. This was what she needed to do. It was past time to get this task off her plate. She found it interesting that her dad had mentioned to Mel where these items were stored when he'd listed them in the will, as if he had never planned on moving them. Then again, Bob Higgs had been one to embrace the status quo. Of course, having the locations made her job much more manageable, if going through her dad's things could ever be easy. First item, a family photograph in the sock drawer. What is this about? Taylor wondered as she stepped into her dad's bedroom. She'd been in this room once since she'd arrived in GraceTown to tidy up and clean. Even as she'd dusted and emptied the small trash can that day, she'd left everything else undisturbed. She knew there would be a time, and it was coming soon, when she would need to gather his clothing, shoes, and personal items and make tough decisions. That wouldn't be today. Her only goal was to get the family photograph out of his sock drawer. She hoped there was only one photograph in there, but she would make an executive decision if there were more. Maybe she would send them all. If she didn't have a particular one, she would make a copy and send the original to her mother. Still, she doubted there was one she hadn't seen. Socks, folded into tight little balls, filled the drawer. Many had frayed heels and should have been tossed out long ago. Intent on completing her mission, she pushed deeper into the drawer until she found what she was looking for. The photograph was in a frame. The wooden look and mat were a style her father had liked, but one that had never been popular, not even 15 years ago when this shot was taken. Taylor hadn't thought of the day they'd spent as a family at Camden Yards in years, and she didn't recall this photo being taken. It was of the three of them, all dressed in Orioles attire, smiling for the camera. Her mother had been out of town the week before, and she'd suggested the outing when she'd arrived home. Her father, a huge O's fan, had jumped at the opportunity for him and his two favorite girls to watch his favorite team play. It was odd that she remembered him saying those words after all these years. Taylor hadn't been into baseball and recalled being irritated with her mother about something that day. But even at 15, she'd sensed the increasing tension between her parents and had recognized this as her mother extending an olive branch. With the frame tightly gripped between her fingers, Taylor pushed the drawer shut with the side of her hand. The second she stepped from the room, she expelled a ragged breath. Why had her father kept this photo in a drawer all these years? Though the day had been fantastic, at least the little Taylor recalled of the outing, her parents' marriage had ended not long after. Had he kept it to remind himself that even when something seemed so good, it could still go bad? That you always had to keep your heart guarded? That might make sense for some, but her dad hadn't been that kind of guy. He hadn't been, a bitter man. And if she considered her dad's relationship with Abigail, he'd been opening his heart up to love again. Taylor took a quick picture with her phone before setting the frame on the side table. She wasn't sure she wanted the image, but she could delete it later. 2 more items to go. According to her father's notes, those were stored in the attic. The buzz announcing a text had Taylor praying that simply thinking of her mother this morning wasn't enough to conjure up another text from her. The text was from Polly. "There is yoga at Sunny Acres today. Interested?" Taylor felt her lips curve. She remembered the sunflower farm on the edge of town. The vast fields stretched as far as the eye could see. In early September, the large yellow flowers were in full bloom. Now, in mid-November, the fields would be covered with short, green shoots of winter wheat. Taylor had gone there frequently in high school to navigate the sunflower maze and enjoy various specialty events. She hadn't thought of the place in years. "Sounds like fun. When?" she texted back. "Now? Class starts at noon." Short notice, but it beat rummaging around in a dusty attic. She quickly replied to Polly, "Shall I meet you there?" "I'll pick you up. On my way." Polly arrived within 5 minutes, indicating to Taylor she must have already been driving her way. Taylor hopped into the van after taking a child's jacket off the passenger seat and tossing it into the back seat with her yoga mat. "This is a nice surprise. When I heard about this special event, I thought it'd be a good chance for us to do something together that we both like. You know, just the two of us." Polly cast an apologetic look in Taylor's direction. "Sorry about being MIA recently. Between the kids' activities and putting in hours at the shop, my schedule has been wild." I totally understand. I've been keeping busy, too. Polly shot her a familiar sunny smile. How is everything going? I went to Destiny last night and heard a new band. Which one? Polly's eyes lit with interest. Zach and I go there sometimes during the week when we can get the parents to watch the kids. The burgers are great, and you can't beat no cover charge. My burger was fantastic, and Cosmic Chaos was so good. Taylor's lips curved as she recalled AJ and his obvious passion for music and performing. We love that band! Polly smiled. You'll have to come with Zach and me sometime. I'm sure it wasn't as much fun for you, going alone, I mean. Taylor wondered why Polly automatically assumed she'd gone alone. She could have easily gone with Chloe, Emily, or even Jacqueline. Then again, had she ever mentioned her new friends to Polly? She couldn't recall. I didn't go alone. Taylor kept her tone offhand. I went with Jameson Fox, my dad's partner. He's a hunk. Polly slanted a quick sideways glance. Are you dating him? We're friends. Taylor waved an airy hand. And now business partners. Well, Jameson brings that clunky old Chevy into the garage regularly. Zach and I both like him, so if you ever want to double, like I said, we're just friends. Wanting to forestall any additional questions about her and Jameson, Taylor added, My dad wanted my mom to have 3 things from the house. When you texted, I was ready to head to the attic to get the last 2. She shot Polly a grin. You saved me. Polly's eyes filled with curiosity. What did he want to give her? A photograph of the 3 of us taken shortly before they split. Why would he want her to have that? Polly's brows pulled together as she turned onto the road that would take them to Sunny Acres. I'm sure she has plenty of photographs. No clue. Taylor didn't want to think too hard about it either. Seeing how happy the 3 of them had once been tugged at her heartstrings. What else? A ring and a bracelet of hers? Taylor hoped there was only 1 ring and bracelet in her dad's specified location. Although he'd been very specific about where these items could be found, there had been no descriptions. Wouldn't you have thought if the ring and bracelet were special, he'd have already sent them to her? Seems like that to me. Taylor shifted slightly in her seat. Tell me about the yoga class. Any idea how this will go? Well, it won't be in the fields, that's for sure. The flowers are gone, and it's too cold. I assumed as much. Taylor smiled. Where will it be held? She tried to recall what buildings were on the property, but could remember only a gift shop/store that didn't have enough empty floor space for a yoga class. The owners put up a new huge barn last year. It's heated and super nice. Polly grinned. The goats will be there today. What? Taylor wasn't sure she'd heard correctly. It's goat yoga. Are you serious? Are you upset? Why would I be upset? Taylor experienced a shiver of excitement. I've always wanted to do goat yoga. Thanks to you, I'm about to have that chance. Polly drove through the open gate onto the property. Instead of sunflowers, the fields were indeed covered with the beginning of winter wheat. With the sky a brilliant blue, the vibrant green color of the field made for a gorgeous picture, especially when you added a big red barn. Though other cars were parked near the barn, Polly had no trouble finding a spot near the building. When they stepped inside, a fit young woman with bantu knots in her hair and a bright smile greeted them. Welcome to Goat Yoga. I'm Tibby Washington, and I'll be leading the session today. Once introductions were completed and Tibby discovered that she and Polly were yoga enthusiasts, but had never done goat yoga before, Tibby's smile widened. You're going to love it. Tibby glanced down at the tiny black and white goat pressed against her side. These goats are young, small, and accustomed to human interaction. As you can see, they enjoy being around people. I love that. Taylor bent over to pet the animal, who emitted a sweet-sounding bleat. Aren't you a little cutie? The goat nuzzled Taylor's hand, making her smile. Enjoy the session. Tibby turned her attention to a group of 3, looking around as if this was all new to them. The class started on time. As Taylor stretched and flexed, she relaxed. During the session, the goats roamed the barn. One climbed onto Polly's back, causing her and Taylor to laugh uproariously. By the time the session ended, Taylor had realized that streaming a workout online after arriving home late at night could not compete with this. Just like running, she needed to make time for this in the future. It was a fun class, Taylor told Tibby. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Me too, Polly added. I'm glad to hear it, Tibby said, handing them each a card. I have a studio downtown, Vital Yoga. The first class is complimentary. I hope to see you again. I should have given her back her card, Polly said once they were out of earshot. Taylor had tucked hers into the tiny bag she'd brought with her. I thought you enjoyed the session. I did, but I'm never going to find time to attend a class. Polly laughed. The kids keep me busy from the moment they leave school until bedtime. I'm glad you thought of me when you had time today. Polly squeezed her arm. I've missed you so much, Taylor. It may sound cliché, but I see us as being forever friends. I believe we make time for what's important to us. I agree, which is why we're going to make time for each other, Taylor told her friend. Darn right. Polly grabbed her hand. Look, let's get a few pics with the goats. The kids and Zach will die when I tell them all about our fabulous goat adventure. Darkness was falling when Taylor decided to cap off the day with a walk in the crisp night air. Her time in the attic had sent her upbeat mood plummeting. Taylor couldn't understand why. If her dad had wanted her mom to have these 2 jewelry pieces, he wouldn't have sent them to her long ago. Hey, you. Taylor turned, and there was Emily on her front porch, setting down her cup and leaving her spot on the glider to stride down the steps. Hi, Emily. I'm taking a walk. Taylor raked a hand through her hair. It's been one of those days. I'm sorry to hear that. Emily stopped, and her smile fell away. If you prefer to be alone, say the word. I know how it is. Sometimes a woman needs a little private thinking time. I'd like company, Taylor said, surprising herself. I've had time alone with my thoughts. It's gotten me nowhere. Hey, no pressure, but if you need to talk, I've been told I'm a good listener. Taylor didn't doubt that was true. Something about Emily reminded her of Till. Emily looked nothing like the older woman had, and was many decades younger. But Emily possessed the same quiet way that encouraged confidences that Till had. In his will, my dad specified certain items he wanted me to gather to send to my mother. 2 of the pieces are jewelry. Taylor took a deep breath and found her calm. One is my mom's wedding ring. That surprised you. I'd have thought she'd have taken it when she left. Taylor's voice reflected the confusion that had filled her when she'd seen the diamond solitaire in a velvet ring box. It wasn't a family heirloom, so why leave it? Did she see it as a reminder of a promise that hadn't been fulfilled, or... Emily offered only a sympathetic smile. Taylor lifted her hands and let them drop. I got nothing. Silence stretched before Emily spoke. Could she have left it behind, perhaps to symbolize closure on that chapter in her life? Having the ring with her would have been a reminder of the past. Out with the old, in with the new? Bitterness laced Taylor's words. She never gave me or my dad a second thought. It wasn't fair. Worse, even as Taylor said the words, she knew they weren't true. Is that really how it was? After a long moment, Taylor shook her head. No, even after she left, she remembered me on my birthday and at Christmas, Taylor grudgingly admitted. She still texts regularly. The most recent text had come mid-afternoon today. Sounds as if she wanted to stay in touch. That's what she wanted. Taylor fought to keep her tone steady. For me, it wasn't so clear-cut. While parts of me desperately wanted the closeness, at the same time, I wanted her far, far away. Emily nodded as if the statement made perfect sense, when, in reality, Taylor knew the push-pull of feelings engendered by her mother's leaving made no sense. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, Taylor said with a little laugh. We don't know each other, not really. Yet here I am, bearing my soul. Sometimes talking to a stranger is easier. You and I are at similar places. We're both forging a new life in GraceTown and searching for a healthy balance. Taylor nodded, accepting the truth of the statement. I guess, deep down, I kept hoping she'd miss me and my dad enough to return. When that didn't happen, I punished her by rebuffing her efforts to stay close. Reaching over, Emily squeezed her arm, but remained silent. It sounds pretty childish when I say it aloud, Taylor murmured, wondering what Emily would think if she told her she still felt that way. You were a child, and you were hurt, Emily continued as they strolled down the sidewalk. My mother passed away, and for years I was angry with her for dying and leaving me. How's that for childish? Taylor gave a strangled laugh. Now, and it's likely the same for you, we can look back through an adult lens and see things were not quite as black and white as they appeared at the time. My mother didn't want to leave me. My father didn't want to depend on me to keep the household running. But there was no one else to take on that task. Emily studied her for a long moment. I don't know your parents' situation, what led to the divorce and your mother leaving, but you and I both know that life is filled with difficult choices. Leaving a marriage and respecting a daughter's wish to stay with her father couldn't have been easy. Taylor only shrugged, but she realized Emily's words had brought to the surface what she'd been grappling with ever since returning to GraceTown. Had she been too quick to judge her mother? Taylor and Emily continued to walk past mostly dark houses, the chirping of crickets the only sound, until a dog let out a loud woof from the backyard. A cat streaked across the yard and then disappeared up a tree. The scene was so peaceful, so serene, so at odds with Taylor's tangled emotions. They walked in silence for several more seconds before Emily said, You mentioned 2 jewelry items. The second was an embroidered bracelet I made for her the year before she left. Taylor had planned to change the subject, but hadn't been quick enough. It was a Mother's Day gift. She told me she loved it. Emily offered an encouraging smile. Tell me about the bracelet. It has a leather band with a magnetic closure, and I embroidered a scene of the three of us on a raft in a river surrounded by green trees. Taylor blew out a breath. Like the ring, I assumed she'd taken it with her. Now you're wondering why she left it. How was it, Taylor wondered, that this woman seemed to be able to know exactly what she was thinking? I suppose it could have been an oversight. Taylor knew she was grasping at straws. Still, she continued, offering another possibility to excuse her mother's behavior. Or maybe, at the time she left, she viewed the split with my dad as temporary and believed she would be back, so there was no need to take everything with her. A breakup of any kind is usually intensely emotional. Emily met Taylor's gaze. Even things that mean the world to us are often left behind. Things, Taylor thought, like a daughter in the throes of puberty who needed her mother close. Chapter 16. Taylor slept fitfully that night, her dreams filled with memories. She woke exhausted, but pulled on her clothes and got ready for a day in the office. She could stay home again, nothing said she had to go in, but the thought of getting out of the house appealed to her. After swinging by the attorney's office to turn over the items designated for her mother, Taylor stepped into the elite office to the jingle of bells. Glenna looked up from her computer and smiled. "Good morning." "Good morning to you." Taylor glanced around. "Is Jameson here?" "He was," Glenna informed her, "but he left again. He should be back around lunchtime." "It seems like he's in early most days." Taylor wasn't exactly sure how private investigators operated. "He's usually here by 6. Both he and Bob like to start their day early to get a jump on surveillance or tackle administrative stuff before everything gets crazy." Taylor blinked. 6? Back in Chicago, she thought she'd been doing well to be on the train by 6 and at her desk by 7. Then again, there wasn't much of a commute in GraceTown. "I can't recall a day when they didn't beat me to the office." Glenna smiled. "I offered, reluctantly, I might add, to come in that early. They both assured me there was no need. Getting here right before the office officially opened at 8 was fine." Taylor set down her briefcase before pouring herself a cup of coffee and taking a long drink. The taste was adequate, especially for someone operating on little sleep. Still, Taylor vowed to grab some premium beans the next time she was at the store. "Do you get much business in the morning?" Taylor asked, embarrassed to admit she'd been so focused on her own tasks that she'd paid little attention to the office day to day. 8 is usually the earliest that meetings with clients are scheduled." Glenna rose and refilled her own coffee cup. "Sometimes they come in for a face-to-face. Most often information is taken over the phone or by video conferencing." A picture formed in Taylor's mind. She liked these details. Knowing how the business functioned helped her figure out how she could help. Taylor dropped down to sit in the visitor's chair. "Would you have time to answer a few questions?" "I'll certainly answer the ones I can." "I'm curious about the type of cases the agency normally handles." Taylor leaned back and felt almost human as the caffeine jump-started her system. "It appears Elite does primarily surveillance work." Glenna took a long, thoughtful sip of her drink. "Yes. Your father did most of the investigations dealing with suspicions of infidelity. Jameson focused on insurance fraud and corporate investigations." "Why do you think that was?" "Probably because that split the caseload pretty evenly. Your dad had a heart for those desperate to know if their spouse was cheating, like Sarah Rogers. He liked knowing he was doing what he could to ease their mind or confirm their suspicions. Bob had a lot of contacts, and he was good at digging deep." Even as Glenna smiled, a look of sadness swept over her face. Taylor wrapped her fingers around the warm ceramic mug. "And Jameson?" "Like I said, insurance fraud cases and corporate investigations are his specialty." Glenna took a sip of coffee. "He and my dad were cops, detectives," Taylor corrected, "before becoming PIs. How did they learn to do all this?" "Detectives are trained where to look and what to look for," Glenna explained. "Bob and Jameson brought that knowledge and expertise when they left Gracetown PD. Once on their own, they built on it." Taylor considered her skills and knowledge. "Some of the PI firms I looked at in Baltimore advertised their expertise in asset searches." Glenna arched a brow. "You know, tracing financial transactions, uncovering hidden assets during divorce proceedings." Holding up a hand, Glenna stopped her. "I know what an asset search is. It's what you'll be doing for Sarah Rogers." "Yes, exactly. I'm excited to help." Taylor smiled. Sarah could be just the beginning. Granted, she would need some guidance initially, but she was a quick learner, and this would be a way to contribute to the firm.
I'm thinking that besides looking for ways for the firm to minimize its tax load, I could help with asset searches. Gazing at her over the rim of her cup, Glenna nodded. That sounds like a possibility. I could also use my law degree to work with clients who need an attorney to be their advocate. You should talk to Jameson about that. I will. Excitement surged, and Taylor wondered, could this be why her dad hadn't wanted her to sell? Had he known what she needed to be happy, even before she knew it herself? Taylor had taken her coffee and settled behind her desk when she received a tearful call from Sarah. The woman informed her she wanted the divorce petition filed and that Taylor should begin looking into the family's financials. Since Taylor hadn't yet heard back from Abigail, she gave the divorce lawyer a call. Sarah Rogers wants to file for divorce as soon as possible, Taylor told Abigail. I wondered if you'd had a chance to look at what I sent you. I haven't had a chance to review it, Abigail admitted. I have time this morning, though. If you're available, you could stop by the office. We could review the proposed petition together. I'm free right now. Taylor pushed back her chair and reached for her dad's coat. Would 10 o'clock work? Taylor glanced at her watch. If she left now, she could make it by then. Absolutely. I'll see you at 10. Once she ended the call, Taylor strode into the outer office. I have a meeting with Abigail Moyer at 10. Take your time. Maybe grab lunch while you're out. Glenna's gaze shifted to the window. It's turning out to be a beautiful day. Who knows how many more of these we'll have? May I bring you back a cookie or some other sweet treat? Glenna smiled. I wouldn't say no. Taylor found herself smiling on the drive to Abigail's office. Though the office had the same elegant look as her old firm in Chicago, the feel was more welcoming. When the receptionist indicated that Ms. Moyer could see her, Taylor's palms grew damp. Abigail stood and rounded her desk. I'm happy this time worked for you. I'm glad it worked for you, Taylor said with a little laugh. You're the busy one. Thanks again for helping me with this. It's my pleasure. The brightness in Abigail's eyes dimmed ever so slightly. I'm enjoying getting to know you. Bob spoke of you often. I wish it was under different circumstances. Taylor kept her tone light. Me too. Taylor took a deep, steadying breath and sat in the chair that Abigail indicated. Had her father planned to introduce her to Abigail when she came home for Thanksgiving, or perhaps at Christmas? Taylor shoved the thoughts aside. Not important. Abigail was on a tight schedule, and they had much to discuss. In my research, I learned that Maryland uses equitable distribution as a legal principle to divide property and assets during a divorce. Taylor cleared her throat. Instead of splitting marital property equally, the court looks at each spouse's circumstances and contributions to the marriage. Taylor's heart had sunk the more she'd read. Also, marital misconduct is not typically a factor in property division under Maryland law, Abigail added. However, there was a recent divorce case similar to Ms. Rogers' situation. In that case, a couple had been married for 15 years, and the wife stayed home to care for the children. Even though she had not contributed financially, her non-monetary contributions to the family, such as raising their children and maintaining the household, were considered. You're saying equitable division may work in her favor, but there's no guarantee. There is never a guarantee. That's why we must understand what assets she and her spouse hold. We'll need a comprehensive list of all assets, relevant financial documents, and... As Abigail talked, Taylor added notes to the list she'd compiled. If she's ready to file, we need to meet with her. Abigail met Taylor's gaze. You mentioned she's concerned about her husband hiding or undervaluing assets. Taylor nodded. Are you ready to get to work immediately once she gets us her financial documents? Taylor smiled. I'm ready to dig in. Taylor called Sarah from Abigail's office. With the assistance of Abigail's PA, they set up an appointment for the three of them on the following Monday.
While on the phone, the PA texted Sarah a list of all the financial details they would need from her. A productive start to the day put Taylor in an excellent mood as she stepped onto the sidewalk outside Abigail's office building. She lifted her face to the sun and expelled a long, satisfied breath. Glenna had been right about it being a beautiful day. The smile was still on her face when her phone rang. Probably Glenna, wanting her to pick her up something on her way back to the office. "Hey, what do you need?" "I need to know that you're okay." Her mother. Everything in Taylor stilled. After a second, she found her voice. "I'm fine. I just wanted to check in with you." Linda hesitated. "I'm sure everything at the office is probably hectic. Will you be going to GraceTown?" "I'm already here." "You are? I didn't realize. I mean, since there's no memorial service, I thought you might handle everything remotely." I lost my job right before Dad passed." Taylor swallowed against the sudden dryness in her throat. "This seemed like a good place to come and sort things out." "I'm sorry about the job." Compassion filled her mother's voice. "Yeah, well, how long will you be in Gracetown?" "I really don't know how long I'll be here." "It's a lovely community," her mother offered in a tentative voice. "Yes, yes it is." Taylor really didn't want to talk any longer. "I have another call coming in. If there is anything I can do, please let me know. I've got to go." Taylor disconnected the call. Though the sky remained clear, Taylor's mood had taken a nosedive. She was no longer in a hurry to return to the office and was considering her options when she received a text from Jameson. "Tasty Truck is in the park today. Interested?" She texted back, "I could eat." "Angel statue? Noon?" She responded with a smiley face emoji and refocused on the here and now. She knew she had much to learn, but the time spent with Abigail had ignited an excitement she hadn't felt since her law school days. From the time she was small, Taylor loved the challenge of learning new things. That was probably why tax law had kept her interest for as long as it did, as tax laws were always changing. Working for corporations, not individuals, hadn't been especially satisfying. There was something satisfying about knowing she would be helping Sarah get a fair shake. Food trucks lined the downtown streets, many sporting string lights or garlands of leaves, berries, and twigs across the front of their trucks. For the first time, Taylor noticed flags on the ornate light poles in the area. Had they been there before, or had they recently been put up, now that Thanksgiving was 2 weeks away? With messages like "Better Together" and "Gather and Give Thanks," the colorful flags featured everything from autumn leaves to cornucopias and harvest scenes. As Taylor reached the crowded town square, she was glad Jameson had specified meeting at the angel statue, otherwise she'd never have found him. She was still a good 20 feet away when she spotted him, standing directly in front of the statue of the woman who, at significant personal risk, had nursed those who'd fallen ill from Spanish influenza over a century earlier. Dubbed the Angel of Gracetown, the statue, paid for by business leaders, had been erected in her image. Taylor loved the inscription carved in the base, "Angel of Gracetown. You blessed us with your loving hands in our hour of need. We will remember you always." Taylor wove her way to Jameson, dressed casually in a gray Henley under a plaid flannel shirt, dark blue jeans, and brown leather boots. His Carhartt jacket hung open. She smiled when she reached him. "Who'd you catch doing something they shouldn't have today?" He flashed a smile. "I got some amazing photos of a guy chopping firewood." "Can't a man chop wood in peace?" she teased. "Not when you're drawing 100% disability from your employer." His gaze swept her from head to toe. "You look ready to step into a courtroom." "Hardly." She chuckled, gesturing with one hand to her brown pants and gold sweater beneath the houndstooth jacket. "Though I'm definitely not dressed to chop wood." I heard you met with Abigail. How did it go?
Let's grab our food first, she told him. We'll find a quiet place, and I'll tell you all about it. Once they got their fish tacos, they found a spot so far off the beaten path that they might as well have been in another universe. Taylor had been determined to find somewhere they wouldn't be overheard, and this lone picnic table far from the action met that need. Jameson liked that it was private and quiet. Though laughter and voices could be heard, they were muted. Here, he could concentrate fully on Taylor, as she explained what she and Abigail had discussed. Her eyes sparkled, and she gestured with the hand holding her fish taco. I studied the principle of equitable distribution in preparation for meeting with Abigail, but listening to her only solidified how complicated it can be. I hope it works in Sarah's favor. Taylor paused to take a bite of her fish taco, then washed it down with a large drink of cola. Tendrils of blonde hair curled slightly in response to the humidity. She absently brushed the strands of hair aside. Sarah promised to gather the financial information we requested in preparation for the meeting at Abigail's office on Monday.
You're excited about this.
I am. She smiled. I wasn't sure how returning to GraceTown would be after all these years, but I'm enjoying it.
You sound surprised.
I guess, in a way, I am, she admitted. You know, I'd been gone so long that I'd convinced myself this was no longer home. He lifted his cup of soda, but didn't drink.
And now?
It's starting to feel like home again. Being here has certainly brought the memories flooding back. Taylor took another bite of her taco and chewed thoughtfully. Do you ever look back on what happened with your parents and wonder if you saw things as they really were? The question, coming out of the blue, surprised him. He wasn't sure where she was headed with this, but he was curious to find out. Jameson shrugged.
I didn't have the maturity to understand everything like I do now.
After a long moment, she spoke again. One of the things being here has done is it has forced me to confront my past. I've been looking back at what happened between my mom and dad and how I reacted.
I'm sure you did the best you could at the time.
Maybe. Her teeth found her bottom lip. Your parents disappointed you, big time. How did you deal? Jameson had been asked similar questions so many times in the days immediately following his mom and dad's sudden departure from GraceTown.
That was a long time ago.
She only continued to eat her taco, gazing at him expectantly.
Well, I'm sure I dealt much the way you did when your parents split up,
He began.
I did my best to get through each day. I missed them and worried for their safety. They may have been criminals, but I loved them. They gave me a happy childhood.
But they left you, she said.
If they'd stayed, they'd have been immediately arrested, probably right before my eyes. They spared me that experience. By the time the police found them and took them into custody, I'd had a chance to absorb it all. That they'd swindled people out of large amounts of money was indisputable.
Yet you've forgiven them.
They asked for my forgiveness. I gave it.
Jameson shrugged.
When they are released from prison, they'll start new lives.
You're a better person than me. I still haven't forgiven my mom for leaving us. Sometimes I even think I hate her. Taylor might have said more, but her phone rang. Muttering an oath under her breath, she sent the call straight to voicemail. At his questioning look, she said simply, "My mother."
Say the devil's name enough times.
Jameson smiled, but then quickly changed his expression.
I'm sorry. Bad joke. I didn't mean any offense.
None taken. Taylor waved her hand in the air. I did just say that sometimes I hate her. I mean, it's not that we don't get along, it's just that I was never a priority for her. Neither was my dad. Jameson smiled sympathetically, wanting her to know she could share her feelings and that he wouldn't judge. But it was my choice to stay with my dad and not visit her, she said finally. She said she wouldn't force me, and she didn't. Yet I still blame her.
You were a kid.
Back then I was, yes. Taylor sat back on the bench and expelled a breath. What's my excuse now? Chapter 17. Once they finished eating, Jameson insisted on walking her to her car. Taylor paused outside Botanic Blast, a store that must have been new since she'd last visited GraceTown. If the number of people going in and out was any indication, it appeared to be popular. Taylor expected to see mostly women frequenting the flower shop, but she was surprised to see almost an equal number of men. I can't believe all the guys, Jameson chuckled.
Guys can't enjoy flowers?
That does sound kind of sexist, doesn't it?
Kind of?
She laughed. Okay.
They sell more than just flowers, Jameson told her. All sorts of food and drink items are made from flower parts, including some excellent beer.
Beer, Taylor grinned. It's all making sense. Jameson slung an arm around her shoulders.
That big brain of yours is working overtime.
Let's be real. She looked up at him and smiled. Figuring that one out took very little brain power. Taylor! She pulled her gaze away and turned to find Jacqueline's cool blue eyes settled on her and Jameson. Jacqueline! What a nice surprise! Taylor felt Jameson's arm drop from her shoulders. Jacqueline's gaze returned to Jameson. You're Jameson Fox. Jameson cocked his head, and puzzlement furrowed his brow.
Have we met?
I'm sorry. For some reason I thought the two of you knew each other, Taylor began. I'm Jacqueline Edwards. The brunette lifted her chin. My father was one of many your parents scammed. Jameson's smile faded as he met the young woman's challenging gaze.
I'm sorry for what they did to your father.
The apology appeared to startle Jacqueline as much as it did Taylor. 2 spots of color cut a swath across Jacqueline's cheeks. I'm not responsible for my parents' actions, Taylor told Jacqueline, any more than Jameson is responsible for his, any more than you're responsible for yours. After a moment, Jacqueline offered a grudging nod. Then her gaze narrowed. Are you two a couple? Jameson offered the woman an easy smile.
Taylor and I are friends and colleagues.
Jacqueline's phone buzzed. Pulling it out, she glanced down and then back up. Sorry, I need to go. When she strode off, Taylor turned to Jameson. Does that happen often?
Not so much in recent years.
His gaze searched her face.
You okay with me telling her we're friends?
Sure, because we are friends. She smiled. And this friend is in the mood for some lavender lemonade.
For what?
She pointed to a sign in the window of Botanical Blast that advertised lavender lemonade as the specialty drink of the day. Unless you need to get back to work.
I'm in no hurry.
Good. Taylor looped her arm around his. I'm in no hurry either. Once inside, they inspected every inch of the store. With Jameson's encouragement, Taylor tried samples of wines, craft beers, and cocktails that contained floral-infused ingredients. He accompanied her to an herbal tea tasting and not only tried all the teas, but sat with her while they listened to a talk on each tea's health benefits and flavor profiles. The cooking demonstrations were my favorite, Taylor told him as they strolled toward the door, past the decorated cakes and pastries adorned with edible flowers.
I liked the Hibiscus Goes beer,
Jameson admitted. Was that the one with coriander and salt? Jameson nodded.
Don't forget the hibiscus flowers. That's what gave it the tart floral flavor.
And its vibrant pink color.
I could have done without drinking a pink beer.
Taylor chuckled. My favorite beer was the lavender saison, and the lavender lemonade was awesome. Since I'm talking lavender,
I adored the lemon lavender shortbread cookies. I knew you had to love 'em to buy a half dozen to take back to Glenna. I hope she likes them. I'm sure she will. Thank you, Taylor told him as they approached the car. Surprise skittered across his face. For what? This afternoon has been fun, Taylor said, struggling to find the right words to convey her feelings. It's not often I take the time to just chill. Understanding filled Jameson's eyes. You've been on the run since arriving in GraceTown. Even in the best of times, I embrace being busy, Taylor told him. In the worst of times, well, taking care of everything that needs to be done stops me from thinking too hard. I discovered that being busy only works for so long. Jameson slanted a sideways glance in her direction. Sooner or later, you have to face those emotions. I'm working on all that. Taylor gestured to the busy sidewalk. This is a good first step, simply taking time out for fun. It's time for you to make enjoying life a priority. By the look on your face, you have something in mind. Maybe I do. A dimple she hadn't known he possessed flashed in his left cheek. Well, maybe I want to hear about it. The light-hearted banter had her heart lifting. They're showing Back to the Future at the Majestic. It's a fundraiser for Toys for Tots. Taylor thought back to her high school days. I thought the Majestic shut down. It underwent a complete renovation several years back. The Art Deco decor is amazing. You need to check it out. I suppose I could go? Though Taylor was good with her own company, the thought of sitting alone in a dark movie theater, no matter how beautiful the surroundings, held little appeal. Why the hesitation? Going alone doesn't sound like it would be fun. I have an idea. She cocked her head. He smiled. We could go together. Though Taylor had told Jameson she could meet him at the Majestic Saturday night, he insisted it was no problem to swing by and pick her up. She wasn't sure what one wore to a movie at the Majestic, but she knew it had to be casual. Taylor went with dark jeans and a cream-colored sweater. The knock at the front door had her glancing through the peep. The practice had become second nature when she'd lived in Chicago, before opening the door. You look nice, she told Jameson. He glanced down at his jeans, navy sweater, and sneakers. Ah, thank you. On the short drive over, Jameson kept the talk easy, and Taylor felt herself relax. She told herself she would watch the movie and forget everything work-related. She'd spent the day analyzing a good chunk of the financial records that Sarah had sent. Though there was still a lot to go through, it was a good start. By the time she'd closed her laptop, ready to shower and get ready for the evening, the muscles in Taylor's shoulders had been tight, and her mind had raced. You were right, she told Jameson as he wheeled into a parking spot on the street. I usually am. He shot her a quick smile. What was I right about this time? Once parked, instead of immediately leaving the car, he turned to face her, his eyes bright with interest. On Wednesday, when we talked about how it might be good for me to take time to relax, I agreed, but I wasn't convinced. When Jameson offered only an encouraging smile, Taylor continued. I spent years focused on making partner at S&F. I told myself neglecting all other parts of my life would be worth it. She expelled a heavy breath. It wasn't. Even if the firm hadn't been acquired and I'd been given a promotion, it wouldn't have been worth it. I'm not sure you can understand. When I was on the force, I was determined to make detective. His lips curved ever so slightly. When I got my gold shield, I was happy, but not like I thought I would be. Sometimes we have this important goal in mind, but when we reach it, we realize it's not all we wanted. Exactly. Jameson nodded. I did the job and learned a lot, things that help me now. But what was most surprising to me was that it ended up not being the life I wanted. Taylor's dad had retired from the force to start his new business, Jameson had walked away from the force without getting in his 20 years first. What didn't you like about it? Where to begin? His light tone didn't match the serious look in his eyes. Anywhere works. She offered an encouraging smile. It was likely similar to what you faced at your firm in Chicago. His eyes grew distant, as if he was looking back. The workload was heavy, with multiple cases to manage simultaneously. There were long hours, constantly working weekends and holidays, and feeling overwhelmed by the volume of work. I definitely can identify. She spoke almost to herself, but he heard her and nodded. Add in limited resources and bureaucratic red tape, and it's a recipe for burnout. Jameson's dark eyes met hers. I knew your dad from the force. On one of my days off, I ran into him downtown, and we grabbed a beer together. I saw how much happier he was, and when I told him I envied him, he offered me a chance to join him and build something great. Just like that, you walked away? Taylor's tone reflected her amazement. Not immediately. He studied her for a moment. It took me 6 months to decide to leave the force and join your father at Elite. I wanted to ensure that the decision was right for both of us. Any regrets? Jameson thought for a moment, then shook his head. He smiled. Only that I didn't do it sooner. The movie Back to the Future had it all, elements of comedy, adventure, and science fiction. The themes of destiny, family, and the impact of choices hit close to home for Taylor. Still, she found it difficult to concentrate on the show. Though the theater wasn't crowded, likely because of a home football game that evening, Taylor and Jameson chose to sit in the last row of seats. This way they were far enough back that they could converse in low tones without disturbing anyone. Stars filled the ceiling, creating a magical night sky effect. The movie was nearly over when Taylor leaned back to focus on the sky. Seconds later, Jameson did the same. I see the Big Dipper. Before Jameson could respond, she added, My dad taught me to recognize all the constellations. You and Bob were close. Taylor nodded. He always tried to be there for me. It wasn't as easy when I was young. Like you said, lots of nights and weekends. I take it your mother wasn't traveling as much then? No, it was often just her and me on holidays. Taylor frowned. My dad tried to make it up to me, to us, but there were birthday celebrations and holiday dinners where he was busy with a case and didn't get home until late. Being on the force, whether as an officer or a detective, is hard on a marriage. That's why there's such a high divorce rate among cops. Jameson's gaze remained focused on the stars. Add the high stress and frustrations that go along with the job, it's no wonder so many marriages fail. Have you ever been married? Taylor wasn't sure why this hadn't come up before. Nope, never found the right one. He turned toward her, propping himself up on one elbow. Your dad mentioned some guy you were dating? He thought it might be serious. I thought it might get to that point for a while, but it never did. Taylor shrugged. Looking back, I can see that we dated for as long as we did, more out of convenience than anything else. Convenience? We worked at the same firm, knew all the same people, and were content with seeing each other one night a week. Taylor exhaled a breath. When we decided not to see each other anymore, I didn't even care. That's when I realized he wasn't even a friend. Are you looking for a relationship? Not right now. Taylor thought for a moment. But once I decide where I will live and what career path I want to take, I hope to find the right person. But I'm not going to settle. Why would you want to settle? Exactly. She might have said more, but everyone else in the theater was talking and standing, and she realized that the movie had ended. Taylor took in all the happy faces. She smiled at Jameson. This was a good idea. Thanks for asking me. Thanks for agreeing to come. Her gaze met his, and when his eyes dropped to her mouth,
Her lips tingled, and her breath came in short puffs. She might have kissed him. Okay, she would have kissed him, if they'd been alone. It was just that Taylor knew that one little kiss wouldn't be enough.
"How do you feel about hot cocoa?"
He asked. Without looking away from his face, she smiled. I feel very favorably, especially if it's topped with whipped cream.
"Cup of joe is within walking distance."
Taylor did not doubt that a long line was forming at the popular coffee shop. She planned to do another deep dive into Sarah's financial records tomorrow. The prudent thing would be to go home and get a good night's sleep so she'd be well rested and ready to start the day. But that was how she'd been living her life, and where had it gotten her? She looped her arm around Jameson's. I'd love a cup. Taylor arrived at the office on Monday shortly before 7, surprised to find Glenna at her desk. "You're here early." Taylor shifted the briefcase to her other hand.
"I know."
Glenna heaved an exaggerated sigh. "I should get extra brownie points for being here at the crack of dawn." "Why so early?" Taylor asked. "With Jameson out all day, I decided this would be my chance to tackle all the paperwork without him adding more." "He took a vacation day?" Taylor inclined her head, trying to recall if he'd mentioned he was planning to take a day off when they'd been together Saturday night. No, she thought. She'd have remembered that. "Not vacation. He's out on surveillance." "Will that take all day?" "No idea. He's been up all night." Glenna made a tisking sound. "Poor boy couldn't find someone to relieve him last night. But thankfully, Harry will take over at noon, so Jameson can go home and sleep." "Harry?" Taylor frowned. "Who is he?" "Harry Delgado. He's a private PI we use as needed. Your dad knew him from the force. He helps out occasionally when a case needs 24-hour surveillance." "Which, I take it, this one does." Glenna nodded. "Hopefully the man they're watching will make a move. They'll get what they need and be done with the case." Taylor poured herself a cup of coffee. Usually she was the one to start the coffee in the morning, but she found that was another plus to Glenna beating her to the office. She didn't have to be at Abigail's office for the meeting with Sarah until 9, so she had time to relax for a minute. After taking a seat, Taylor peered over the rim of her cup at Glenna. "Jameson told me one of the reasons he left GraceTown PD was because of the long hours the detectives often put in on cases. But it sounds like he jumped from the frying pan into the fire." Glenna chuckled at the analogy. "You ain't wrong. Bob made that comment to me more than once." Taylor pulled her brows together. "Yet my dad seemed happy he'd opened the agency." "He was, yes. Long hours are a reality, but he and Jameson chose to accept these cases. They chose how to work the case. But the long hours... Harry works to supplement his retirement pension. He doesn't want many hours. We hoped to bring on another investigator to split up these long surveillance hours as the business grew. Then my dad died. I got the business, and now you're shorter than ever. What's that old saying? Life happens when you're making plans?" Glenna shrugged. "It will all work out." "I believe that, too." Taylor spoke more confidently than she felt. Still, she had to believe that her dad was steering her in the right direction. Even if she couldn't see it, he had a plan. She had to stay the course and trust. Until this morning, she hadn't given much thought to this job's long and erratic hours. Actually, she hadn't given much thought to her father's erratic schedule when he'd been on the force. For her, it had simply been a fact of life. In the early years, that was due to her mother. Whenever she'd expressed disappointment because her father had missed an event or holiday because he'd been assigned to a hot case, her mother had let her vent. Then they'd talk about whatever case her father had been working on, a missing child, an armed robbery, or a body found at the edge of town. Of course, they'd had no details, only what they'd heard on the news. Her mother would say how lucky the family or the injured person was to have Bob Higgs on the case. He wouldn't rest until justice was had. That's when the pride that she had such an important man for a father would surge. It struck her that not only hadn't her dad ever badmouthed her mother had never done that to him either. Even though, looking back, there had to have been so many times that he'd disappointed her. An image of a table set with candles for their anniversary flashed before her. Plans had been for her to stay with Till that evening and night. Instead, her father had been assigned to a case, and she and her mother had ended up eating a candlelight dinner and playing Monopoly. Being married to a police detective or private investigator can't be easy, Taylor murmured. It takes a special woman or man, Glenna agreed, one who knows the score and can roll with the punches. Taylor nodded. It also takes a special partner to be with someone who prioritizes work over the relationship. Glenna studied Taylor for a long moment. That was the case with you back in Chicago, right? Taylor paused. Had she said that about her relationship? Or was that something her dad might have mentioned to Glenna? He wouldn't have intended to break any confidence, but if anyone had asked if she was dating anyone, she could hear him saying, Taylor doesn't have time for a relationship. Right now, her priority is making partner at the law firm where she practices. The thought of how she'd been so easily cast aside at S&F still rankled. She'd given the firm so many good years. And for what? You look lovely. Taylor blinked. Pardon? You are all dressed up this morning. Glenna gazed admiringly at Taylor's navy suit. Wait, is today the meeting with Sarah and Abigail? It is. Glenna studied her for a long moment. You're looking forward to it. I am. Then, because she didn't want Glenna to misconstrue her response, Taylor added, I'm sorry that Sarah's marriage didn't turn out as she hoped, but I'm enjoying getting to know Abigail and learning more about family law. Would you ever want to do more in that arena? Glenna asked. Maybe. Taylor smiled. If I do, I know I couldn't have a better mentor than Abigail. Chapter 18. Taylor arrived at Abigail's office 15 minutes before their scheduled meeting time. Though she had gone to work early, hoping to get some work done before leaving for this appointment, her conversation with Glenna had derailed that plan. As she stepped into the sleek office building, Taylor forced all the confusing thoughts and emotions out of her head. Her heels clicked on the marble floors as she crossed to the elevator bank. The door slid silently open and closed, taking her to the 5th floor. Good morning. Taylor offered the receptionist a bright smile. I'm Taylor Higgs. I have an appointment with Ms. Moyer. I'll let her know you're here. Taylor was being ushered into Abigail's spacious office in less than a minute. The first thing she noticed was that Sarah was nowhere to be seen. Of course, the young woman could be waiting for them in a conference room. When Taylor had passed the room, the blinds and the door had been shut. Taylor. Abigail rose. While seeing you again is lovely, I'm afraid I have some bad news. I was on the call when Davina informed me you'd arrived. Bad news? Not sure what that could be, Taylor waited for more explanation. Please, sit. Abigail gestured to a comfortable-looking chair in a sitting area. Once Taylor sat, Abigail took a seat opposite her. Sarah canceled the meeting. Is she ill? She has decided not to pursue a divorce at this time. Taylor blinked. Why? She wants to try to make her marriage work. But she paid all that money to have her husband followed, to confirm that he's been cheating on her. Once Taylor started talking, the words just kept coming. Not with one woman, but 3. And she got all the records together because she was convinced he would try to cheat her out of an equitable division of their property. Why would she? Abigail held up her hand. According to Sarah, Russell agreed to marital counseling. She believes he genuinely wants to salvage their marriage. I can't believe it. Taylor blew out a breath. How long will it be until he cheats again? 6 months? 3? And now that he knows she was determined to get her fair share, you and I know he'll use those months to hide his assets even deeper.
Perhaps.
Abigail's tone remained casual, her expression giving away no emotion.
It's her choice. The only thing we can do is hope the counseling works.
Taylor pushed to her feet in frustration and began to pace. I don't know how you can be so calm about this.
Divorce can be one of the most difficult decisions a spouse can make, especially when there are children involved.
Abigail studied her.
What we think we would do in their situation isn't relevant. We aren't them. We don't have all the information, only what they've chosen to share. I must respect that this is what Sarah must do for herself and her children.
Taylor dropped back into the chair. You're right. Of course you're right. It was just that the note from my father said to help her, and I didn't do that.
But you did. How do you figure? She now has resources, names and phone numbers that she can contact in the future.
Abigail leaned back in her chair.
She knows she's not alone.
I suppose. Taylor exhaled. I just don't see how this will end well for her.
If it doesn't, and she has us file the petition in the future, she will feel confident in her decision.
I suppose, Taylor reluctantly conceded.
Just like your parents. Once marital counseling didn't resolve the issues between them, they knew divorce was the best option.
Wait, what? Taylor stiffened her back. My parents did marital counseling? Surprise flickered across Abigail's face.
I thought you knew.
I had no idea.
I'm sorry,
Abigail said.
Bob never mentioned it was a secret.
I had no idea, Taylor repeated. I thought one day my mother simply decided the marriage was over and filed. She recalled being angry and wishing they had tried to make it work. Now it appeared they had tried, and she hadn't even known. Taylor initially planned to return to the office immediately and bury herself in Elite's financial files. The growling of her stomach reminded her that she'd skipped breakfast. Since Glenna, or really anyone, wasn't expecting her back at any particular time, she decided to treat herself to lunch at one of the cafes on the River Walk. The Black Apron got the nod today. As it was a Monday and only 11, she was seated immediately. Taylor pulled out her phone, ready to aimlessly scroll through social media until the waiter arrived. Over the years, she'd discovered that this mindless activity effectively kept troubling thoughts at bay. No more. Unlike Sarah, she would not ignore her troubles. Taylor dropped the phone back into her bag. Her conversations with Glenna and Abigail had left her with much to think about. Jameson needed help, and her refusal to sell or give him her dad's part of the business suddenly seemed wrong. The guy had to work incredibly long hours because he was now without a true partner. Eventually, if she stayed, she could bring money to the business, but how long would that take? She couldn't let him. The thought fled when Jameson dropped into the chair at her table, looking very different than the man she'd come to know.
Thanks for getting us a table, sweetheart,
he said, loudly enough to be heard by nearly everyone in the dining area. She met his gaze, and something she saw in his dark depths told her it was vital she go along with this charade. No problem. She played along when he took her hand, lacing her fingers with his.
Any questions about the menu?
The server, who appeared tableside, asked.
I believe we're ready to order,
Jameson told him. The man pulled a pencil and notepad from his black apron and smiled.
Ready when you are.
Since Taylor hadn't had a chance to even glance at the menu, she turned to Jameson. Why don't you order for both of us, honey?
Happy to.
Jameson immediately reeled off an order, indicating to Taylor that he frequented this establishment.
Good choice,
the young man told Jameson when he ordered crab cakes with side salads and iced tea for them both.
I'll be right back with your drinks, and your food should be out shortly. We're in no rush, Jameson told the server before returning his attention to Taylor. No, Taylor thought, not on her. His brown eyes weren't focused on her, but over her left shoulder. She resisted the urge to turn to see who was sitting there. Instead, she focused on Jameson, whose dark hair was slicked back with gel. The dark-rimmed eyeglasses had to be a prop, since it was her first time seeing him in them. The casual attire had been replaced with what she thought of as a trendy GQ look, a button-up shirt open at the collar, tailored linen pants in a camel color, and Italian loafers. A Burberry trench coat completed the picture of a successful businessman. You look incredibly lovely today. Jameson shifted his attention to Taylor, not even glancing at the server as he arrived to set tall glasses of iced tea on the table. Thank you. Though she knew this solicitousness was part of his game, Taylor flushed with pleasure and touched her hair. I decided to go for waves today. Let me grab a pic. Bringing out his phone, he began snapping pictures as Taylor pretended to pose. I can't get enough of you, he said as he took more photos. Finally, just when Taylor thought she couldn't keep the smile on her lips for one more second, Jameson lowered the phone. She saw the satisfied gleam in his eyes and wished she could ask him about it, but she didn't dare. Once their food arrived, she regaled him with tales of her goat yoga experience with Polly. The talk then turned to the beautiful weather, and when the check came, Jameson insisted on paying. For a second, Taylor nearly refused, until she reminded herself that this had been a business lunch. He was on a case. His treat. When they rose to leave, Taylor could see for the first time who had captured Jameson's interest. Two men, both in dark suits, sat at a nearby table. If Jameson had wanted to keep an eye on these two, Taylor couldn't have sat at a better positioned table. Jameson's palm rested on her back as they left the black apron. Taylor obliged when he took her arm and proceeded to stroll with her down the river walk. They hadn't gone far when they crossed one of the small bridges built over the water to the other side. This area had yet to be developed and offered privacy that couldn't be found on the other side. Was what happened at the bistro part of the surveillance that kept you up all night? Taylor asked without preamble. It was, he told her. Now it's done. Which reminds me. Pulling out his phone, he quickly sent a text and slipped it back into his pocket. Who did you text? She asked. Harry. He's a PI. Glenna told me about him. He was going to take over for me. Jameson smiled in satisfaction. Now there's no need. You got the proof you wanted. Thanks to you and your brilliant choice of tables. Jameson chuckled. When I saw someone was sitting at the table I wanted, I thought I might need to regroup. When I saw it was you, I realized it was meant to be. Why the disguise? She asked, gesturing to his hair and eyeglasses. He pulled off the glasses and slid them into his jacket pocket. I'd heard that the man I was following had searched PIs in GraceTown and Baltimore. That's a lot of PIs. It is. So I knew his chance of recalling my face was small, but I figured switching up my look a little would take the slim chance I'd be made down to 0. Jameson gazed at her, and admiration shone in his dark depths. Having lunch with a girlfriend added to the cover. Her lips twitched. Obviously you weren't taking pics of me. Sensitive corporate information was being passed on. A muscle in Jameson's jaw jumped. We knew he was planning to meet and pass the information. We just weren't sure when. We? The head of security at the company that hired Elite. If they knew this guy was going to give away trade secrets, why didn't they just arrest him? Until he handed over the information, no crime had been committed. Jameson explained. He had the security clearance to access the information, but gambling debts had made his company look at him more closely. He sold out his employer for money. Money is usually at the root of these kinds of cases. Jameson said in a matter-of-fact tone. Now what happens? I've already sent the photos to the security chief. He'll take it from here. Taylor pulled her brows together. When did you do that? Right after I pretended to show you the pictures I took of you. He'd held the screen so that she hadn't been able to see a thing, yet she'd pretended to like and even pick out her favorites. I wanted him to know the exchange had taken place. Isn't it too late now? I mean, the information is already in the wrong hands. When the company found out what was happening, or what they thought might happen, they made some changes that rendered the information irrelevant. Not worth the money paid. Which is why it's important the police pick up the guy soon. This is all incredibly fascinating. Jameson heaved a weary sigh, and for the first time, she saw the fatigue around his eyes. I'm glad it's over. Glenna was telling me this morning a little about how surveillance works. Despite my dad being a detective and opening the agency, I never thought about everything involved. The wide variety of what you do all in a day's work is amazing. I'd be glad to talk about it more sometime, Jameson told her. But right now, all I want to do is sleep. You deserve it. She pushed herself up from the bench where they were sitting, startled when he reached out and took her hand. Taylor. Yes, Jameson? Thanks again for playing along. Then he surprised Taylor by leaning over and brushing his mouth lightly against hers. When he leaned back, she smiled, her lips still tingling. What was that for? For being a fabulous pretend girlfriend? As they crossed the bridge and started down the river walk back to where their vehicles were parked, Taylor thought how easily she'd slipped into that role. It hadn't been difficult to pretend to be Jameson's girlfriend. It had felt all too real. Chapter 19. As she walked to her car, Taylor automatically checked the pockets of her dad's jacket. Her breath caught when her fingers touched a scrap of paper. Taylor was sure it hadn't been there this morning. She had developed the habit of checking her pockets every morning and evening. Taylor slipped the paper out and read it. Trust your instincts. She frowned. She'd never been one to rely on gut feelings or her intuitive senses when making decisions. She liked weighing the facts in a calm, logical manner. Her dad, on the other hand, had been big on trusting instincts. He'd talked a lot about the need to trust his gut or honing his gut instinct when he'd been with GraceTown PD. He'd told Taylor that to stay safe, he'd had to get good at spotting suspicious behavior, recognizing deception, and even predicting danger. She'd listened intently when he'd told her stories about spotting someone loitering around a closed business late at night, trying to avoid being seen. Or the woman who, during a routine traffic stop, had appeared unusually nervous and provided inconsistent answers to simple questions. These types of incidents had had his gut telling him something was off, leading him to investigate further. The stories that had always sent her heart racing into the stratosphere had been the ones involving danger and a gut feeling that had had him calling for backup before entering a residence. No, this particular message from him didn't surprise her, though he had to know that she would always balance instincts with rational analysis. It would be nice, though, if she could trust her gut the way her father had trusted his. Just as she reached her car, her phone rang. The number on the display had a Chicago area code. This is Taylor. Taylor, this is John Bauman from Meyer, Nichols and Stoddard. How are you this morning? Meyer, Nichols and Stoddard was the firm that had absorbed Sauer and Farrand. While Taylor didn't know John Bauman personally, she knew he'd taken over HR duties from the previous HR director. I'm well. Taylor tightened her grip on the phone. What can I do for you, Mr. Bauman? Taylor listened as the man explained that it appeared that the assessment deeming her position redundant had been an error. The firm very much needed someone with her experience and skill set. The galloping of her heart made hearing difficult, but she listened as he relayed the salary increase she would receive and that they hoped she could return to the office as soon as possible. The last part made her stop pacing. It was as if they assumed she didn't have another position and was desperate to return to a firm that had fired her. Thank you for the call, Mr. Bauman. I'll consider your offer and get back to you, say, by the end of the month? The end of the month? Yes, I've relocated to Maryland. I need to consider if moving back to Chicago and rejoining the firm is in my best interests. Have you accepted another position? As I stated, I will be able to give you a decision by the end of the month. Taylor kept her tone calm and businesslike. If that timetable doesn't work for you and you must fill the position before then, I completely understand. If that happens, I would appreciate it if you could let me know the position is no longer open. Of course. For a second, the man sounded puzzled, but he didn't ask any other questions. I look forward to hearing back from you. He rattled off his number, the one that had shown up on her caller ID, and then ended the call. Did she want to return to Chicago? It had been her home for the past 7 years, and the city and surrounding areas had much to offer. Not that she'd had much time to enjoy the offerings, as most of her days, and nights, had been spent working. Still, being asked to come back, and at a higher salary, was flattering. She wondered what had happened with the attorney they'd thought could slide effortlessly into her place. Had she, or he, not had the experience needed? Or had they balked at the hours they were expected to work? Angie lived with her boyfriend now, so if Taylor moved back, she would need to find a different place to live. Taylor didn't experience the excitement she expected to feel over such an offer. Instead, she felt a mixture of apprehension and dread. Trust your instincts. Right now, her instincts were telling her to turn down the offer. But that would be impulsive, and a decision of this magnitude demanded that she balance instincts with a rational analysis before accepting or rejecting such an offer. On her way back to the office, Taylor swung by a bakery to purchase pumpkin muffins and tried not to think about the law firm wanting her back or about Sarah changing course midstream. She accepted that the woman needed to be sure of her decision and prayed Russell would get his act together. It was nearing 3 when Taylor waltzed through the door of Elite, barely noticing the bells that she'd once found irritating. Glenna looked up and smiled. Taylor handed her the white bakery sack. These muffins had your name all over them. Glenna opened the sack and peered inside. She looked up, puzzled. Pumpkin with cream cheese frosting? You know the way to my heart. I'd say we could cut one in half and share, but since there are 2 in here, we each get our own. Taylor opened her mouth, but Glenna shot her a warning look. I don't want to hear any nonsense about spoiling your dinner. Taylor chuckled and sat in the visitor's chair. They enjoyed the muffins while Taylor updated Glenna on Sarah Rogers's case. So you won't be moving ahead with the petition, Glenna said, before taking another bite of her muffin. Not right now. You put in a lot of work on that one. I did, but what I learned can be applied to other cases. Taylor tried to channel Abigail's calm acceptance. I don't believe any knowledge gained is wasted. I happen to agree. Glenna studied her for a long moment. Jameson told me you helped him close his case. Taylor couldn't hide her surprise. He did? He texted me about it. He didn't tell me how you helped, though. Curiosity shone in Glenna's eyes. I'd love some details to go with this muffin. I was having lunch at the Black Apron when Jameson unexpectedly joined me. She went on to explain everything that had occurred. The tale must have been enthralling enough to keep Glenna's attention because she didn't take a single bite of her muffin while Taylor was talking. That worked out so perfectly, Glenna grinned. You made a difference. I think he'd have gotten the pics without me, Taylor said, nibbling on her muffin. Maybe, maybe not. Well, I was happy to help. Taylor couldn't help but smile. It was fun. Glenna took a contemplative bite of muffin and chewed slowly, as if they had all the time in the world to chat. You're building connections here. Slowly, Taylor drawled. Very slowly. Just remember, building a tribe doesn't happen overnight. Glenna's expression remained serious as she gazed at Taylor, her eyes large and intense. You have to work to build those relationships. An alarm sounded on Glenna's phone, and she jumped. It's my reminder. The woman popped the last bite of muffin in her mouth and pushed to her feet. I need to reserve a pickleball court for tomorrow. My friends and I love to play. That's nice. Glenna must have heard the wistfulness in Taylor's voice because she smiled. You put yourself out there, and I guarantee next year you'll have more friends than you know what to do with. When Taylor arrived home, her first impulse was to head inside and make dinner for herself. Contrary to Glenna's prediction, the muffin hadn't spoiled her appetite. Instead, she paused and thought of Glenna's admonition to put herself out there. Glancing down the street, she saw Emily's and Chloe's cars in their driveway. Before she could change her mind, Taylor changed course and strode down the sidewalk. She reached the driveway just as Chloe stepped out the front door, broom in hand. Her childhood friend began sweeping leaves off the porch, but stopped when she spotted Taylor. Her lips lifted in a brilliant smile before she turned and called back into the house. Emily! Taylor is here! The announcement still hung in the air when the front door opened and Emily stepped out. The fact that both women appeared delighted to see her eased Taylor's nervousness. I don't know if you have dinner plans, but I have a pizza crust and a bunch of ingredients. Taylor rushed ahead, wanting to get it all out. I'd love for you to join me. I realize it's short notice, but I'd love to come. Chloe and Emily had spoken simultaneously and then looked at each other and laughed. Last minute is how we roll. Chloe smiled. I have a lettuce salad I can bring? Emily shot a questioning look at Taylor. I picked up several strawberry tarts at the bakery today, Chloe added. You don't have to bring anything. We know we don't have to, Emily said softly. We want to. We share with you, you share with us. It's more fun that way. Well, then, Taylor waved an airy hand. Bring on the salad and the tarts. Emily glanced down at the Crestwood Academy uniform she still wore. Let me get out of this. 15 minutes work for you? That'd be great. Taylor nodded. Emily headed inside, leaving Taylor alone with Chloe. I guess I'll see you both in 15. On her walk home, she thought about what Glenna had said. Was it true? If she put herself out there, would she have more friends by next year than she'd know what to do with? Maybe. Possibly. Right now, she'd start with 2. After dinner, while Chloe dealt with a call from a frantic front desk manager at the Oasis over a water leak, Taylor told Emily that she'd done some work with Abigail Moyer and was dipping her toe into family law. Abigail is a wonderful woman. You've met her? Taylor didn't bother to hide her surprise. Though everyone joked about the 6 degrees of separation in GraceTown, she couldn't see how Emily would have any reason to know or associate with Abigail. She came over to the house to see your dad several times. Emily's lips lifted for a moment. They were good together. Do you think they'd have ended up getting married? Taylor asked, before considering whether she wanted to go down this road. After all, what did it matter now? I don't know. Emily finished off the last of her tart, and her gaze grew thoughtful. I believe they were in love, but I got the feeling they were both afraid to trust. Trust? Their instincts. Emily shrugged. Both had failed marriages,
and spent a lot of time second-guessing their feelings.
They told you this?
Taylor's voice rose in disbelief. Not exactly, but while it was obvious, at least to me, that they loved each other, their relationship appeared stuck in neutral. Taylor tried to recall how long Emily had lived in GraceTown and when she'd moved in down the street. Whatever time it had been, it didn't seem long enough to come to that conclusion. Before Taylor could respond, Emily continued, I think it's easy to dismiss gut feelings and go with rational thought.
Emily slanted a glance in Taylor's direction.
You're probably facing some of that now.
I'm not sure what you mean.
If she expected Emily to hedge or to change the spin on what she'd said, that didn't happen. You've returned to Gracetown and started to build a new life here. Now you have to decide if this is the life you want, or if you're better off building that life somewhere else. The firm I worked for in Chicago has asked me to return. That doesn't surprise me.
It surprised me.
Taylor gave a half laugh.
They offered me more money.
You didn't accept.
Am I that transparent?
No, but if you had accepted, you'd have said you'd taken the job, instead of just that it was offered.
I told them to give me until the end of the month.
So you can rationalize why it's the best choice?
No, so I can consider everything and make the best choice possible.
If you say so.
Emily smiled.
Chloe and I are thinking of starting a multi-generational book club. We'd love to have you join us.
Multi-generational?
All ages welcome. Well, not kids, but adults of all ages.
If I stay, I'd be interested.
Taylor thought wistfully of all the books on her Kindle.
I love to read and can't imagine anything better than talking books with friends.
Did you belong to a book club in Chicago?
Emily asked. Oh, no. Taylor chuckled. No time. The job kept me too busy.
Will it be the same if you go back?
Maybe. Hard to say.
Taylor couldn't believe the blatant falsehood had made it past her lips. Hard to say? She already knew it would be more of the same if she returned to Chicago. Yet all her experience since getting her law degree had been in tax law. Didn't it make sense to stay the course and continue to build her career on the foundation she'd established over the past 7 years? Chapter 20. After an enjoyable evening with her two neighbors, Taylor returned to the office the next day in high spirits. When Jameson asked her to go out with him on Thursday night, she didn't know what to think. He'd explained it was an op and that he could use her help. That's all it had taken for her to say yes. Now that the day had arrived, Taylor gazed at herself in the mirror, approving of the tight blue jeans, heeled boots, and form-fitting, stretchy top. She looked like a woman ready for a date at the trackside. Not a date, she reminded herself. An op. Jameson had made that clear. Having a woman by his side, especially one who knew the score, would allow him to do his job more efficiently. Although she didn't know the details, she was confident Jameson wouldn't put her in danger, so she felt more excitement than trepidation about the evening. The knock at the front door had Taylor adding more color to her lips before hurrying down the steps to the main floor. When she opened the door, her breath caught. Jameson looked more appealing than any man had a right to look, in jeans, boots, and a flannel shirt. When he saw Taylor, he let out a low whistle. I'm going to be fighting off the guys tonight. For a moment, Taylor worried she'd misunderstood the dress code at the bar adjacent to the railroad tracks. I thought this was probably something other women would be wearing there. You said you didn't want me to stand out. It is, but you kick it up a notch. She flashed him a smile and gestured to the sofa. Do we have a few minutes to sit so you can tell me about this assignment? Jameson hesitated. Why don't I tell you on the way? I need to get to the guy's house before he leaves. I'm ready. After opening her car door, he rounded the front of the vehicle.
This car might not be much to look at, but it's perfect for nights like this.
Nights like this?
Any newer vehicle would stand out. The Impala blends in with other traffic. We've been paid to follow the subject from when he leaves home until he returns.
So this is an infidelity case?
Maybe, maybe not. The wife only suspects that he's cheating.
Jameson drove down the street, turning onto a main thoroughfare that would take them to the subject's house.
She hasn't found any incriminating texts or unusual bills or seen any phone numbers she doesn't recognize.
He could have a different phone, Taylor suggested.
He could.
Why does she think he's cheating?
The Thursday Dart League at Trackside is the only place he goes regularly, and he comes home very late.
Surely there has to be more. Taylor couldn't imagine hiring a PI and paying the expensive rates for surveillance with such little reason.
Our client was cheated on by her first husband. It went on for a long time, and she was clueless.
Jameson wheeled the car into a neighborhood populated by small bungalows with postage stamp-sized front yards. The pride of ownership showed in the Thanksgiving decorations on the porches and the leaf-free lawns. Taylor smiled at the sight of two boys and a middle-aged man shooting hoops in a driveway. Jameson pulled to the curb several blocks into the neighborhood and turned off the headlights. The house he'd parked in front of was dark, and no car sat in the driveway.
Their house is the yellow one with the red door. The other side of the block, 5 houses up.
The spot was close enough to allow them to watch the house and driveway, but not close enough that they'd be noticed. Thankfully, the homeowner whose house they'd parked in front of didn't appear to be home.
She didn't want to ignore or miss any signs this time.
Taylor blinked, then realized he was talking about the client. Did she ask her husband if he was cheating?
She did. He denied it.
She doesn't believe him.
She wants to, and has no evidence to the contrary, but she felt like she stuck her head in the sand the last time, and refuses to do that again. But neither does she want her husband to think she doesn't trust him.
Trust but verify, Taylor murmured.
That's what we're doing tonight.
Jameson kept his gaze focused ahead.
We're going to watch him. If he goes to a woman's house, we'll know. If he flirts with a woman at the bar, we'll know. If he leaves with a woman, we'll follow. And we'll get photos.
Taylor hoped none of that would occur. She liked to believe that most people were decent, honorable, and, most of all, trustworthy. Still, she had the feeling that working in the PI field could make even an ardent optimist a cynic. You had to see a lot of the bad in people when you worked on the force.
I did.
Now, every day you see people who lie about the extent of their injuries so they can get benefits they don't deserve, or spouses cheating on their partners. Taylor shook her head. How do you handle all that without thinking the worst about everyone? Jameson slanted her a quick sideways glance before his attention returned to the client's house.
I stay objective, and remember I don't have all the facts. I don't know what may have happened in that person's life that contributed to their behavior.
Taylor thought about her mother and her dad. Only recently had she discovered how much she didn't know about their lives together. But she wasn't going to think about that right now. If we don't come up with anything, do you think she'll hire you to follow him again?
I doubt it, but these cases can be difficult to predict.
Tell me why you wanted me with you. She shot him a mischievous smile. Apart from my razor-sharp wit and scintillating conversation. He smiled and then turned serious.
Alone, I stand out. Women will try to start a conversation and get me to buy them drinks. I won't be able to fully focus on the job at hand.
Taylor wanted to tease him about being arrogant, but she couldn't. Women would be all over him. Will this be like the Black Apron? She asked. He nodded, immediately understanding what she was asking.
Much like that. I'll pretend to be taking pictures of you while getting pics of him.
Got it.
That's his car.
Jameson lifted binoculars and added,
It's him behind the wheel. Looks like it's showtime.
Jameson waited until the Kia was nearly out of sight before turning on his lights and pulling away from the curb. They stayed well behind him, but kept the vehicle always in sight. After several turns, Jameson relaxed.
No detours, unless whoever he's meeting lives close to the bar.
What do you mean?
He's headed straight for trackside.
As the bar came into view, Taylor thought how devastated Sarah had been to learn of her husband's infidelity. I hope this guy isn't cheating. Jameson was silent for several seconds.
Me too.
The trackside bar was so named because it sat near railroad tracks. Its weathered facade bore the scars of time, with fading signage and flickering neon lights. Despite its unassuming exterior, the graveled parking lot was filled with cars, trucks, and motorcycles. Taylor stood next to the Impala, studying the exterior. Not a wine bar vibe. Jameson chuckled. Definitely not. What's the appeal? Taylor inclined her head. She watched two men with heavily lined faces push open the door, letting raucous laughter drift out into the still night air.
Cheap drinks, no pretense.
Jameson thought for a moment.
One of those places where you can come as you are, forget your troubles, and just be.
When she made no move toward the door, Jameson turned to her.
Ready?
This will be a new experience, Taylor told him. I enjoy new experiences.
I hope the evening lives up to your low expectations.
Humor laced his words. Once they reached the door, he came around her to shove it open. It reacted with a loud squeak that would have had her dad pulling out his WD-40. The unmistakable aroma of stale beer and cigarettes lingered in the air. The interior was dimly lit, with lights casting long shadows across battered wooden floors and tables showing their own scars. The walls, adorned with peeling paint and lighted vintage beer advertisements, only added to the ambiance. Despite its rough-around-the-edges appearance, the place was surprisingly clean. Battered? Yes. Run down? Definitely. But whoever owned this bar valued cleanliness, and it showed. The bottles of well liquors gleamed behind the bar that, even now, a grizzled bartender wiped down with a rag. Several dartboards were set up toward the back of the room. These caught Jameson's eye immediately.
Let's see if we can get a table near the action.
Taylor understood. She was good at reading between the lines. Jameson wanted to be near this area because this was where he expected the man they were observing to be. Too late, she realized she should have asked to see a picture of the guy.
What do you want to drink?
Jameson asked. A nice glass of Merlot was on the tip of her tongue, but even she knew this wasn't the place for wine. Whatever they have on tap. He nodded, then stopped at the edge of an empty table, one that obviously fit his criteria.
I'll be back with the drinks.
Jameson hadn't told her where to sit at the table, but recalling how it had gone down at the Black Apron, she sat with her back to the action.
What's a pretty lady like you doing here all alone?
Shifting her gaze, Taylor looked up to find a tall guy about her age smiling at her. Could this be the man Jameson was watching? What would the odds be that he would approach her? Taylor gazed up at him. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He's at the bar getting our drinks. He rested his hand on the edge of the table.
Sally would have come to the table and taken your order.
Taylor assumed that Sally was the leggy blonde scurrying between tables. We didn't want to wait. The guy abruptly straightened.
I'll see you around. Who was that?
Jameson set a Pilsner glass in front of her before choosing the chair that gave him the best view of the dartboards. A kind soul who wanted to make sure I wasn't lonely? Jameson's lips quirked upward.
I bet.
She took a sip of beer and gazed at him over the rim of her glass. I bet I'm not the only one who's been hit on tonight.
I told her I have a girlfriend.
He shrugged.
She moved on.
I never thought I'd say this, but I like this place.
Don't give me that.
It's true. She watched him scan the crowd and took another sip of beer, relaxing against the back of the wooden chair. There's something relaxing about being in a place where there is no pretense, where what you see is what you get. She glanced down. From the peanuts on the floor to... She lifted her glass. Cheap beer. At least I assume it was cheap.
It was.
He smiled.
I like the positive attitude.
The admiration in his eyes had a warm rush of pleasure flowing through her veins. She enjoyed being with Jameson and was glad she'd accepted his invitation. Then she remembered this wasn't a date. This was business. "Show me your phone." The abrupt request had him blinking.
Pardon?
"I want to see a picture." It took only a second for understanding to flicker in his dark depths. He pulled out his phone, scrolled for only a second, then tilted the phone so she, and only she, could view the image. Then he swiped again and set the phone face down on the table before him. She hadn't had long to view the face, but it had been enough for her to recognize the man if she saw him tonight. The man had a nice face, not classically handsome, but attractive. He had sandy-colored hair and a square jaw, and a light reflected in his eyes when he smiled, which he was doing in the picture on Jameson's phone. She scanned the bar. The man in question now stood in the area of the dartboards, speaking with a burly guy with a pockmarked face. Taylor understood why Jameson had made sure they'd arrived at the subject's house before the man typically left for the bar. Being late could have meant missing something important. "You often work long hours." Taylor kept her voice low and her comment deliberately vague, just in case anyone was listening. It wasn't likely, as those around them appeared more interested in their conversations than what was happening at this table. However, Taylor had once sat in a booth in Chicago and listened to the couple in the next booth talk about someone she worked with at the time, so she was cautious.
I do.
Jameson sipped his drink. The clear liquid in the shot glass could have been vodka, but Taylor bet it wasn't. Jameson didn't appear to be the type to let anything dull his senses while on assignment. "You worked long hours at your previous job, too." Taylor kept her tone casual and offhand. "Why exchange one for another?"
Autonomy, variety, freedom of choice.
"It'd be difficult to have a family when you're working more than you're home."
Your dad worked a lot of hours at his job,
Jameson pointed out.
He made it work.
It was strange, Taylor thought, how she'd never resented the hours her father wasn't at home, while her mother being gone had been a constant source of strife. "I don't—" Taylor forgot what she was about to say when Jameson lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles.
You look smoking hot tonight, babe.
Even as Taylor gave an involuntary shiver, she pulled back. His fingers tightened around hers, and she saw something when she met his gaze. That's when she knew the subject had stepped away from his burly friend.
Kyle!
Someone called out.
We weren't sure if you were coming tonight. I wasn't sure either.
Kyle's deep voice fit the image she'd seen on Jameson's phone.
But I made it.
If anyone glanced in their direction, it would likely appear that Jameson was looking at her, but she could see where his gaze was focused.
Tell me about your day,
Jameson said with a smile.
I want to hear all about it.
This was one more thing she should have asked him on the drive to the bar. What should she talk about or do while he was watching the subject? Mindless chatter, she told herself. Nothing that would give away anything, and nothing too intense to pull his attention from the subject. "I'm not sure if I told you, but I invited my neighbors over for dinner last night." Taylor's lips curved. "We had homemade pizza and wine and strawberry tarts for dessert." Jameson chuckled as if he found the boring account highly entertaining. A roar rose from the area of the dartboards, and Jameson's attention immediately shifted.
What a throw!
A man called out.
Way to go, Kyle!
Another said. Yay, Kyle! This was a feminine voice. Jameson lifted his phone, that phony smile back on his face.
You look so amazing. Pose for me, babe.
Taylor did a pouty face, then a sexy one, or she hoped it looked sexy instead of silly, and another where she tossed her hair back. Jameson took one picture after another of Kyle.
I'm getting something to drink,
she heard Kyle say. Jameson lowered his camera and gestured imperceptibly with his head toward the bar. Pushing back her chair, Taylor stood. This beer isn't doing it for me. I want a rum and coke. Want anything?
Nah.
Jameson shook his head.
I'm good.
Taylor sashayed her way to the bar, stopping to stand beside Kyle. She considered saying something to him, but decided to stay silent. When the bartender looked in her direction, she smiled. Rum and coke.
I can have Sally bring it to your table,
the bartender offered. She's busy. Taylor waved a dismissive hand. I'll wait.
Give me a draw,
Kyle said when the bartender glanced at him. Taylor noted Kyle wore a wedding ring. She wondered if Jameson had noticed and vowed to mention it when she returned to the table. That was her last thought when a woman, a busty redhead, pushed between her and Kyle, slanting her body toward him. You're on fire tonight. Her voice was a soft purr.
I got lucky.
Kyle turned his attention back to the bartender. As Taylor watched, the woman walked her fingers up his arm. Buy me a drink, and you could get even luckier later. There was no doubt in Taylor's mind what the woman was offering. If Kyle noticed, he gave no indication. He merely smiled politely and paid the bartender for his drink.
I need to get back. I'll put yours on the tab,
the bartender told Taylor as he slid the rum and coke across the bar to her. Why didn't you put that guy's drink on a tab? She asked.
Kyle only has one drink while he's here.
The bartender shrugged.
He prefers to pay as he goes.
Taylor nodded before turning to the redhead. He could have at least bought you a drink. I know. The woman's lips formed a pout. He never does. Really? Taylor took a sip of her rum and coke and found it strong. I keep trying, though. He's cute, don't you think? He is. Taylor tilted her head as if a thought had just struck her. You think he's got a girlfriend? Even worse. The redhead heaved a dramatic sigh. He's got a wife. Chapter 21. Taylor and Jameson left the bar on Kyle's heels, with Jameson's arms slung around her shoulders. They took their time walking to the Chevy, Jameson speaking nonsense in a low tone, and Taylor laughing at nothing. Kyle reached his car and pulled open the door just as they reached the Chevy. Breathing a satisfied sigh, Taylor reached for the door handle, then froze as the redhead appeared. Beside her, Jameson stiffened, then shifted his body ever so slightly. She's obsessed with him, Taylor murmured in a low tone as Jameson embraced her. Since her back was to the couple, he had a perfect view of the twosome. Even though he's married and wearing a ring.
He's not having any of it.
Jameson barely whispered the words and pretended to nuzzle her hair. Even though Taylor knew this was all pretend, a delightful shiver ran up her spine. She found herself hoping Kyle would take his time getting into his vehicle.
Driving off,
Jameson said, as a car engine roared to life.
Let's go.
Taylor hopped into the Chevy, and when she closed the door, she saw the redhead giving Kyle the finger before stalking back toward the bar. Keeping a reasonable distance, Jameson pulled into traffic behind the Kia. She didn't go home with him. Taylor shifted in her seat toward Jameson. Why are we following him?
In case.
Jameson kept his gaze on the car.
He's headed somewhere other than home.
It took Taylor a second to understand. Oh, you think he turned down the redhead because another woman is waiting for him somewhere else?
I don't think anything,
Jameson said.
I was hired to gather information on tonight's activities. The night isn't over until he's back home and walking inside."
Taylor settled back against the worn leather seat and relaxed. While she hoped Kyle wasn't cheating, she wasn't ready for her night with Jameson to end. "All's well that ends well," Taylor murmured as Kyle entered the house. Seconds later, the porch light flicked off. Jameson smiled.
"I get the feeling that you enjoyed tonight."
It was surprisingly fun. Taylor realized that part of what made it fun was going to the trackside, a place she might never have visited otherwise. The other part was spending the evening with Jameson. "I thought I'd be tired, but instead I'm revved."
"That's normal. At least it is for me once it's all done."
He paused.
"Highway 15 Diner isn't far from here if you're hungry."
Taylor widened her eyes. "Is that place still in business?"
"Open 24 hours a day."
Jameson smiled.
"Good food, great eats."
Taylor chuckled. "So they're still using the same slogan."
"If it ain't broke, why fix it?"
"Let's go there." Taylor felt nostalgic as a long-forgotten memory surfaced. "When my dad finished a case, Highway 15 was where he always wanted to go to celebrate."
"That didn't change."
Taylor fought a pang of envy. She'd have known that if she'd lived in town, or if they'd talked more about his life and less about hers. "You guys would go there together?"
"After the close of every investigation."
Jameson turned the Chevy in the direction of the highway. Though the parking lot wasn't full when they arrived, it was getting there. "I imagine this place is packed on the weekends."
"You imagine correctly."
Jameson rested his palm against her back for a second as they crossed the parking lot to the entrance. Then he immediately dropped it. It was as if he'd forgotten they were no longer doing surveillance and playing a part. The bright fluorescent glare inside the cafe contrasted sharply with the outside darkness. As her eyes adjusted to the light, Taylor realized it was like stepping into a time capsule. There was the same cracked linoleum floor and booths with orange plastic seating. Even the servers looked familiar, but that was likely because the uniforms, blue polyester dresses with white aprons, hadn't changed. While male servers had become as common as women over the past 20 years, apparently this place hadn't gotten the memo. Taylor didn't see any male employees besides the cook behind the order window. "This is a blast from the past." She turned to slide into the booth. Just as she did, Jameson whirled. AJ had tried to sneak up on him, but Jameson's cop instincts remained strong.
"I thought I had you cold."
AJ grinned, then turned to Taylor.
"You haven't dumped this guy yet? What's wrong with you?"
"I'm trying to find the right time." She waved an airy hand. "Tonight isn't it?"
"Timing is everything."
AJ now refocused on Jameson.
"How you been, man?" "Good. How about you?"
"I'm solid."
"Join us?"
Jameson asked, then glanced at Taylor. "I'd like it if you would." Taylor gestured to the booth.
"We just finished chowing down."
AJ gestured with his head toward the door where a couple of guys Taylor recognized as his bandmates impatiently waited.
"Another time, maybe." "You know where to find me."
"B-ball on Sunday?"
Not this week."
Jameson shook his head.
"I've got plans for Saturday night, which means I'll be sleeping in on Sunday."
"Next week, then." Jameson nodded.
"Plan on it."
"Later." AJ cast one last look at Taylor.
"Love the shirt. Color."
Taylor laughed as the boys strolled off. Once they had ordered, Taylor shot Jameson a curious look. "You play basketball?"
"I'm not sure open court at the Y on Sunday morning counts, but yes, I play."
He shrugged and sipped his coffee.
AJ is the one with skills."
She studied him for a long moment, and her tone turned teasing. "I'm betting you're good at everything." Something flickered in his eyes, and the air between them shimmered with heat. She was the first to look away, breaking the connection. Lifting her coffee cup, she took a long drink. Then, feeling more in control, she smiled. Did you play in high school?
When I was at Crestwood.
He told her.
And when I was on the force, we had a team.
You didn't play on your high school team after you left Crestwood?
At that point in my life, it took everything I had to get through the school day.
Playing on a team sounds lovely.
You play basketball?
She laughed at how surprised he sounded. No, I mean the team part. I want to get more involved in the community. Start to build connections and relationships. He nodded and changed the subject.
What did you think of tonight?
Like I said, it was fun. She expelled a satisfied breath. I especially liked the happy ending.
You're one of those?
His voice turned teasing. Don't give me that. She leaned forward. You were as happy as I was at how it ended up.
I was,
he admitted.
I enjoyed having you as a partner.
I want to help. Taylor met his gaze, trying to will him to see how much she meant what she was saying. Anything I can do to help, please ask. You're in a bind right now because of me. He reached across the table and took her hand, and Taylor forgot what she'd been about to say.
Not because of you.
His gorgeous brown eyes remained focused on her face. But I won't sell. It's silly, she babbled, making no move to pull away. Not selling because of a few cryptic words scrawled on a note.
You and I both know it's not that simple.
His thumb began to caress her palm.
You believe your dad had a reason for telling you not to sell. In time, you'll know the reason.
You're willing to stand behind what my dad wanted? Even if it makes your life hard?
I'd do anything for Bob.
Jameson's intense gaze burned a path straight to her heart.
And for his daughter.
By the time Jameson dropped Taylor off at her house, it was 2:30 in the morning. Though she should have been exhausted, she was still revved. Her father had believed nothing good came from being out after midnight, but the Maplewood Village neighborhood was about as safe as they came, and the quiet street called to Taylor. After putting on a hat and grabbing a pair of gloves, Taylor stepped out into the chilly night air. The streetlights cast a golden glow over the sidewalk, and 1,000 stars filled the clear night sky. As Taylor strode down the sidewalk and considered the evening, she couldn't help but smile at the thought of a dive bar and a highway diner. Hardly the recipe for a memorable date, but Taylor couldn't recall the last time she'd enjoyed an evening more. It hadn't been the bar and diner, though, that had made the evening so pleasurable, but the man she'd been with. She'd enjoyed tonight because of Jameson. The more she got to know him, the more she liked him. Not only was he an excellent investigator, but he also appeared to be a good man who cared about others. He seemed to be someone she could trust. But his parents had been con artists, skilled in deception. Could she really trust Jameson Fox? The question circled in her mind until she returned home and finally fell into an exhausted slumber. Taking a page from Jameson's playbook, Taylor slept in the following day. When she finally rolled out of bed at 11, sleet battered the windows as she padded to the kitchen to start the coffee maker. A gust of wind had the icy rain crashing against the kitchen window. Taylor shivered and rubbed her bare arms. On her way to the stairs, she pulled on her father's jacket and immediately relaxed in the comforting warmth. It was crazy to think the morning was almost gone, and she wasn't even dressed. With a high forecast in the low 30s, Taylor dressed for comfort rather than style. After braiding her hair into a long tail, she donned jeans, a wool sweater, and boots. The only to-do items on her agenda today were to continue to analyze Elite's financials and maybe brush up on the ins and outs of divorce law in Maryland. Even though Sarah had put filing for divorce on hold, the fact that her husband had been cheating on her with numerous women told Taylor that Sarah would eventually be back. It was strange. Russell was a cheater and a louse, yet Sarah was still determined to try to make her marriage work. Her mother, on the other hand, had walked away from a good man who'd done nothing but love her. Taylor pressed her lips together. Sometimes life made no sense at all. It was nearly 1 by the time Taylor stepped outside. She came to an abrupt stop. Her mother stood on the porch, a tentative smile on her face. "Hello, Taylor?" Startled, Taylor glanced around. "Where did you come from?" Linda gestured to a blue van halfway down the block. "An Uber brought me from the airport." "You didn't knock or ring the bell." Her mother gave a little laugh. "I was getting up my nerve." Sleet had given way to snow, and the breeze sent flakes dancing around them. "I didn't realize you were coming." Very few things surprised Taylor, but seeing her mother on her doorstep was a definite surprise. Despite an airy wave, her mother couldn't hide the underlying strain in her expression. "Call it an impulse and a desire to see for myself that you were okay. When you mentioned you were in Gracetown, I booked a flight." Taylor took in the cashmere coat, the navy pencil skirt, and heeled boots. "You look nice." It was an understatement. Linda had always been beautiful and had only grown more lovely with the passing years. Expertly applied makeup emphasized high cheekbones, full lips, and big brown eyes. Her hair, sporting fresh blonde highlights, brushed her shoulders. "Thank you." Her mother shifted her carry-on bag from one hand to the other. Only then did Taylor realize they were standing outside on the porch while snow fell. "It's freezing out here. Let's get inside." Unlocking the door, Taylor motioned for Linda to follow her. Once in the warmth, she took the bag from her mother's hand and set it on the floor, then politely held out her hand. "May I take your coat?" "Yes, thank you." With fingers that visibly trembled, her mother hurriedly unbuttoned the camel-colored cashmere and had the garment in Taylor's hands in seconds. "I can make us some coffee." After shrugging off her dad's coat, Taylor turned back to her mother. "Would you like a cup?" "Weren't you just leaving?" "I was planning to stop by the elite office, but I don't have anything pressing at the moment." Though the guarded expression remained on her mother's face, the tension in her shoulders eased. "If it's not too much of an imposition, I'd love something hot." Minutes later, they sat across from each other at the kitchen table. "I can't believe Bob is gone." Sadness blanketed her pretty face as Linda nibbled on one of the cookies Taylor set out. "He was always so active and strong." "I don't remember him ever being in the hospital." Linda's brown eyes grew distant with memories. She shook her head, a tiny smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "I'd be laid up for a week with the flu, and he'd shake it off and be back to work in a day. I always teased that he'd outlive us all." "I wish he had," Taylor murmured. "Then I wouldn't be missing him right now." "I'm sorry you're hurting." Her mother's soft voice, so low and warm, sounded almost like a caress. "I know how much your dad meant to you, and how much you meant to him." Doubling down on her tangled emotions, Taylor only nodded. "Your dad was my first serious boyfriend, the first person who looked at me and believed I could do anything I wanted. He was so encouraging and kind. I fell head over heels." Linda's tone turned wistful. "Yet, despite him being so supportive, you up and left him." Taylor's flat tone had the air between them crackling with electricity. After a long moment of silence, Linda said, "Ultimately, we were different people who wanted different things out of life. That doesn't negate that he was a good guy and an excellent father." Taylor pushed to her feet. "I don't want to talk about him with you." She strode to the counter and poured herself more coffee, using the time to settle.
The lines of worry furrowing her mother's brow eased when Taylor resumed her seat. Linda offered an easy smile. "Let's talk about you. You said you were headed into the elite office. Have you been helping out there?" "I have." Her mother's brown eyes sparked with interest, which was not surprising, as anything business-related had always captivated her. "What exactly have you been doing for them?" Taylor explained about the records review and asset searches, and then added, "I've also helped out on a few surveillance ops." At her mother's mild look of alarm, Taylor said, "I worked those ops with Dad's partner, Jameson Fox. I wasn't in any danger." "Your smile tells me you enjoyed the challenge." "I did." In fact, Taylor wouldn't mind doing it again and hoped Jameson would ask. "It was fun." Her mother took a sip of coffee and studied her over the rim. "Is there anything going on romantically between you and Jameson Fox?" "How do you know that he isn't Dad's age with a house full of kids?" "Your dad kept me updated." Linda's eyes grew soft with memories. "He told me all about Jameson, told me his instincts said that this man would make a good partner." Taylor frowned. "I never understood why you two stayed in contact. Talking, texting. You were divorced. Why continue to string him along?" "So now you want to talk about him?" Taylor looked away and said nothing, as the anger that she'd kept on the back burner for so long began to boil. "Your father and I were never enemies, Taylor. We both tried to make the marriage work. In the end, we were better apart." "You mean you were better off without him?" Her scornful tone had her mother's eyes flashing, but Linda's tone remained calm. "It's a mistake to presume you have all the answers. Knowing a man as a husband is very different than knowing him as a father or as a friend." When Taylor said nothing, her mother took a breath and let it out slowly. "I didn't come here to fight with you, Taylor." "Why did you come?" "I told you. I wanted to see you." Her mother's eyes softened. "I know this has been a difficult time, and Why are you suddenly so interested in my life when you never were before? I've always been interested," Linda interrupted, then continued without giving Taylor a chance to respond. "I also wanted to thank you in person for the ring and bracelet. Mr. Blount mentioned you retrieved them from the house for him. They meant a lot to me, and I'm glad to have them back." "If you liked them so much, why didn't you take them with you when you left?" "That last week before I left was a blur." Linda expelled a weary-sounding breath. "I thought I took everything that mattered. Everything but you, of course. You made it clear that there was no way you'd go with me." Taylor recalled how her mother had flinched as she'd hurled those words and others that were very similar and equally hurtful at her. "You were a daddy's girl, Taylor. I accepted that." Linda spoke as if to herself. "I couldn't take you from him." "You didn't fight for me." Taylor flung the accusation at her mother, unsure where the words came from. "What would have been the point, sweet girl?" "I would have known you cared," Taylor cried. "You just walked away from us. It was as if you didn't care about me or Dad."
"Taylor, I loved you." Linda's voice broke. "So very much." Was her mother being honest or just blowing smoke? Her dad had believed a person should trust their instincts. Right now, Taylor wasn't sure she had any. Chapter 22. Taylor and her mother spent an uneasy weekend together. It was as if two enemies had come together under the same roof and were determined to navigate this forced interaction with cool civility. Thankfully, her mother still had several friends in GraceTown. On Monday, she made plans to meet two of them for brunch. That guaranteed she'd be gone for at least a couple of hours. The second Linda walked out the door that morning, Taylor breathed a sigh of relief. No more tiptoeing around subjects, no more painful politeness. Shortly after she arrived, her mother mentioned that she planned to stay in GraceTown through Thanksgiving before heading back to California on Friday. Taylor didn't know what to say, other than that she was welcome to stay through the holiday. It was what her father would have wanted. Still, it was more difficult than she imagined seeing her mother in the house where they'd once lived as a family. After her mother left, Taylor went into the elite office. She found Jameson sitting at Glenna's desk. "Where's Glenna?" "She's having a bunch of people over for Thanksgiving and was stressing over everything she needs to get done. I told her I'd hold down the fort. She's out running errands now." Pushing back from the desk, he studied her. "I hear your mother is in town." "News travels fast." "Mel Blount stopped by. He said she arrived over the weekend." "She's been here since Friday." Taylor dropped down into the visitor's chair. "How long is she staying?" "The plan is through Thanksgiving." "That'll be nice. Or not," he added, appearing to notice her expression. "I hoped maybe you two had settled your differences." "They're not the kind that can be settled over a weekend." Jameson opened his mouth, but then closed it without speaking. Taylor kept her tone light. "Since you always seem to be a man in the know, I've some news that I'm certain you haven't heard." Interest flared in his brown depths. "What is it?" "I got offered my old job back, with a raise." Surprise skittered across his face, then his gaze turned watchful. "You're right. I hadn't heard. Was the offer a surprise?" "Total surprise."
"What are you going to do?"
"I don't know yet." She swiveled in the chair. "I told them they'd have my answer by the 1st." Taylor found herself holding her breath. After clearing his throat, Jameson broke the silence.
"Well, if you decide to accept and return to Chicago, my offer to buy your share of the business still stands."
"Are you kidding me?" Taylor stared in disbelief. "I tell you I might be leaving Gracetown and that's all you can say?" His gaze searched her face.
"I don't know what you want me to say, Taylor."
He spoke slowly, his expression giving nothing away.
"I'm trying to be supportive."
"I don't want you to be supportive. I want you to be honest."
"I like having you here. I enjoy working with you and spending time together. But if you want to go back to your life in Chicago, then—"
He blew out a breath.
"I've known you for 6 weeks. I'm not going to stop you. You have a place here. We can keep going with this, but whether you stay or go is your decision to make, not mine."
Taylor held it together in the office, not wanting Jameson to see just how much his response had upset her. As she drove home, her mood dipped to dark with a side of despair. In her heart of hearts, she could admit that she'd wanted him to say, "Don't take the job. Stay here with me." Which, she had to admit, was ridiculous. He was right. They'd known each other less than 2 months. This was her decision to make. With so much to think about and so many thoughts and emotions battering her heart, Taylor hoped her mother wouldn't be home when she got there. Taylor felt a sudden urge to cry in frustration when her mother rose from the sofa the second that she stepped inside. Linda scanned her daughter's face. "What's wrong?" "Everything is fine." Taylor clipped the words. "You don't look like everything is fine." Holding on to her rising irritation with both hands, Taylor ground out through gritted teeth. "I have a lot on my mind right now." "Would talking about it help?" Taylor hung up her coat and turned. It was her mother's hopeful smile that pushed Taylor over the edge. "Why would you ever think that I'd want to talk to you about anything important?" Her mother's face blanched, her hands, with their perfectly manicured nails, clenched into fists at her sides. When she spoke, her voice, though calm, held a steely edge. "I feel bad for the pain I caused you in the past, but that doesn't mean you can talk to me however you like." Taylor blew out a breath.
The anger she'd kept carefully contained for so long reached a flash point.
You left me. You left Dad. Your stupid career was more important than either of us.
Though her mother flinched, she didn't crumble. You talk about me putting my career first? What about you, Taylor? Didn't you put your career ahead of your father? How often did you come to see him?
Taylor frowned. I lived in Chicago and—
Don't give me that. You were a 2-hour plane ride away. Yet if he wanted to see you, he had to drop everything he was doing to go to you. You've spent time in his office, seen how things work there. Do you think it was easy for him to take time off? For a second, Taylor had no response. Then she pushed back.
Dad told me he was okay with coming to Chicago.
Then you should feel lucky, because I couldn't get him on a plane when we were married. Not to see me whenever I had an extended business trip or even for a weekend getaway. A look of pain washed over Linda's face. Even though we had the money, he didn't want to spend it.
Your job,
Taylor began. We've talked enough about my job the last few days. Let's talk for a minute about your dad's job. Linda's eyes bore into hers. A police officer has weird shifts, terrible hours, and a lot of stress. Stress, I might add, that is felt not only by the officer, but by the family. When Taylor opened her mouth to respond, Linda steamrolled ahead. I was building a career, one that was important to me. But in our household, it was only his career that mattered. Did you ever stop to think that maybe I needed more than simply being a wife and a mom? Linda gave a humorless chuckle. Of course you didn't. No one does. Even though we'd never expect a man to be fulfilled simply by being a husband and a dad. Oddly, the fact that what her mother was saying made sense only made Taylor double down.
None of that changes the fact that you left us, walked away from a husband who loved you. Didn't your wedding vows mean anything to you?
Anger flashed in her mother's eyes. Who are you to lecture me on making a marriage work? If she thought her mother would apologize again for leaving, Taylor was immediately disabused of that notion. Linda was like a runaway locomotive, gaining steam as she barreled down the track. You've never been married, never even been in love. You most definitely have never been a mother trying to deal with an angry teen. Linda's eyes might be hot, but her voice remained calm. I made the best choices I could, given the circumstances.
You didn't make—
Are you saying I should have put aside my own happiness to keep my husband and child happy? Her mother's chin lifted. Tell me, Taylor, why is this what we expect of wives and mothers, but not of husbands and fathers? Did you ever yell at your father and insist he should give up his career?
You left me without a backward glance.
You know that isn't true. Steady brown eyes met defiant brown eyes. You were 15, Taylor. You refused to go with me. What was I supposed to do? Force you?
I heard you and Dad went to marriage counseling.
Her mother blinked. You're giving me whiplash.
Is it true?
Yes, your father and I saw a counselor for several months.
Why didn't it work? Why couldn't you make it work?
Taylor heard the accusation in her voice, but was powerless to stop it.
You're a good person. He was a great guy.
Linda remained silent for several heartbeats.
Was it the money thing? He didn't make enough for you?
The accusation bounced off her mother like rain on a sturdy umbrella. It wasn't about money. Your dad and I were very different people. I liked the theater. He liked fishing. I enjoyed dressing up and going out to dinner. He was content with eating every meal at home.
He took me out, Taylor reminded her. When you traveled, Dad and I always went out one night.
Yes, I know. He was willing to bend for you, and I'm glad that he was. But he was not willing to bend for me.
Is that why you traveled all the time? To get away from us?
No, not initially, and never to get away from you. I always wanted to spend time with you.
It didn't feel that way.
I know it didn't. Your dad always said you and I are very much alike. I believe that's true.
You were gone all the time.
That wasn't the plan. It just crept up on me.
How can something like that creep up on you?
Your father mentioned that you worked long hours at your job in Chicago.
We're talking about your job, not mine. Your mistakes, not mine.
Linda recoiled as if Taylor had struck her, but she righted herself just as quickly. When you started your position in Chicago, I'm betting you didn't begin by working 80 hours a week.
No, Taylor admitted. Not in the beginning.
That's how it was with me. Initially, it was 1 day a month of travel. Then it was 2 or 3 days a month. Linda's gaze turned distant. More money, lots of praise, and increased challenges. I got caught up in it. I don't know when I began to focus more on the job than on home. Maybe it was when the tension increased between me and your father, or I got caught up in meeting increasingly demanding goals and quotas. When I finally came up for air, it was too late to save my marriage.
What about me? Taylor asked. You left me.
I wanted you to come with me, but you were adamant about staying with your dad. I will forever regret not insisting you come and visit me. Sadness filled her mother's eyes. I knew you were angry and blamed me for the divorce. But by not insisting you come and stay with me, I allowed us to drift apart. If I could go back in time, I would change that. I would fight for your love. Because, believe me when I say, there is nothing in the world more important to me than you. Taylor lifted her chin in a stubborn tilt.
If I was so important to you, you wouldn't have left.
So we're back to this. I should have given up my career, set aside my own happiness, and stayed home with you and your dad. Is that what you're saying? Glancing away, Taylor said nothing. Look, it's okay if that's what you wanted. I understand that most kids would. But I hope that one day you can understand that I couldn't do that. Linda's voice steadied as she continued. Your dad wasn't willing to bend either. He was happy with the status quo. He liked the house the way it was and wasn't willing to upgrade or sell. He liked working for GraceTown PD and wouldn't consider relocating. Not to dog on him or anything, but issues in a marriage are rarely just one partner's fault. Things are never black and white.
Don't you talk badly about my dad.
Taylor's voice rose until she was nearly shouting.
He was a good man. Ask anyone. I won't stand here and listen to you disrespect him.
The blood in Taylor's veins had turned to molten lava, and she wasn't quite sure how much longer she could hold it together. She couldn't recall ever feeling this angry, this out of control. She had always prided herself on her calm disposition and ability to stay cool no matter the circumstances. But now, Taylor found herself wanting to scream, to throw something, to lash out. Before her mother could respond, Taylor stomped to the door and grabbed her coat. Then she did what she'd never done, not even as a teenager. She stormed out and slammed the door behind her.
I'm sorry for just stopping over. I know you're busy.
Taylor sat at the counter of Polly's kitchen and watched her friend work magic on the top of a cherry pie.
What exactly are you doing? The boys aren't big on pumpkin or pecan pie. I told them I'd make a cherry one this year. I decided to go with turkey shapes on the pie crust, to make it more festive. Right now, I'm going for a 3D effect by layering smaller shapes on top of larger ones. I'm impressed.
Taylor watched Polly slide the pie into the oven, set the timer, and straighten.
Now,
Polly commandeered the stool next to Taylor.
Before Zach gets back with the kids and chaos descends, tell me what's going on with you.
I'm sorry to just barge in. I know you're busy with the kids and... Taylor gestured toward the oven.
Pies. You're always welcome. This is actually a good time. Zach took the week off and has the kids right now. Tell me what's wrong. The look of concern in Polly's eyes had tears pushing against Taylor's lids. She rapidly blinked. My mom and I got into a huge fight. Although she didn't give Polly a blow-by-blow, she hit the highlights. I'm so angry with her right now. She brings up some good points, Polly said in a matter-of-fact tone, her gaze watchful. Are you siding with her? Taylor's voice rose and cracked. There are no sides here. Reaching over, Polly squeezed her hand. All I'm saying is that relationships are hard. Marriages are hard. Even when they look like they aren't, you never really know. Taylor looked at her friend, really, truly looked at her. There was a weariness in her eyes that seemed to be about more than just Thanksgiving prep. You and Zach? Are you saying... Zach and I are great. Don't worry. We both love each other. But that doesn't mean every day is easy. It doesn't mean we don't have disagreements. Sure, we line up about the big things most of the time, but we have our moments, same as anyone. Still, I can't see you abandoning your kids just because Zach didn't want to take you to the theater. Taylor, your mom didn't abandon you. Come on. I know you remember how insistent you were that you'd never go visit her, no matter how much she asked. Polly cut Taylor off before she could finish. Never mind. That isn't my point. My point is that you're right. I would never walk away from my kids, because being a mom is the main thing in this world I've always wanted. I feel fulfilled packing lunches and driving carpools and cleaning barf off the sofa. Taylor winced. Gross. So gross. You have no idea. And yet, still, I love it. Nothing has ever made me feel as good about myself as being a mom. Zach recognizes that, and more importantly, he supports me in that. I know it hurts to hear, but for Linda, that just wasn't the case. And if you're being really honest, do you blame her? I mean, you're not exactly a kid person yourself. Taylor's eyes went wide. What do you mean? I love your kids. You know that. Polly nodded. I do, but I also see how you react to the noise and the clutter and how you space out when I talk about their hijinks for too long. And it's okay. I get it. To be honest, it's not that different from how I glaze over when you start talking about tax law. Taylor wanted to feign offense, but her pout turned into a laugh too easily. Polly went on. I'm not saying you suddenly have to be best friends with your mom. Just try to see her point of view, because she is your mom. And if Bob's premature death has taught us anything, it's that we don't always have the time we think we do. If you refuse to let her be a part of your life now, you can't know if you'll get another chance. When Taylor returned home from Polly's house, she found her mother in the upstairs bedroom, packing. Taylor stood in the doorway. Instead of the joy that even a day or two ago she'd been convinced she'd feel when her mother finally left for California, all Taylor felt was a heavy ache in the area of her heart. Mom. Intent on placing a sweater into her suitcase, Linda jumped at the sound of Taylor's voice. When she turned, Taylor saw the tear streaks that her mother had yet to hide. I won't be long. This was a bad idea. I had these visions in my head of spending Thanksgiving together, but showing up on your doorstep? Well, I don't know what I was thinking. Linda offered a shaky smile. I'm sorry. Taylor stepped into the room. Don't go. Surprise flashed across Linda's face. You were right when you said I've never been married, and that I've never had to try to make a marriage work. Taylor took in a breath and let it out slowly. I judged you on something I have no idea about. I hope you'll never have to understand the pain of a failed marriage. Linda's expression turned bleak. Goodness knows there are things I would change. I didn't do everything I could. I didn't either, Taylor acknowledged. I haven't been looking at this right for a long time. Relationships, whether between parent and child or two adults, can be difficult. Linda spoke tentatively. I get the feeling that maybe there is something between you and Jameson Fox. I like him. A tiny smile Taylor couldn't suppress tugged at the corner of her lips. Even when he found out that Dad had left his share of the business to me, he didn't hold that against me. Although he was initially a little bent out of shape when I told him I wouldn't sell Dad's share to him. Confusion blanketed her mother's brow. Is there some reason you want to hold on to that part of the business? Without realizing quite how it happened, Taylor found herself sitting next to her mother on the bed. This is going to sound strange, but I've been finding notes from Dad in his coat pocket. He loved writing notes. Her mother's eyes grew distant. When I started traveling, he'd tuck a note into my suitcase. It always made me smile to find one. I didn't know that. It was very sweet. Her mother's gaze grew thoughtful. I can't remember why or when exactly he stopped doing that. Sensing the sadness in her mother, Taylor gave her arm a squeeze. So, you found a bunch of old notes in the coat pocket? Curiosity replaced the clouds in Linda's eyes. That's interesting. They weren't old, and they arrived separately. Taylor went through each note with her mother and watched her mother's eyes widen. I haven't received any more since the one telling me to trust my intuition. Taylor gave a little laugh. I have all these decisions to make, and all I get is to trust my intuition. When Linda opened her mouth but then hesitated, Taylor knew exactly what was happening in her mother's head. She had advice to offer, but wasn't sure it would be welcomed. Taylor offered her mother an encouraging smile. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Pardon? Don't make the same mistakes I did, Linda repeated. You mean leaving my family? No, I mean not fighting for what you want. I have loved my career, but I should have fought harder to get your father to be more open to it. I knew he loved his life, and I thought not asking him to change was a kinder act. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just easier. And I should have fought harder to stay in your life, no matter how hard you pushed me out. Taylor nodded and waited, sensing her mother had more to say. If you loved your job and life in Chicago, don't be afraid to return to it. Don't be afraid to ask them to meet you on your terms, not theirs. If they say no, so be it. But at least you tried. And if you want something different, don't be afraid to go find it. Whatever you do, just be sure you're doing it because it's what you want, not anyone else. Not me, not Jameson, not even your father. Trust your instincts. Taylor's instincts were telling her to stay in GraceTown, to not take the job, and to make amends with her mother. In her heart of hearts, she knew that was what she wanted. She recalled the message on the Thanksgiving flag in the town square. Better together. I'd like you to stay. I'd like us to celebrate Thanksgiving together. Tears filled her mother's eyes. I'd like that too. We could enjoy an incredible meal, eat some amazing pieces of pie. Taylor sighed, imagining the heartwarming scene. Linda looked at her askance. Do you cook and bake? Taylor laughed. I never really got the hang of cooking. I mean, I can do the basics, but that's about it. I never had the time or interest to develop those skills. And to be honest, I've never made a pie in my life. Same. We're two intelligent women. We can come up with a solution to this very minor problem. Taylor tapped a finger against her lips. The Black Apron has a special Thanksgiving Day menu. We could go there. Sounds wonderful. Trust me, it'll be much better than if I try to cook. We could eat hot dogs for all I care.
All I want is to spend Thanksgiving with you. Holidays are better together, and we've missed so many. I feel the same. Hope flashed in her mother's eyes. I'd love for you to come to California for Christmas, meet Michael, see where I live, and trust your instincts, the last note had said. Well, Taylor went with instinct. Flinging her arms around her mother, she squeezed tight. I'd like that very much. Epilogue. It's finally starting to feel like Christmas. Jameson stood beside her, gazing at the office tree they'd just finished decorating. It smells just as good as it looks. Taylor smiled up at him. Thanks to the cinnamon sticks Glenna insisted on tying to the tree. Taylor had teased Glenna about the 10 feet of candy cane striped ribbon she'd pulled out, but she had to admit the cinnamon sticks and peppermint candies on the tree tied with the pretty ribbon were a nice touch. Outside, large, fluffy flakes were rapidly turning the sidewalk and streets white. With piped-in Christmas music playing overhead, Taylor took a moment to savor the scene, including the sprig of mistletoe that Glenna had laughingly hung above the office door. Jameson shook his head. I can't believe Glenna still has shopping to do. I think she sees last-minute shopping as part of the holiday experience. Taylor smiled. I'll probably brave the madness one more time before I leave for California. Are you excited about your trip? In 3 days, Taylor would hop on a plane to visit her mother and her mother's partner, Michael, in San Diego. Taylor was eager to see her mom again and looking forward to meeting her live-in boyfriend. During the past 3 weeks, she'd gotten to know Michael through FaceTime and could see that the two were well matched. I've never spent Christmas anyplace warm. Being in sunny California over the holidays will be a new experience. Glancing outside at the falling snow, Taylor knew she would miss having a white Christmas. And she would miss Jameson. Mom said we could celebrate here, but she was here for Thanksgiving. It's my turn now. Relationships were all about give and take, and Taylor was determined to do her share of giving, not because she felt forced, but out of love. I'm happy for you, but you'll definitely be missed. The look he shot her, his eyes as warm and sweet as the hot cocoa they'd shared earlier, had her heart melting. I'll miss you. Even though they already had a date scheduled for Chloe's New Year's Eve party, that seemed eons away. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Taylor kissed him softly under the mistletoe, then rested her head against his broad chest, utterly content. For a second, Taylor swore she smelled the scent of freshly baked gingerbread, her father's favorite, though she wasn't sure where that smell came from. Jameson brushed back a strand of her hair with the tip of his finger. Any more notes? She sighed. Not a one. Does that bother you? After considering the question, Taylor shook her head. I feel like Dad showed me the way, and now trusts that I'm on the right track. His tone turned teasing. And what is the right track, Ms. Higgs? Taylor smiled. Living the life I want, doing a job that I love, taking time for family and friends. Everything in Taylor's life had fallen into place. Once she'd trusted her instincts and turned down the offer to return to her old job in Chicago, Taylor had let herself fully embrace life in GraceTown. She'd planted her feet firmly in family law, with Abigail as her mentor. At Elite, she took on an increasing number of asset search cases and brought money into the firm. After the first of the year, they would hire another PI. Life was good. Though she still had to resist the urge to work long hours, her new friends and Jameson were doing their best to keep her grounded and help her enjoy a balanced life. Jameson's smile flashed. Enough talking. It's time to take a drive. Where to? You should know by now. Maybe she should, Taylor thought, but she didn't have a clue. 15 minutes later,
Highway 15 diner came into view. Puzzled, Taylor turned to Jameson. "But we haven't closed a case."
"Yes, we have."
He parked the car in the lot as snow continued to fall.
"We solved the case of why Bob sent you the notes, which means it's time to celebrate."
Traditions, Taylor realized, were a wonderful thing. They walked through the door hand in hand. Minutes later, she sat across from Jameson, her heart light.
"To new beginnings,"
Jameson said, lifting his ceramic coffee cup and clinking it against hers. For a second, she swore she saw her dad sitting next to Jameson, his eyes warm with approval. Then he was gone. Swallowing past the sudden lump in her throat, Taylor lifted her cup high. To following instincts. This has been The Note Keeper by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2024 by Cynthia Rutledge. Production copyright 2024 by Cynthia Rutledge. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.